Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Poof! Look, we're live. Isn't this crazy? We're doing it. We out here, we're doing it.
Back
Yeah.
again.
Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. We're doing it.
Hopefully we're better than the Phantom Menace.
Yes.
You know what? A lot of people hate on The Phantom Menace, but I think it's undeserved.
Hey, that last fight scene is actually
Pod
pretty
racing fucks. Yeah. Darth Maul, pod racing. What are you talking? Like, that's a
dope. Hey,
great...
I mean, I'm representing. I'm representing.
Jar Jar? If anyone
that's
tells me
true.
Jar Jar is not a blessing on the Star Wars universe, they're wrong.
Did you ever play the podcast racing game?
The podcast racing game?
Yeah, it was on the N64. It was sick.
Yeah, no, I played the pod racer. The
Yeah.
pod racer racing game? Yes.
Oh my god, yes.
podcast?
The podcast racing game? Oh my
Podcast
god.
racing game? Yeah, you gotta pick your favorite hosts, and then you just sit on their back and they run really fast, and they just...
I was waiting
gonna
for you
take
to
it.
pick up on that and you just didn't. Oh my god.
H3H3 versus Chat Lords. What's going on?
Oh,
Let's
man.
go.
Let's
Booking
do
it.
this.
Oh,
All right,
man.
guys. We have an episode for you today. We've got heat. We've got some light announcements, nothing too heavy. But with Elden Ring right out there on the event horizon, we got some Dark Souls to talk about. We got to get down. We got to talk about all of the hype and everything that's built us to this moment right now, right?
Mhm.
It is a journey. Those Dark Souls games are not easy by any means. I think
No.
everyone can agree they've become like a giant part of gaming anymore in one way or another, right? So let's get on with our weeks though first, right? Guys, how have you been? What have you guys been up to? What are you doing? How have your streams been? Georgie, have you finished Dark Souls yet? I know you're killing it over there on the stream.
It's like, all right. No, I'm still going.
Georgie's
I
a
will
beast.
beat it.
Bless,
I
though.
will.
You're-
I'm getting there. I'm gonna do some more tomorrow, and I might even make this statement, guys. I might try and finish Dark Souls 3 tomorrow.
calling the shot. Oh man,
I'm saying
That's
it. I'm saying
brave.
it. I'm
That's very
saying
brave.
it because I want to finish it whole. I mean, not DLC, like yet, but like.
but like base game, you want to get the majority done.
Yeah, I might give it a good go, but I'm loving it. I'm just pontiff.
I'm so
I
happy
mean-
you beat them.
Me
Yeah,
too.
you got through it. You did it. So we'll talk about Pontiff a little
Ooh.
later, right? We're
But
definitely
yeah.
going to touch on that.
But yeah,
Um,
no, it's been good. What about you, Cage?
Me, mainly chilling, trying out some new games myself. I think I tried that Plague Tale game and I was just like, ugh.
Oh,
Slow burner.
Oh?
It's a slow burner.
Yeah,
So,
for
like,
sure.
Yeah, stealth is not my forte unless I'm playing like Metal Gear or sort of like Splinter Cell. So I was struggling at the start. But it's picking up. I got a slingshot. I can throw things at people. Pots don't hurt anyone.
You're getting there. You'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out.
Do you plan on like going? I know.
No.
I caught part of it. I didn't get to catch the whole.
Just straight up no.
Yeah, no, I'll get through it. Are you planning on going back to it?
Play
No.
it again.
No,
No.
probably not.
fair.
Unlikely.
yeah. I don't
Unlikely.
blame you. I don't blame you.
Elden Ring comes out next week, so it's like,
You're just biding your time right now. You're like, I'm just filling
Yeah.
the gap. There's,
yeah, just fill in the void.
At least you're honest. At least you're like, no, I'm not. I'm like,
Yeah,
let's
gotta
be
be
real.
honest.
The chance of me going back to this, unlikely.
Very.
All right, did you check out anything else? I mean, Plague's Tale, right? I wanted to say Plague Souls, like
Plague
because
Souls.
Souls is on the brain.
Yeah,
That's
literally.
all I'm thinking about.
Like,
Well,
speaking
we
of
fix
Souls,
it.
there's like, it's Souls games is like sort of bred a whole genre of sort of games for their difficulty, and everyone's like, ooh, that's a Souls-like game. So it's like,
Yeah.
coined the term Souls-like for any hard game. What's that
Oh,
shooting one that came on the PS5? Is that Returnal?
That's not even like a
Oh.
Souls-like though. That was just a roguelike, right? That wasn't a Souls-like. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
someone mentioned
I
it was like
mean-
Souls-like, but with guns. I was like, oh, I've not tried it though.
So I
say more
played it. I
roguelike.
don't. Yeah, I would not say it's Soul. I mean, I don't. No, I would say it's definitely more roguelike, right? Like you die and you start all over. You have to go through the journey all over again from the beginning. It's not like
Okay.
you get your souls back or anything. It's like nope, fresh run, let's go. Like
Yeah.
Hades or Binding of Isaac or anything like that.
Mm.
Hades,
But-
so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I would say any like Souls-like game to me is any game where it's like, almost for example, like Hollow Knight is like a Souls-like game. Like it's games like that where it's like you've got like multiple bosses of like a lot of difficulties, and it's like the bosses are known for being very difficult. That the kind of thing where I would class that as like a Souls-like game. But like
Well,
I didn't think Returnal was really under that.
So that
genre.
brings a good question. What makes a Souls-like a Souls-like? Like, what would you say is like the defining characteristic that goes, okay, this game is like Dark Souls? You said hard bosses.
Yeah.
Similar mechanics.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So
So in
I think
terms
a
of
few
like
things I look
combat,
for.
so look at Mortal Shell. So that's one I've been playing recently, and it's
Yeah,
very
Mortal
sort
Shell's
of
really
Dark
sick. I
Souls,
really need to get
but
into that.
there's a twist on how you defend and counter and whatnot and parry, and it's the combat's really sort of I don't know. I kind of like it.
It definitely felt meatier. From what little I played of it, it feels like it's like, instead of being so much an issue of like, no, you don't want to get hit, this is like, oh no, plan for the hit and then just go right through it. Right,
got
the
it.
whole hardening mechanic. It's like hyper armor in a fighting game. It's
It's
love
pretty
it.
wild, but I like the aesthetic of the game. It's pretty cool.
Well, I've just looked up the key things that a game must have to be Souls-like, and there are actually some bullet points
Oh,
if you want to hear them.
yes, please.
So,
okay.
so apparently, what they are is apparently punishing consequences for death.
Fair.
Souls or a similar currency for gaining by defeating enemies that is integral to character progression and can be lost upon death.
Okay.
Methodical
Yeah.
combat, typically tied to a stamina meter, and checkpoints that reset the world. So
Yeah.
apparently those are the four things where if it's a Souls-like game, they must have some key examples, for example, of obviously games that you guys will have heard of, like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah, I could see that
Um,
one.
Okay.
Yeah, like the Neo series.
Yeah, I
um,
could see that. It has a loot system more like a Diablo game, but I'm a big fan of the Neo series. They're very good games. Big
Yeah.
recommend
Still
if you're into
yet
it.
to try that.
Yeah, one of my favorite
Look, just
games.
skip the Neo too. Just skip the Neo.
I will,
Neo
I will.
one, you don't need it.
You need to do it. One of my favorite games, Remnant from the Ashes.
Oh,
Ooh.
Georgie, do you play Red?
Oh,
I
I
don't
love
know
it.
anyone else that plays Remnant.
Oh, it's one of my
I've
favorite
played
games.
it a bunch. I've like been
I
going
love
through
it.
getting the extra bosses and stuff. I love Remnant.
Oh yeah, I've fully done it. I fully played
It's like it definitely is a little janky, but I
Yeah.
love it.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun though. Remnants, I love it.
I don't think I've
It's
played
fantastic.
that.
That's-
Game. It's
Or,
fantastic.
or seen much of it.
Oh, so
It's like
fun.
yeah, it's weird. So it is like a Souls-like. It hits all those 4 checkpoints, but it's also kind of, I don't want to say a roguelike, but it's like procedurally generated.
Okay.
So you can reset the whole world and it'll give you different bosses, different locations, hallways. It'll like restructure the level you're in
Yeah.
or like the
Ah.
world.
hmm
I think there's like 4 or 5 worlds now or something like that you
Yeah.
get to go through.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's a lot
Yeah.
to it. You know, defeating bosses in different ways gives you different weapons. That's another one
Mhm.
that's like,
hmm
I feel like that's pretty crucial is boss weapons. Good
Yeah.
boss weapons,
Yes.
Okay.
but
Yeah, one of the like best things about it is like, so it's made to be played multiplayer. So it's one of those games where like so you only can have squads of 3. If you've got a full squad of 3, oh, it's so good. And like it's just like this like little kind of open world-ish where you like get to explore, and like all the enemies are really hard, and you get like little mini bosses that pop up on the maps and stuff, and like there are treasures to find. It's awesome, and there is like some plot in there, and there's some like NPCs and things like that, but it's awesome. But the great thing about it is that like every time you play, when you restart a new world, it resets, so you won't always get the same boss
Oh.
at the end of each
you get different
level. And
bosses.
yeah, you'll get like a different boss, so you can play the
yeah,
first
it'll
level.
reshuffle.
Yeah, it reshuffles, so it's
Oh,
kind of
that's
like
cool.
rolling a dice each time, where like you'll get like a different set of bosses
There have
each time.
been so this
Would you
is
say
not
it's worth
like,
playing? Like, could I
Yes.
still
Oh,
check that
yeah.
out and be
If
like,
you
oh,
wanna-
that's a cool game?
Look, if you were like,
Yeah,
hey,
do it.
I want to
Okay.
play Remnant, I can get like I'll come join you. I
Oh,
still
hell
have
yeah.
it. I'll
Yeah.
make like I'll either make a new character or I can break out my old one because it's cool. The way it works is like you have a basic gear system,
Okay.
but your weapons are broken down into you have a gun and a melee weapon. And it's
Oh.
predominantly like third person shooter type gunplay.
Mhm.
but you can also just like hit your right trigger and that'll use whatever melee weapon you have. And then there's builds, so you can like do bleed, elemental, different weapons of piercing or special. Like it's so good. It's very good.
Yeah, let's check that out.
If you ever decide you want to go play that, I'm just give your boy a holler. I'll be right there.
Where's my book of things? Like, while you two crack on, I'll secretly write that. Well, no one can see.
Just like
So I mean, we're already getting into Souls-like games. What Souls-like games have you guys played so far? Like Georgie, you already said Remnant. We've mentioned Hollow Knight.
Yeah, I played
There's a bunch. Mortal Shell.
Okay, I'll throw one out there.
Can we? Yeah, let's see how many Souls-like games.
I'll tell you one I didn't like that a friend bought for me, where I thought I would have liked it. It was that I think you watched me play a little bit of it, Patch. Hellpoint. It was very sci-fi Dark Souls.
Yeah, I would say that's one. That's very janky.
It was challenging. It was just, it wasn't hard. It's just unfair. Super glitches where you just fall through the and die, and like there's a lot of jumping platforms and puzzles.
Yeah.
If you fall, you die, and you start so far back. It's like and it's so easy to die.
Yeah.
And the loading screens, man. The loading screens.
That really makes me think of a game.
I like the idea of it. I was like, yeah, Dark Souls in space. Just RNG, especially for certain bosses. You better hope they don't use their spammy moves because you just won't beat her.
I'm trying to think. Wasn't there the one with the mech suits? There was like, I think it was like post-apocalypse. The world, everyone was wearing.
Oh, Code Vein. That's another one.
That's anime vampires, but yeah, that's Souls-like.
Yeah.
I have played that one. It was. I want to keep calling it The Happening, but I feel like that's not what it's called, right?
It's a film, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think.
Yeah,
The Happening's the movie where I'm not gonna spoil, 10-year-old movies right now. God, I'm like trying to look up like popular Souls-like games just to see if it'll pop up on a list. And the problem is the list comes up and it's like, oh, here are the best Souls-like games. Dark Souls 1 through 3, Demon Souls, Bloodborne. Like those are actual Souls games. That doesn't help me. What are you guys doing? It is showing a bunch of other good ones on here though that like I'm being reminded of.
There was a Viking one I played.
The Fallen?
Lords of the Fallen.
It.
Yeah. I played that one. That was
that one.
mid.
That was very mid.
Okay. Yeah. Have you ever played Blast? So, all right. So we're gonna kind of dip into a second genre here, right? With Metroidvanias. Do you guys know? Are you guys familiar with Metroidvanias?
Just continue for guys. 1 second. Sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah, no problem. Kage, are you familiar with Metroidvanias?
Yeah. So I've played like Castlevania games and whatnot.
Yeah. So like I feel like there's a bunch of overlap between those two.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, no problem. God, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
The Surge.
Oh, the Surge.
Okay,
that's
I played
what
both of them.
called.
They're really good, actually. I like the combat.
So I think I played like an hour or two of the first one, and I was like, this is cool. But I was like, it wasn't scratching the itch for me. I don't know if I'm just not super into sci-fi. That might just be it for me. That it takes like something really special in terms of science fiction for me to be like, yeah, this is sick.
I like the first one better than I did the second one, to be fair. I don't know why. I just preferred the first one.
Yeah, the first one's
gloomy. Yeah. It's very gloomy, very dark.
I was about to say, like, the first one kind of second, but I haven't.
It's got some like horror overtones to it.
Does it? Does it like deal with like? I assume in that kind of setting, it probably deals with like body horror and stuff like that.
Yeah, in a sense of atmosphere. Like, there's no jump scares or anything like that, but in the sense of atmosphere, I was just like, this is quite horrifying.
Yeah.
You say the same with Dark Souls and like the demons and stuff, but for me, it's like, no, I guess I'm just sort of used to that in video games. But this sort of like mech stuff, I was like, oh, this is weird.
So have you ever played Blasphemous though?
No, but I have seen it. I've seen gameplay of it.
So that's another one I would say it's kind of Souls like. It's still very much, I would say, more a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
But it deals a lot with like it kind of takes a lot of its inspiration from that period of time where it was like the Spanish Inquisition and like that like this is, I don't want to offend anyone, but it's like almost a horror take on like old Catholicism and Christianity. So there's a lot of really strong and kind of like slightly disturbing imagery, but that game is incredible.
Yes.
Visually, absolutely amazing.
Have you played any of the other sort of like side-scrolling sort of Souls games?
Yeah, so I think I tend to prefer them over the 3D ones.
Oh, really?
I think because the closer you get to like what a Souls game actually is, right? Like the 3D exploring of a mansion or a castle or a land or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
I have much higher expectations. Where the 2D ones, I think they can. I'm more lenient, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm less judgmental. Like I really like Salt and Sanctuary. I think we touched on it last week.
I think
But they're
we
coming
did,
out
yeah.
with a
I think
sequel
you
that's
showed
called
the,
Salt and Sacrifice or something like that.
I think you showed the trailer for it.
Yeah, it's another one where you have a bunch of variety of builds. You get souls, cool bosses. You can do things in different orders and open up
Yeah.
shortcuts and stuff. It was great. I had a blast playing that game. I would love to. I don't know if I ever finished it, but maybe that's one I should revisit.
I think the only sort of side-scrolling one is Hollow Knight for me.
Yeah, Hollow Knight's really good. I think Hollow Knight was like a nice. I don't want to say middle ground, right? Because that game is very hard. By no means
it can
am I
be challenging.
saying that game is not hard, but I think visually, it kind of hit like a nice sweet spot of like hitting that like gloomy, depressive, sad, but it's still very vibrant, very fun, very like. It's so weird to use fun and gloomy in the same sentence, but
yeah, some of the sections
reality,
you get to though, they're quite pretty, if that makes sense.
I mean, and that's the same's true with Dark Souls, right? Look at like
Beautiful game.
Irithyll. You hit Irithyll in Dark Souls 3 and you're like, oh, mama, sign me up.
Like revisiting sort of like New Londo, like Anor Londo.
Oh yeah, the first time you hit Anor Londo, oh,
so good.
God, that one's so good. Let me see. Let's check this list real quick. So I know there's a bunch of new ones coming out too.
Okay.
Right? Like a lot of people are really. I mean, the genre is popular it's become a genre for a reason, right? So we've got stuff like Black Fist Wukong coming out.
Oh yeah.
So I know a lot of people looked at that originally and were like, "There's no way that game's going to be real, right? There's not a chance in hell that game is ever going to come out because it came out. That trailer was like
graphically
it
impressive,
looked incredible. It was amazing. But here we are like 2 years later and they're still like putting out a trailer like every 6 months. I don't know if people are following it, but they've put out quite a few trailers and like gameplay videos recently of that game that it looks sick.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to hold up to be what people were expecting. Oh, we got a Georgie back.
Hi,
too.
sorry
Welcome
about that.
back, Georgie.
Housemate knocks the door. Can I switch the internet off for a bit? I was like, no. You bloody can't.
Why would they do
No,
that?
now is not the time.
Why would they want that?
I just had to explain.
Oh God.
But like, absolutely not.
I was like, please don't do this.
Send me a. Whoa. I'd have a heart attack.
Sorry. So I was just trying to explain it and I was like, I need to get back because I was like, I'm in a meeting. And they were just like, I know, but I need to do this. And I'm like
what
no.
did they need this? What? My game's lagging.
Yeah, I don't know why. I honestly, I was just like, no. Oh my God.
Sorry
Sorry about that. Anyways, yeah, sorry.
No,
I was
Hey,
just
no,
like,
that's a good reason to have to skedaddle.
Yeah.
yeah.
Definitely.
Jeez. Yeah, no, you know what, Georgie? God, just use your mobile hotspot.
I mean,
That's what we're gonna have to stream.
Yeah. Burn through your phone data.
I might end up doing that at this point because just every week.
Oh God.
Sorry.
Make sure you have unlimited
So
data.
good.
Make sure you got the plan ready to go.
I'm gonna 100%.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. We were just touching on some of the other like Souls likes that, especially the 2D ones. I think I was talking about how those are probably my favorites.
Yeah.
Just because the closer you get to like 3D, the higher my expectations are. I'm like, all right, well, does this feel good to swing a sword?
Mhm.
No. All right, well, you done goofed.
Yeah.
Let's
Well,
fix this.
I mean, like my experience. Sorry, just see Brando's
God.
comment.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Feel free
Yeah,
to
I was
message
gonna
back.
Yeah, just like we'll get to him in a second. But no, like my experience with Souls, like I mean, it was why doing the Dark Souls games was so exciting when I started playing them because like my experience is so limited with Souls-like games that like a lot of the games you guys mentioned, apart from like Remnant, which to an extent could be argued to be a Souls-like and not Souls-like, it's very limited to my experience with the Dark Souls games and like Bloodborne and stuff. So yeah, so to be fair, like I was gonna say, I've not had a great amount of experience because it's a genre that I like never really delved into. But it is a really good genre, and it's a really interesting genre, and it's very punishing if you don't
for sure.
Yeah.
I think that's, and you know, obviously that's not for everyone. That's not everyone's bag, right? Not everyone wants to be playing a game and having it kick their ass, right? Some people want to relax and have a good time, right? And this leads to the whole like difficulty discussion. I know a lot of people are like, put a difficulty selection in Dark Souls and stuff, right? But
it's not the way the game was meant to be played.
Yeah.
So, you know, that argument, there's been a bunch of arguments, right? And I think there's validity on both sides. But at the end of the day, there's one argument that I would say kind of just trumps, and that's it. It's the end of it, right? And that is that Miyazaki himself, the lead behind the Dark Souls series, has said the cycle of death and rebirth and coming back and having to like try and try again is so like integral to the story, right? To the lore.
Yes.
Which I think kind of is a good argument, especially coming from the director. You're like, hey, like that's the artist's vision, right? You don't want to mess with that too hard. But when you don't get the lore in the game, right? When you play through the game and you're like, that game was sick, and someone goes, cool, do you understand the story? And everyone goes, there's a story? Or fuck, hell no.
Yeah.
But it's one of those that's like, yeah, it's, you know, that argument becomes a hard sell, right? Because it's like, man, it's frustrating. But I think, you know, hopefully maybe as we get into a bit of the story later on in this podcast, we're going to touch on some of the lore stuff. Maybe people will see that and that'll like help them understand more why these games are so brutal, right? It's so good. I love. We're gonna touch on Miyazaki a lot. So just like to be absolutely clear of who he is, I'm gonna like really quick just pull up his credentials so that people can we can hard and fast be like, hey,
yeah,
this is who this guy is.
About.
This is
you must know who he is.
Just so that I'm not like dropping Japanese names and people are like, sure. Hidetaka Miyazaki. So he basically did Dark Souls. So we'll get into this too, but he's done Dark Souls, Dark Souls 3, and Bloodborne. His like most well-known titles, if you will. He still had participation in Dark Souls 2. But that was not
I believe that was
his...
after the game was out, and then he came back for the DLC and everything.
Yeah, so Scholar of the First Sin, right?
Yes.
It's like it wasn't just DLC.
What have you done with this
significantly
series?
Changed the game. Yeah. He was like, we need to fix some of these mechanics. Stuff is is no good here, right?
Sorry, Dark Souls 2 fans.
Yeah. Well, look, we'll get into that. We'll get into it. But before we start getting too deep into the Dark Souls, we're already heading down that hole. Let's just touch on some light announcements from the week, right? We got some cool stuff to show here. Yeah. First off, we'll keep it relatively thematic. Well, no, we'll go least thematic to most. First of all, last week we talked about this, right? We talked about the Dead Island trailer.
Yes.
Dead Island 2 specifically. I'm gonna go ahead and keep the volume low on this one just because, you know, it's not super necessary about plays in the background, but we talked about it. And literally the next day, interviews started coming out, right? Because we were like, man, it's a shame that this game is... Oh, I'm realizing I have multiple tabs playing the music all at once because they don't turn themselves off. Hey.
There we go.
So literally the day after we talked about this, boom. Dead Island 2 is still in active development and maybe out 2023.
I'm
convinced that you and Georgie are shamans.
We summoned it. It was just
you summoned it into existence.
The gift of prophecy has been bestowed upon us.
Devs were felt a disturbance in the force.
Just felt like a twitch, and they were like, "Oh, they know."
Oh, we should let people know we're not. Yeah. This isn't dead.
Yeah.
So a bunch of people. So they talk about right here. Like people have sort of written off Dead Island 2, not knowing it's still alive, but it very clearly is. I at least expect to release this financial year. Sorry, next financial year, I should say. Is that reasonable? What can we expect from the title? It's been in development for 10 years or so. So obviously, I would love to start finding out. Hopefully, you know, it comes out in time. What happened with this game? Right, 10 years in development hell. There's look, not a lot of games come back from that and come out all right. Like we
Yeah.
had what Cyberpunk 2077's like probably the most recent example, and
Mhm.
like let's be real, they were like it's been in development for 10 years or whatever, but
Mhm.
there is no way that game was like older than maybe a year, maybe 6 months. They had to have thrown out like 7 versions of Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
So
there's been a lot of games like Final Fantasy 15 is a really good example of that, where it was stuck in development hell for like 10 plus years, and then just look at like the difference between the trailers when they first announced it to
Oh,
the actual
yeah.
game they released. And it's like, and how different it was, the characters they took out, the story they changed, and like what they ended up with wasn't bad, but over 10 years, that's a lot of different people changing, like people who are actually working on it. A lot of the times things like that get passed between different teams who then have different visions. It's a bit concerning, to say the least, if this has been in development for 10 years and it's still not released. But I guess
yeah,
it's just going to be a case of seeing if that's a
seeing what
good
comes
thing.
out. Yeah,
Yeah, it'll be interesting
right
to see
now,
what comes out.
yeah, right now we just have the word of this developer saying, "Hey, it's still a thing," right?
Mhm.
And I think even on Twitter, like the next day after this had come out, the studio itself was like, "Hey, by the way, no, we're sorry. We would, someone posted something of like, hey, when's the next whatever other franchise they own?" And they're like, well, we would let you know, but we're just too busy with Dead Island 2. And I was like, wait,
Mhm.
what? You're just going to casually throw that out there on Twitter, but not having like advertised or marketed in any way for like years?
Yeah.
Uh,
Mm.
that feels weird. This feels like this project's been dead, and they are, not to get too punny here, but they're bringing it back, right?
From the
They're
dead.
bringing it back from the dead.
You
uh,
know, it's like Dead Rising,
and
you
well,
know?
so
Oh my god.
part of me,
Fucking.
we need to. These are so low. These are all like such low
Oh,
hanging fruit.
oh.
Oh God, do we feel bad about
Oh my
ourselves
god.
yet? Ugh, is anyone else
No.
sweating?
No, I mean,
Woo!
yeah, a little
The
bit.
bad, bad jokes bringing the heat.
I know. But the thing is, I
But
loved the first game of this so much that, like, I'm hoping, because, like, the first Dead Island game was so good, and then the Riptide, oh, like,
oh
was
yeah,
just
that
a
spin-off.
glitchy mess. And it just,
Ugh.
so it's just, I'm just going to be intrigued to see if this is just, like, the same kind of game, but, like, with new characters, and if it's going to be more like relevant to the current times and more like recent, and where it will be set and stuff. Like, it's going to be interesting for it to just be not another copy of every other zombie game that we've seen up to this point, because a
Yeah,
lot of
pretty
it's
much.
been done,
Yeah, I mean
you
that's
know?
Dying
that's the thing
Light.
with like Dying
Yeah, I
Light 2
mean,
just came out, right? And that's everyone's like, yeah, it's a fun zombie game,
yeah.
but it's a zombie game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's like at this point, like Dead Island was really like it was like zombies were really popular at the time, right? It's
Yeah.
what's the phrase I'm looking for? A fabric or a product of the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah,
Like
yeah.
all the zombie T-shirts, there were like books about zombie survival
Yeah.
guides and stuff. All the zombie
Films.
horror movies. It was
Yeah.
like it was a giant fad, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, definitely.
so
For
now it's
sure.
like part of me wonders, are they just saying this because Dying Light 2 just came out and like I think that kind of stirred up a bunch because there's a bunch of Dead Island references
Mhm.
in Dying Light 2.
Yeah.
Like all throughout. You can
Mhm.
find all sorts of like silhouettes in the background of the logo and stuff, and even like buses that say like, "Hey, go have a vacation in Hassan or whatever the island
Mhm.
was." I think there's a magazine that has like Sam B, the guy that did the Who Do You Voodoo.
Mhm.
He's on there. Like,
Mhm.
there's all sorts of stuff, and so I'm wondering if maybe that stirred up something. Now this company's like, oh shit, we should try to like capitalize on this, right?
Yeah.
So I'm afraid of what this might actually be. I think this scares me more than gives me confidence.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also, though, if you think about it, I mean, the only other really zombie series that could be coming out next year, because I don't think Dying Light 3 is going to be coming out, is potentially another Resident Evil game. So there's been a lot
Well,
of, like,
I mean,
there's been some
you.
stirring about that, hasn't there? About Resident Evil 4, potentially?
Well, it's funny you say that.
Oh,
So
good point, actually. Yeah, what is
we got
this?
this.
Well.
We got this timer. So
What could this
what
be,
a
I wonder?
fucking segue, Georgie.
You're
You're a
welcome.
natural.
You're
So,
welcome.
what? It's a week ago. This went up. A week and a
Mhm.
half or so. This website mysteriously went up. capcomgames.com/countdown.
Mhm.
And it's been ticking down steadily. And we will find out midnight tomorrow what this is going to be about.
Mhm.
That being said, there's a bunch of speculation. So,
Mhm.
just to touch on some of that, first of all, and the one that I think might be the most real, unfortunately, is Street Fighter 6.
Right.
Because every year Capcom does a Capcom Pro Tour for the Street Fighter games.
Mhm.
It would be ending right about now this year, but this year was canceled due to the sudden respiking in COVID-19 and all that, Omicron. So they ended up just canning the whole thing. We're just not even gonna do the league. We're just gonna have to end the league early. Sorry guys. That would be ending about now. And usually at the end of the league, there's usually an announcement. But Street Fighter 5's done. They've released all the DLC. The last character they put out for Street Fighter 5, they said, "Hey guys, this is going to be the hero of Street Fighter 6." So
Oh.
now it's really just a matter of
Yeah.
any day now.
Mhm.
When's the next Street Fighter game, right?
Yeah.
Because
Actually, in one
also,
day.
yeah, so it could
But it
be
might not be.
tomorrow at
Mm.
midnight.
Mhm.
Now, my gut instinct when I saw this font and I went Resident Evil.
Yeah, that's what I think when I look at it as well. It looks very Resident Evil-esque. And I think
It
they've
does. It's very, very Resident Evil. And there's been
Yeah.
soft confirms about Remake 4.
Yes. Yeah,
Uh,
I've heard that too.
But there's also been some leaks saying that, yes, while everyone knows about RE4, it might not be the next RE game. So a
Oh.
lot of people want to see Code
Ooh.
Veronica. A lot of people are still
Ooh.
curious about the Resident Evil Village DLC. Because
That's
that
a
got
good point.
confirmed and they never followed up on it. We have not
That's a
heard
very good
anything since they went, "Hey guys, RE Village did so good. We're going to give you more."
Mm.
And they haven't said anything since.
Yeah,
Been
I
radio
thought the
silent.
DLC was Resident Evil 8.
But my question is, what would they actually do DLC on in that game? Like, can you think of any character whose story that you could really follow in that game that would be like a good DLC chunk? Because I mean, if you think about it, like the only other character really potentially would be like Chris, and we already had Chris. We already played Chris
Oh,
in the game.
We did have a Chris segment,
Yeah.
but they could do more stuff with the Wolf team. What I'm
True.
thinking, my big brain is, what was the number one thing that everyone loved about Resident Evil Village? Who's everyone's favorite character? Who loves them giant vampire MILFs, right? So there's all those journal entries and letters you
Yeah.
find in the mansion of the
Mhm.
maid while the other maids are disappearing and stuff and being
Yeah.
taken away.
Uh-huh.
What if they had you play a horror section as one of the maids? Or someone working in the
Ooh.
house, trying to get out.
Okay.
Maybe a flashback, because
Yeah.
honestly,
Interesting.
the castle was the best part of that game. I
Yeah.
Unpopular. I know Resident Evil Village was actually not that popular to a lot of people, but I loved it.
Mhm.
But I can go, oh yeah, the castle's still the best part.
Mhm. Mhm.
So what they really need to do is
Yeah.
just give us more of that. Just give us more castle.
Yeah. Yeah. It was really weird because so much of it felt like so much of the marketing was around that and around that character, especially when they found out she was popular. So much of it was around that. And then you're right, it just wasn't enough of that
Yeah, they
area. And the fact
absolutely
that,
did not expect her to be as popular as she was.
No, she
They
kind of
forgot
blew
that
up.
the internet is horny, and
Yeah.
that was their mistake.
Yeah,
Especially because then, so the other option is there's been this concept art of Ada Wong going around
Oh.
that
Okay,
she was going to be in
interesting.
Village, and she has all this sweet leather stuff, and she has a plague mask and a big hooded cowl that she wears and stuff. And I'm like,
Ooh.
that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Give us
Give us Ada.
maybe her investigating the village before everything, maybe during the actual Lycan outbreak when that starts popping off, have Ada Wong running through there. That would
Mhm.
be cool.
That
I
would
think
be
there's a
good.
lot of potential, right, for Village.
Yeah,
But
I think there's some. Although I think for me personally, I don't particularly feel like after playing that game all the way through and playing everything, I don't feel like there's anything much I would almost want to go back to. What I want to know is where it's going to go forward, because obviously at the end of 8 it said the father story's over, and then you have
Yeah.
Rose, who's this super interesting character that they've now introduced. And also, I mean, even just at the end of the game, I don't know if you guys saw this, but when they're driving away in that car and there's a figure and the car stops and talks to whoever that figure is, there's so many theories around who that is. I just want 8. I just want 9. I want the next game. I want to know what's going to happen next because I feel
So-
like I don't feel like I need to go back as much to 8.
I don't know if I'm ready to move forward yet in the timeline.
Interesting.
Personally,
Okay.
I like Rose is interesting, but they've kind of done the bioweapon kid thing before in Resident Evil
Yeah.
6, right? Which I
Yeah,
know is
that's
not
true.
popular. A lot of people haven't played that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is kind of what I'm thinking is happening, right? Because if you've played through the remakes recently, there have been minute differences in them from the original games.
Mm.
But they're starting to point things into other directions. They're
Right.
starting to point like at the end of Remake 2 and in Remake 3, they talk about where Nemesis came from
Mhm.
and how Nemesis was made from an umbrella factory in like Europe, in like France or something like that.
Mhm.
Oh.
Which kind of makes more sense now to lead towards why is Umbrella in Europe in Resident Evil 4, right? Because
Yes.
4 was just like a jump originally. It was just like a, oh, hey, we're in Europe. Shit's wrong. Umbrella again. Oh, darn.
Mhm.
But now there's like, I feel like there's more stuff that is starting to point towards Resident Evil 4 making more sense. And so while moving forward in the series would be cool, I kind of want them to finish the previous stuff, like the previous remakes, and maybe make a better, more consistent story leading up to this point, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I think there is zero chance they will not go back to 4, right?
Yeah.
But
They'll do it.
5 and 6, maybe like they're gonna think of 5 and 6 as like, hey, these were like spin-off side stories.
Mm.
Here's a new mainline entry, right? Like Resident Evil, and they won't number it. They'll call it like, I don't know, Continuum or something like that. Some obscure subtitle
Resident
to kind
Evil
of bridge the
Boulder.
gap between Resident Evil
God,
Boulder.
remade Chris punching a boulder.
Bigger
Oh,
biceps.
God, I
Oh.
need it. I need
Wait,
that
which
gear.
remade Chris though?
Oh, what do you
I'm
mean?
gonna go with Resident Evil 5 of
What
Chris.
do you mean?
All right, look, we
Ow,
can all agree
man.
Resident Evil 7 Chris was a weenie, but
That wasn't Chris. That
yeah,
was cloned Chris that
yeah.
Umbrella made.
that was
like,
Chris Bluefield.
yeah. That was Dis Bluefield because absolutely not.
that was
yeah,
not
no.
Chris. That was
But
just
Resident Evil 8, Chris punching a boulder, that is what I want to see. I would
Yeah,
love to
fair.
see that.
Resident Evil 8, Chris Redfield, Big Daddy energy.
Yeah.
Big
Yeah.
Big
I
Dilf
just want to
vibes.
hear him shouting Wesker as he fists a boulder.
Oh man, I would love to see Wesker come back. I
Oh,
would love to
man.
see.
I like Wesker.
Yeah.
I thought he was Edgelord City, but there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Now look, like obviously a lot of people weren't a fan of like Matrix teleporting Wesker,
Yeah, that was a bit weird.
but I kind of liked it. I kind of
Yeah.
there was a part of me that was like, all right, but what if he like, because a lot of the bioweapons work was like creating a weapon, right?
Yeah,
why
yeah,
wouldn't-
exactly.
Who's to say they wouldn't have like one success and let it be the bad guy? Why not? Let
Yeah.
him be a nightmare. Like
Yeah.
that's okay. This story's already so zany, and people are like, it's not horror enough. But like,
Yeah.
hey,
I enjoyed
look at
the
the
action
first
part.
game. You're like, yeah, there's a
4
lot
and
of heart, but
5?
there's also a lot of like,
I like him.
why?
To-
Oh yeah,
to
4
be-
and 5, they're a blast.
To be honest, though, as someone who actually I've played 5 and 6 multiplayer, and to be honest, and it's something I said when I was playing the remake of 2, having a multiplayer Resident Evil game in the graphics and style of Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake, how good would that be, though?
That would
Like,
be
how
insane.
much fun? How sick would that be? That would be so much fun. So even if they just improved the story, I would love to play those games. But like in a better way, not having them like split screen. Like split screen, the screens are too small. Even like the Revelation games, having like those in better graphics.
Ooh, I haven't played the
multiplayer.
Revelation games. I have both of them. I
Fun.
haven't.
You
played them
should.
yet.
You should. But
Mm.
those in
Should
like
I
better
play them
graphics.
co-op?
Nah. Ooh, that's a good. I mean, I would say yes because I enjoyed the second one co-op.
Right.
But it's up to you. And I think you can only play it couch co-op.
Hmm.
I don't think it's online co-op. But
So I might
5
have
and
to-
6 are.
Man, I'll have to look at it. I know, like I've done 5, right? I've done
Yeah.
5 co-op and I loved it. But
Yeah,
I
it's
always tell
fun.
my friends, I'm like, this is a good game. It's not a good Resident Evil game, right?
It's a good
because it's
co-op
like-
game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a blast to play with friends. 6, I got through like a big chunk of it,
Mhm.
and then I forget what happened, but me and my friend just never had time to like sit back down and get back into it. And then eventually, time passes and you're just like, yeah, maybe
Struggled.
another time.
Really
But
struggled.
like
with
once I
6.
drop something once, I always have a hard time going back to it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a movie. Have I fallen asleep during a movie? Chances are 90% of the time I'm going to fall asleep every time someone turns that movie on now.
Yeah.
It took me like years to get through the Batman movie with Joker because someone put it on at like 2 a.m. I fell asleep in the middle of it, and then from that point on, every time I watched it, I'd fall asleep at the same time.
That's mad.
My body was just like, "Oh, it's nap time now, right?
Yeah.
Let's
It's just
go."
like,
Yeah.
oh no,
But
yeah.
So speculating on Capcom Clockcom, clap, clock. I don't know. I'm trying here. Bear with me.
Yeah.
Well, we're just gonna have to wait. We're just gonna have to
Mhm.
wait till midnight tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Uh,
hoping Resident Evil. I'm hoping it's a Resident Evil announcement. No matter what it is, I'll play it. But whatever it is.
I'm a giant fighting game fan,
Mhm.
but I'm not a Street Fighter fan. And I just started playing King of Fighters, so like I don't need another fighting game. I'm hoping it's Resident Evil 2. I'm gonna put my money on that one, hopefully.
Yeah.
We shall find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
We shall. We shall.
So moving forward as we go down the lane here, we got another little trailer that we kind of thought would be worth checking out. This is the Lord of the Rings trailer for the new Prime show. Now, I haven't seen this. I don't know anything about the show. I know it's been announced, and I know we looked at this picture down here of the lady in plate armor. And
I think that's the only thing I've seen of it so far. Literally, that picture you brought up, I was like, oh, okay, cool, Lord of the Rings. Other than that, I've not seen anything.
I know a little bit, and I haven't watched this either, so I think if we watch it, and then I can kind of tell you guys what I know.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested to like watch the teaser. So I think we should watch the teaser and see what we think, see what Chad thinks and everything, and then we'll get into it and what you guys are thinking of this series.
All right, so we're gonna play through it. I'm not gonna pause it. It's only a minute long.
Yeah, it's a teaser, isn't it? It's not a trailer. It's a teaser.
It's not even like a tease. We'll see.
Look,
we'll
it's
see.
A tease. Little tease.
All right. Let's get into it. Let's see.
Okay.
I already played the ad, so we should just be boom.
Haven't you ever wondered what else is out there? There's wonders in this world beyond our wandering.
Wait, I thought there was 2 moose walking then. Give me The Witcher 3. Give me Witcher Season 3.
No.
I'm gonna play it again without music so we can talk over it. But
yeah.
Let me hear your thoughts, right? Because I'm like roughly familiar with the Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Hobbit. I've never touched the Silmarillion, so I don't know, but maybe you guys have some insight. What's going on?
I don't know too much about the story. The only thing I know so far, because so like with this, like I didn't want to, because when they announced they were doing this, I wanted to enjoy it watching it visually. Because the thing is, like with the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, I read the book after I saw the movies. So I was like, right, with this, if they're releasing something, I'll watch this first and then I'll go and read the books afterwards. I already have my gripes just from it looking at it visually. I think it looks okay. Do I think it looks the best for the budget? No. I think you can already tell, like, it looks like the old Lord of the Rings films, and they were made 20 plus years ago, and we have come so far, like, graphics-wise and animation-wise, that, like, already a lot of this looks, like, really, like, animated and kind of fake. And I'm just like, I think, actually, the graphics from the Lord of the Rings movies look better, and the Hobbit movies look better. So I'm already, like, a bit disappointed just from it visually, because it's not that stunning, considering this is apparently one of the most expensive TV shows ever made.
I'm gonna slow it down in the background here, just so that we can kind of really like look at it while we're
Yeah, because
going
I
through
just
here.
think like this shot's quite nice, but I think that like it's not blowing me away. Like I'm not looking at this and going, "Oh, this is phenomenal. I'm so excited." Like I'm just looking at it going,
Can you
"Eh,
pause here?
Yeah,
like,
so
not
this is
okay."
actually the shot I wanted to get to.
I literally thought that was two moose walking side by side until I sort of get it close, and I was like, wait, what? What are they holding on their backs?
Yeah.
Well,
They're like
so they definitely
hounds?
have like horns attached to their packs, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that, I think.
Which I mean, general like that just feels like generic fantasy stuff, right?
Yeah.
So here's
Yeah.
the shot I was kind of curious about, right? Is these the big vista shots that Lord of the Rings is known for, right?
Yeah.
They filmed in New Zealand.
Mhm.
So I'm like, I don't know. I think it looks okay. I don't
It
think it
looks
looks awful. Does that girl have horns? I
See,
can't.
that's what I thought, or is that just like a
Just
hobbit?
twigs in her hair.
So this character, do you guys want to take a guess who this is?
Is this supposed to be I can never remember her name. Is it Ariandrel, the elf lady from the woods?
Galadriel. This is Galadriel.
Oh, okay, so I'm right. So it is that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Hmm.
this is young Galadriel.
Okay. So this is
I'm
like
already mad.
thousands
that
of years.
I'm already angry that it's not Kate Blanchett. So this whole story is supposedly it's over it's over at least 1,000 years, and they've already apparently planned about 5 seasons of this show.
Jeez.
Which I think have mostly been greenlit. So they're already thinking this is going to be successful. Like they like Amazon have put their like money banking on this, like that this is going to be successful. And I think that character we just saw leaning against the rock, that's Elrond.
Leaning against the rock.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
some of the shots are
the
kind of
young
cool.
looking dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll try to get a dwarf. That guy.
him. I think that's Elrond.
Oh.
Okay.
So supposedly this entire story is going to kind of be about like what they sort of did like before everything and before point, and then like there's theories about where it's going to lead to, but it's probably going to lead to like where the Hobbit kind of starts is my kind of theory. I don't know how I feel about it. Like I just don't think I don't think it looks that good.
I think I need more. Like, I need another trailer to drop to be like, okay, I'll check that out.
So I'm really curious about this scene. I'm not just trying to pause it on the naked man, right? That's not the goal. But I'm curious,
okay.
what is this supposed to be in
It's
lore-wise?
interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the thing is, if you think about it, everything that's happening at this point, as people who only are really familiar with like The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, we're not really going to know any of this. Because I mean, if you think about it, The Lord of the Rings only gives you a slight bit of canon of what happens beforehand.
Yeah, I
And all of
literally
that is
scene
relevant
to scene
to that.
here. Don't know what's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of bits and pieces where it's like there's a lot that's going to happen. So like lore-wise, it's going to be super interesting to find all this out.
Oh yeah.
It's, you know.
This scene right here is my other concern, right? And it goes by so quick. So this is why I was like messing with the slow-mo bit. Key to the Lord of the Rings films that made them so amazing was those giant fight scenes, right?
Yeah.
Just the giant battles were so key. Helm's Deep, and I forget I can't remember the other one. Oh god, I'm terrible with names. This is gonna be something people are gonna have to just get ready. I'm bad with names.
Sorry, I'm
but
the same. Yeah.
they were like these giant choreographed scenes, and already there's a like it's literally just happens for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see there's like a slow pan. Oh god, it's so fast.
If
This
that
might just
is
be
not
me.
Ian McKellen's hand, I'm gonna be raging. If that is not Ian McKellen's
Ooh,
fingers
if
right
we
there,
don't have Ian McKellen as
Oh.
Gandalf, that's going to be a problem.
yeah, that's my
That
other
for
gripe with
sure
this.
is going to be a problem.
Yeah,
That's I think that's the only actor hard and fast though that I'd be like they have to be there.
Yeah, because he's been in all of them. Like I know there's obviously a few that have, and obviously like there's another trailer playing.
Oh, maybe Saruman. Oh god, don't do that. We don't want to watch the Old Republic trailer.
Yeah, no, but like I think that like it'll be interesting to see.
I just want to see if there's like any other footage or anything.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much really, but like yeah, like it's a lot of just visuals. I know it's only a teaser and you can't judge too much of a teaser, but I don't know. I think that like there's like no familiarity, and just having like a character from like the original movies would just give you that link and familiarity of like look, it's Ian McKellen. Even if he's
Yeah.
only in one episode,
That would be a
right
giant
at the
confidence
end,
booster.
it
Yeah.
would just be this kind of like, oh, there he is, and you whatever, or just like anyone from the movies that would kind of tie this in, so it actually ties in. Like what I'm worried about is this is just going to be an entirely separate thing that is just going to be like its own thing on its own. Because like they apparently someone tweeted, I think Ian McKellen asking him about this, and I don't know what his response was, but like I don't think it was like a positive, like, oh, I'm definitely in it, don't worry. Like if he is, it's on the DL. But there's been no announcements of character or anything like that. There's been like nothing particularly said about a Gandalf as a character in this. There's not really been anything said about any of the wizards in it at all, actually.
Yeah, I know they haven't touched it. So I was just playing this trailer like half-mindedly, and I noticed there's some different footage going on here.
Yeah, this is a concept trailer though. So this is, I'm guessing they've taken this from the other movies.
So this is probably so that's probably why we're
Yeah.
seeing like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Old
this
footage.
this looks like this is just straight from from the other movie.
Yeah. There is actually, that's a good point actually that Miss Booth brought up. Is like there is actually some of the wizards we haven't seen yet.
Yeah,
there's only
there's five,
two
isn't
left.
there?
Yeah, 'cause if I remember
There's the
correct, I have
twins.
read the
because so it's
whatchamacallit.
all the wizards come together, right? Like all 5 of them come to Middle Earth at the same time. It's
Yeah.
Saruman the White, Gandalf the Gray, Radagast the Brown.
They just don't bother.
and
I think it was the other two. They don't
two
bother
blue
with
wizards,
much.
and they're like super undefined.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a super long video about them that I watched the other day, but it was like playing in the background, so I didn't retain a lot of it.
Mhm.
This is definitely. Is this from the game? I'm guessing this is all stuff they've. Yeah, this is fan made.
Yeah.
Smasher.
Yeah.
All right, well that's a bummer.
I was gonna say, like,
Um,
yeah, but I think that like it'll be interesting to see what they do. It's just that I just hope it's not so far removed from the original movies, and I hope it still retains that kind of style, and I hope it still kind of like stays true to it. But I don't know how involved Peter Jackson's been with this. I don't think he's been that involved. I honestly don't know, but I'm interested to see what's going to happen, and I'm looking forward to like a full trailer to give us a bit more. And obviously, like, there is a lot of interesting background. Obviously, like, I mean, you know, like Galadriel has a whole family, Elrond has a whole family. I'm kind of hoping that in later seasons they might even do the like having like Strider when he was younger coming in and meeting like what's her name, Arwen,
I mean,
and stuff,
wouldn't
and
this
have like
be-
all that background a bit later on, maybe, because that all
Oh
that
yeah,
all
later. Because I
overlap
was gonna
with-
say because
yeah, like
this
in
feels
later
like this
seasons.
is established. I mean, I'm just based on the title and seeing
How many
Galadriel
rings
so
of
young.
power were there?
A lot.
Yeah, because like didn't
Yeah,
they give
it's
like
quite
a
a few.
load
It's
to
like-
mankind and like some to the elves? And
let me just.
I can't
pull
remember how many
the-
rings of
I'll just
power
pull
that
the
there
comb up.
were.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, it's like if they've planned 5 seasons, what I'm hoping is that like the end of the show will like show these characters a bit more during what The Hobbit, and then kind of like tie in to
Yeah.
the Lord of the Rings. And that's what I'm kind of hoping, is that like if it's gonna do this, then like link it. Make sure there's a good solid link, and we see a few things that like give us that background stuff that we know from Lord of the Rings, or like that we know from The Hobbit that we never got to see, and just like have that tie in. And that's what I'm hoping. Will it do it? I don't know. It seems very removed, but I'm gonna be interested to see if they do, you know?
So just at a glance, there's 20 rings of power.
Oof.
Epic.
Okay.
So
That's a
like
lot.
we got. Yeah, it's I was like maybe there's like 10. No, it's 3 for the elves, 7 rings for the dwarves, 9 rings for the men, and an
Mhm.
additional ring, 1 ring, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, there's a lot. There is plenty, right?
Mhm.
And who's to say that there weren't like other lesser rings that they haven't told us about so far,
Yeah.
right? Now, granted, would that be? I feel like that'd probably be pretty bad if they start introducing like, oh yeah, by the way, secretly the orcs had some rings of power. Like,
Oh,
I'd
man.
be pissed. I'd be like, where is this story going? They're
Yeah.
fucking. Oh god, this is
Yeah.
a Black Mirror episode. We need to get out of here.
Yeah. No, it'll be interesting to see where it goes. But me, disappointed. But
Also, now that you've pointed out, now I can't stop being like, oh, hey, Galadriel in the plate mail. What's up, girl? Girl, I know you're gonna live for like thousands of years and become crazy, but you know what? Hey, that armor cute though. um,
Cool.
Yeah. so that's a hey, look.
Yeah. She does look pretty badass, so we'll give her that. She does look pretty cool. But the thing is, like,
man,
if
people
you
seem
think
happy.
about it, really, for example, I don't know a lot about Galadriel's back history and stuff, but like in The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, does she ever even pick up a sword?
No.
So if
Wait.
she is an elf,
Yeah, I think she does in The Hobbit.
I
I
think
think she
she-
does in The Hobbit.
no, I didn't think she did.
Yeah, there's a
I don't
fight
think she
scene
does.
in the.
No, but she doesn't fight. She uses her powers, but I don't think she fights. Because it's
not
like
sure.
Saruman and it's
That's it. Saruman, Gandalf,
and
and
Elrond are fighting, and then her and Gandalf having this. She like picks Gandalf up, and it's a really weird CGI moment, and it just looks really odd. And like, there's a whole thing where she's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
you know,
oh
to
wait,
be honest,
yeah,
I think
yes,
The Hobbit's
I
kind
yes,
of
you're right.
ugly.
Yeah, I remember now.
I think
Yes.
The Hobbit's kind of an ugly movie. That's
Mm.
my hot take for the day. Well, not
no.
my hot take for the day. I'm sure there's gonna be more, but
yeah." But all I can say is that like, if she has the ability to be all badass and have armor and swing a sword around and stuff,
Why doesn't she?
Why? Because Elrond's still doing it. Why? Why doesn't she? That's a huge, already big question for me. Was like she's jumping off cliffs and yeeting around, and I know she's a younger elf.
I could
Cool.
definitely see. I mean, we're
not
talking
exactly old.
thousands of years, right? So, oh yeah,
Curious.
this was a cool video. I just want to play this just because this looks cool, or not, and it's gonna play the. Okay, cool. This was sick. This was made with all practical effects, by the way. This is none of
I
this is
love things like
CG.
that. I like
So
things
this
like
is just like
that's not CGI.
macro camera. No, this is this is
Wow.
all they like carved out a thing, and then they poured smoke into it. They poured molten metal into it.
that. Okay, this is cool. I love
Yeah.
practical effects. I love things like this. Like that's sick.
Yeah, this is.
Ooh.
I'm glad you guys are watching this because
Yeah,
this was what I first saw, letting me know there was gonna be a Lord of the Rings show. Right? I was like, oh
Ooh.
shit, because this is so sick to watch. Right?
Yeah,
This is
that's
just
dope.
macro for like let's just zoom in as close as we can and call it a day.
Yeah, that is awesome already.
Even like oh
and you're
man,
telling
the way
me
the
none of that
colors-
is CGI.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's probably like a filter. Well, that part's probably CGI, the glowing metal. That
Yeah.
might be. But yeah, this was made with practical effects.
Nice.
There's like a
Yeah.
whole making of and everything. It's pretty crazy.
That's
Oh,
really
okay.
dope. Yeah, see, like, but the thing is, the fact that to me looks better than the show does so far isn't.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Like,
I think the
that
reason
was
the show
cool.
doesn't look good is because we don't know anything yet, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
like I think that's the scary part. I think that's making people more hesitant.
Mhm.
Visually, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
It looks fine.
Yeah, I
really
would say as well though something quite big that's coming out around the same. I think it's coming out around the same time as the Game of Thrones series, the new Game of Thrones series.
Wait, there's a new Game of Thrones series?
Oh,
yeah,
that's
it's
another
the-
one
it's
that I'm
the-
like,
it's the-
Didn't even know.
it's the House of Daenerys spin. So it's a House Targaryen spin-off. So it's like it's set like I think that one's set either a couple of hundred or a couple of thousand years beforehand. Oh no, I think it's 100 or something. And it's like
Yeah.
everything that happens up to that point in Game of Thrones.
I don't know how
And
I
it's
feel
like-
about
And I'm pretty sure that's coming out at a very similar time. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that because that's two like it's two very they're not completely similar but like fantasy shows,
that. Yeah.
you know? So
I mean, man,
it
as
could be
someone who
interesting.
loves fantasy, right? Like this is probably my like I'm not a big sci-fi guy. Fantasy though, I love it. I have fantasy books, fantasy comics, all of it. And having multiple things come out simultaneously, all hitting that fantasy thing's like it makes you really hesitant. You know, there's probably going to be some garbage mixed in
Mhm.
for sure.
Yeah.
Because oh, man, there's a lot coming out all of a sudden, so it kind of feels like we're hitting that fantasy fad again, and then we're going to go
Mhm.
back to sci-fi, and then we'll go back to probably horror for a little bit, and
Mhm.
like we go through waves. And so my worry is there's gonna be a lot of stuff that's gonna get me hype, and it's gonna suck. I mean, I feel
Yeah.
I feel the disappointment from at least like 2 or 3 of these shows. Just
Yeah.
statistically, they're going to be bad, right? There's no way.
Let's hope not.
There's
let's
no way
hope
that
not.
all of them could end up being good.
Ugh,
Let us
I
pray.
really
Math
hope so.
is- Oh man, like especially like you bring up Game of Thrones, those last 2 seasons. Ooh, those last 2 seasons were a rough watch.
But that's interesting
Yeah.
though because it's like do people trust the creators to make a good prequel show because of how bad the last few seasons was? Are people even going to tune in?
I don't.
This is the thing.
I don't trust.
One, I don't think they're using the same crew. I think they got rid of those guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of how bad the backlash was.
I mean, even the cast.
They went on to do Star Wars, I think.
Yes.
Which that turned out great for them. So that boys are on a roll.
Oh, they're gonna be popular.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're slated to do the next Star Wars, and everyone's like,
"Oh dear.
Oh really? We're gonna trust this? Okay."
Great.
But I guess we really just gotta see where it goes, right? Because
we've
got Lord of the Rings, we got the Game of Thrones show. We touched on last week. There's some like anime coming out that's gonna be kind of neat.
Oh yes, yeah. I think we brought up the.
But
was it Bastard?
Those aren't. No, last week was Chainsaw Man.
Oh, Chainsaw
Man, which
Man.
isn't really fantasy. But this week you did bring it up.
Yes.
Bastard.
Yes.
So keeping with this kind of like fantasy theme, right? We have a new heavy metal dark fantasy anime coming out, which is like.
Okay, I'm excited for this.
I've been waiting to watch this trailer. I can't wait,
same.
and I don't really have much to say about it. So like, let's just watch it. Oh God, my foot's stuck in the cords. I'm gonna rip it off the desk.
Oh God, don't do that.
We're good. We're good.
Yeeting cables out.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this trailer while I plug in my blue light, and let's see what this is about. Because I'm curious. All right,
yes.
I'm in. Good start.
I know. I was just like, done.
Start. Hell yeah.
Riffing already.
Whoa.
I know.
He appreciates thighs. Okay, I'm in. That's a Daisuke riff.
Yeah. This might satisfy my craving for Berserk.
What? We got
I know.
God damn it!
Heavy metal dark fantasy.
Look at the art. Look at the art. Oh my God. Whoa. Hold on. There's more to the trailer. Oh, is it just gonna be multi-language? Is that what we got here?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. I want to go back to this art.
Yeah,
this art just got me
might
so
want to be
hyped.
careful going frame by frame on this one.
No, we're not gonna go. Yeah, we're not. Hang on.
Let's maybe not do that for this one.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Look, so
there's a couple of things in this trailer. You know exactly what I mean.
Oh yeah, and just to be clear, there is no raw nudity in this.
No.
Just let's be like, hey, they might be gripping up some shirts, but there's nothing that we shouldn't show in here.
Yeah.
I sent this to someone else and I had them vet it, and I was like, "Yo, is this safe?" And they were like, "Yeah, safe. We're good." So
It was like,
I made sure because it was mentioned that like, hey, there might be something in here.
Yeah, it's always safe to be best to be safe.
Already, this art. There's a band that I play all the time called The Sword. This is the art they use for their logo. Like the same script and everything. This is a classic like metal thing for sure. I am so excited for it. I cannot wait. This looks sick.
So this is like a remake as well. So
it's a remake.
Yeah. So there's an original anime to this. So I was just like, and manga of course. So yeah, I was diving in a little bit deeper. I was like, oh, so it was originally already a thing.
Yeah.
I'm playing it again. It's muted.
The music though. Oh,
the music is good.
God,
some of those.
So good.
There's a riff in here that sounds so much like Holy Orders from this game Guilty Gear.
Oh, okay,
It's
okay.
dead on. You know, I'm gonna play the music again. The boss fight music kicking in.
I was like, Dark Souls?
We're just gonna play it again.
Is that Dark Souls?
Oh man.
The music is always gonna be so hyped. I love a good freaking soundtrack.
Yeah, alright, so he's kissing that girl's leg. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. We're adults. This is 18 up.
He looks dope too.
That
like,
riff right there. Oh man, it like matches the harpsichord in the background. I love it.
He looks like Inuyasha gone slightly.
Oh shit, yeah.
A little bit. All right, slime. Oh god, I paused it. God, I'm sorry. She had a I meant to skip it. I hit pause. It was.
You never pause on the slime.
It's like, yeah, we're not gonna pause
You
anything.
should know.
Pause.
God damn it.
Yeah.
You know what? We're gonna. God damn it. Yeah, no, that song. I'm gonna pull this up real quick.
But like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that-
it was worth mentioning because of the whole sort of Dark Souls thing, and like,
Yeah.
I think we still wanted to ask a couple of questions revolving around Dark Souls as well.
Oh yeah, no, we're by no means done.
Oh,
We
by
wanted
no
to get
means.
these announcements out of the way. But yeah, that song.
Yeah, it was
They
like
redo
hard
this song
hitting.
every year. They redo this song every year, or for every
I like
version
his
of
little
the game.
animation. He's
Oh
like,
god.
Look,
but yeah,
But
that
the character
looks
looks so sick. That show, I don't
That's
know
cool.
enough about it. You said it's a remake.
yeah.
You know how old the original was?
I can find out.
You know, like maybe when that came out. I'm really curious because I want to
probably
say
get
that
there
feels. It
before
gives
me.
me like early '80s vibes.
Yes, definitely 80s.
Oh,
80s,
geez.
90s.
Sorry, I've just seen the cover of the bloody
Oh,
manga. Oh my god.
yeah.
Should I
be
not
careful.
Google this? Should I not be the one to? All right, I won't.
No, do not.
Yeah, don't
Let's
put it
not
on
pull this up
screen.
on stream.
Yeah, let's
Well.
not put it on the screen.
I'm gonna put this song on in the background though, because this is the song it made me immediately think of.
Oh.
But it's got the harpsichord, and then there's a guitar if that's like dead on.
Interesting.
There it is. It reminds me so much of the theme we just listened to.
Interesting.
can't-
The manga initially came out in 1988. That's when it started.
Oh.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and then it went till 2010, but it went on hiatus after 27 volumes. And the original anime came out in 1992, and there were 6 episodes of that. So there hasn't been any new content for this since 2010.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
I don't think
it'll
there's-
hopefully be decent.
Yeah.
I was like, let's get some
Yeah.
anime talk on here. Let's get some bastard going.
Yeah, well, apparently
Oh, yeah, we got it in there.
apparently the author's a big fan of heavy metal music and Dungeons and Dragons, so he basically just took those things.
So he's just
and
me.
slapped
Okay.
them together, yeah. So that's
And
what
then he
they've
just
done.
throw some anime waifus in there. Yeah, it's me.
Yeah,
it's
that's
me.
what they-
Okay,
that's
cool.
what they've done. Yeah.
Guys,
This
I'm
anime
making
was
an
made for
anime. In
Patch.
case you didn't know. Yeah.
I also know exactly why this anime is the way it is. So apparently the author was originally a hentai manga artist.
Yeah, that checks out.
So
That-
that's why. So he started off that,
That
way
checks out.
and then made his own manga. So
Yeah,
that's
that.
probably why we've seen a few things we've just seen.
So
Jesus Christ.
I swear to God, if this is a hentai, we've just watched this.
I know. I'm gonna be like, oh shit, is this just a censored version?
look, hey, Netflix is starting to produce hentai. I'm down. Sign me up.
God.
Call me the hentai
I mean, didn't they have that?
senpai.
What was it? Interspecies interviewer thing on Netflix. Was that on Netflix?
Wait, what? Sorry, that was really loud.
Beastars?
Oh,
No,
Beastar.
no. It was
Oh,
think it's-
the other animal one? Me and-
Yeah.
I was talking to Fat Shaggy the other night trying to remember this, and we couldn't remember what was the other like anthropomorphic anime they had put on Netflix.
Yeah, I'm pretty
What
sure
was
it's that
it?
one.
There was one about the screaming. It was like the little bunny or something. Oh no, it's a cat or something, wasn't it?
Oh,
Agretsuko.
Agretsuko?
Oh,
Agretsuko
Oh,
is
yeah.
great. That's done by
the Red Panda.
I think it's done by the same people
That's
that do Hello Kitty. What's that company called?
Oh,
The Hello Kitty company.
No, there's there's a specific name for them. I wish I
Oh,
could
did they?
remember.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought they were just called the Hello Kitty people.
Hello
I was
Kitty is
happy to go with
like
that.
a type of character.
Oh yeah, but I thought they just became.
Sanrio, that's what it's called.
Oh, okay.
Sanrio. So yeah, I think Agretsuko is actually a Sanrio character. It's just like their like adult cartoon, which is like sick. Sign me up. Cool.
Oh my god,
Um,
sorry. That just really threw me back because I was like, oh, sorry. When you said Hello Kitty just then, I was like, wait, didn't there used to be a Hello Kitty game? And then there
Oh,
was a
yeah.
Hello Kitty PS2 game that I've just remembered actually existed
Oh,
in the
God.
world because I used to play it.
I don't want your success
I'm
story,
just
lady.
like, oh my god. So that just popped into my head. That was so weird. I've not thought about that game in so long. Oh my god. Sorry, that was
Man.
really weird. But yeah, I'll have to look
Yeah.
at that later.
I mean, so that's cool. That's exciting. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see that because like there's only so many like classic fantasy manga anime, right? Like there's Berserk,
my favorite,
Um,
Claymore.
Vinland Saga, Claymore, and
Um,
I would say even though this one's like more rooted in like samurais and stuff, Vagabond.
Oh, Vagabond's
Those
really
four
good.
Mhm.
are incredible pieces of like history, fantasy type stuff, and
Mhm.
it's so good. And all of them are going to
art-
go unended.
The
I
art
believe.
alone.
I don't think any of them ever finished.
No. You are correct there. None of them finished. Oh, no,
That is
Claymore did.
something-
Claymore finished.
All right, so that's 1 out of 4.
Yeah, that's 1 out of 4. But like with most manga, they tend to not finish,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Because either
Something I
A,
found
the
very
author
common.
dies, or B, it's just like giving up halfway through.
Very common in
Yeah.
anime and manga is that a lot of them just like don't finish. Like one of my favorite series of all time has been going since 1990, and to this
Oh.
day is still not finished. And they don't
What
know if
is
they're even
that?
gonna finish. It's called Sayuki.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's actually a historical one where basically they're on a journey to the west, so they're going from China to India,
Yeah.
and it's
That sounds
basically
sick.
then it's basically a journey where it's like a priest, a monkey king, a kappa, and a well, he's called Hakai, but he's not actually like a pig in it. But he's also a demon, and they basically all go on this journey, and they have to like defeat demons on the way because they're basically trying to like defeat the demon king that's being resurrected
Wait,
in India.
That sounds like Journey to the West. Or
It is Journey to the West, but it's the anime. It's like the manga and anime.
Oh, sick.
So it's that journey, but it's in a manga and anime, and there's tons of anime of it. There's so many that have been released.
Because
And they've, like,
originally
just
that's a
released-
Chinese story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like they've just taken that tale and then made it into like a manga
That's
and anime.
mad.
But yeah, but it's been going for like 30 years, like a long time, and
Oh,
they've
wow.
only just reached India. Like it's taken them so long, but they've got there. So I'm just waiting for them to actually do something about this flipping Demon King. But no one's ever watched it. Like no one's ever seen this thing. I've never found anyone that's watched it, but it's so popular. It's such a big thing.
I've never heard of
Like,
it.
Oh man,
I'm looking
it's
up now. It
amazing.
looks good. It looks like art-wise, it looks fine. It looks cool.
Yeah, like and it's changed a lot over the years, like the art style, and she's like got a really good art style now. But it's
Okay.
great. It's really good.
Is this a priest with a gun? Is this what I'm looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, he's
Just want to
badass.
make sure priest with a gun checks out. Okay.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
like
Well,
this.
he's not the best priest.
He looks pretty angry in this picture. In some of the stuff I'm seeing over here, he looks pretty grumpy.
Yeah, he's pretty. Yeah, Sanzo's quite a grumpy priest. Yeah, but no, it's really good. It's very funny. It's very like the dramatic moments are very dramatic. Like yeah, it's great. I definitely recommend it.
I'm gonna have to
If
check
you like
that
historical stuff, yeah, if
That
you like
looks-
historical stuff, like and demons and stuff, like it's definitely yeah.
out. Okay. Okay. Sick. No, I'm gonna add that to my watch
I was
list.
gonna say that's like
actually.
another one to try out. Thank you, Georgie.
I was like, oh
You're
man.
welcome. You're welcome. Yes,
like-
get into it, please. You should
Now-
discuss it.
I don't watch a ton of anime, but I've watched enough that like I've considered starting a my anime list. I think I'm gonna do it.
Do
Oh, you
it.
I am-
should.
Like I have a few that like I'll tell anyone like, oh, you want to watch an anime? Here, check this one out, right?
Mhm.
I think it'd be worth it to like, I don't know. Maybe it's a weird thing I like to do. But does anyone else like to just like categorize and organize things for no reason? Does anyone else be like, like I need to like list my favorite games. I need to have a list of my favorite movies, like bands, categorizing bands and like listing. Like I love it. I don't know. Maybe I have OCD. Maybe I'm just exposing myself right now. Anyways, we should continue on though, because we've gotten through the big announcements that we thought were worthwhile this week. Let's get to the meat and potatoes, right? We're already sitting on what, 2 hours here? Where are we at? I can't even tell. I don't have a timer on us. Hour and a half? Great. This is perfect. We're moving.
Oh,
we're
we're on
schmoving.
that. Nice.
But we gotta talk Dark Souls, right?
Yes.
And I don't think there's any better way to start than to watch this cutscene. The original, the remastered opening for the
Ooh.
first Dark Souls game, right?
This is definitely a good place to
This
start.
is something we're gonna have to touch on this, and this is gonna spawn a bunch of discussion topics that I
Okay.
hope you guys are ready for.
I'm ready. I'm ready
So
to enjoy this.
let's just watch this. We're gonna sit back, everyone grab your popcorn, put your feet up.
Okay.
Let's go.
Ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons.
So pretty.
But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame.
Oh, look, it's my boy Nito.
Here's the boy.
What an utter unit.
Oh, look at him. What a beast. It's huge.
Very bony.
The Witch of Izalith.
We're definitely gonna touch on like just the level of design in this game for sure.
Do you know what? So much the plot is coming together.
Yeah, is it suddenly like making sense to you now? You're like, oh.
Have you seen the Berserk and Dark Souls comparison video?
Easily forgotten.
Oh yeah.
No, I haven't actually.
It's
I'll give it
it's
a watch.
insane what they took from Berserk, basically, from inspiration for a lot of the monsters and demons.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get into that. Let's get through this
Oh,
cutscene
yeah.
because
Yeah.
Georgie's now like her mind's suddenly like it all makes sense.
I just wanted some magic, you know?
Stone skills. The witches weaved great firestorms.
Oh man.
Wait, has Georgie not seen this?
No, I haven't.
She's seen it, but she hasn't seen it since she played the game yet.
Oh, right.
So now the cutscene makes sense.
And see the
Somewhat.
souls betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more.
Oh shit.
Thus began the Age of Fire.
And now you know what that place is.
Uh,
But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers, and man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark side.
Now I'm gonna be up front. I can't explain all the lore. I am no Vati Vidya.
He's very well versed in Dark Souls
I mean,
lore.
that guy has put crazy effort into it.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
So let's hang on. Let's just Georgie, initial reaction upon seeing this now that you've played the game.
It's actually kind of crazy because I knew who everyone was, which sounds stupid. But when you've played the game and you fought all the bosses, right? And you hear these names, you're like, oh Neo, oh Seath, that cursey little like bitch that I did all the spark, things, or like, oh the Bed of Chaos and Izalith, and then oh freaking the daughters, the spider daughters.
Daughters of Izalith, yeah.
It's like all these things just like all of a
So-
sudden click, and you're like, oh, like these are why these are like the big bads that you had to like screw to, like up to then like get to the end of the game, and this is why it's like relevant, and it's like,
Yeah. So basically,
Oh.
this is Dark Souls has this habit of creating the intro cutscene, and it's like again, it's like calling your shot. It's like pointing to the WrestleMania sign,
Yeah.
being like, "I'm going to WrestleMania. I'm
yeah.
gonna take out Gwyn, Nito, like Kayla, like you're naming all your enemies, right?
yeah,
But also, this is basically the creation myth for the world, right?
yeah,
It's
yeah,
there was a fire, it created light, it brought these, the four lords.
yeah,
It's just it tells so much. And when you first play the game, right, you're like, it's throwing these names at you. It's like it almost comes off as poetry. You're like, this is real abstract. It looks cool, but like, I don't totally get it.
Yeah.
And then once you have in your brain, like, oh, you know who Gwyn is because you fought him. You know who Nito is because you fought him. See, you're like, oh, damn. Like it's, and this is like one of the biggest things I love about Dark Souls. This is
Yeah.
the thing that gets me like masterpiece, right?
Yeah.
I think this game is crazy. And there are so many layers to the storytelling, right? Like very few actual cutscenes. Very
Yeah.
few like, hey, here is exposition explaining what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
And Miyazaki recently in an interview came out and talked about that came from him being poor as a child, right? Being a poor kid, he didn't have access to like books, movies, TV, all that. So he would just play with what he could. And a lot of the time it was having to piece together stories just from what he could see on like posters and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And that's what like a lot of his, I guess, philosophy was at first about the storytelling in this game. Like he wrote a story, but he's like, I really wanted to like, you gotta kind of just pick it up naturally. You have to play through, get people's names, their one-liners and stuff that you're like, yeah, whatever. The night comes and the death will be here on Tuesday or whatever. Then you're
Yeah.
like, now that you've played through the game once, you're like, oh shit, wait, did this guy just say it's Monday? That means that when the sun comes, oh god, and like
Yeah.
you could start theory crafting so much shit. It's amazing. It's incredible.
Yeah,
It really sets the tone.
it does. It really tells a story in such a different way. You know, it's like it really like the one thing I've always said about the Dark Souls games very strongly ever since I started playing them was like it really doesn't hold your hand and
No,
pull
not at
you
all.
through the story. You have to like find your own way. And in a way, like I didn't like that at first. But the more I kind of got into the games, the more I really began to enjoy it. And now, like, as someone who's like finished the first game all the way through, watching this back again, it's just like it now is beginning to piece these bits together for me. And it's like now it makes me want to go and play that game again to then talk to all the NPCs and follow each of the stories and really get that lore and like gets you like excited for doing that, which is kind of like the genius thing about this game is that like the replayability on it is actually kind of crazy. Like how replayable this game is. It's kind of nuts in it on its own because like the boss fights and the achievement of doing the boss fights on itself is a reason to replay. But then when you add in having to discover bits of story, having to like be at certain places for certain times and like you know if you don't do this first then you're going to like miss like this cutscene and you know you might not see this character and this character might actually die because you've not done that. It like gives you these different options.
That's
nuts.
another good one of just being like, hey, I'm in this place, and like you would have no idea that a character has died because you're not following the story, right?
Yeah.
Like you're totally unaware. You wouldn't even know that character's supposed to be at X, Y, or Z location because you missed it. You don't know.
Kind of nuts.
And that's like, and I mean, not only does that make it replayable, right? But just mechanically, like everything's very. I don't want to say solid, right? Because there is a fair amount of jank.
Yes.
But even in like the jank, there's like it's like Resident Evil jank, where it's like you play through it a bunch and you can start to almost account for it and be like, it's a feature at this point.
Yeah.
For sure.
Like, but even mechanically, right? There's storytelling, which I can't wait to touch on. I'm like bursting at the seams with little bits of like information because I've been researching this all week to tell you guys some crazy shit. So I'm excited. But starting from like the very beginning of the game, right? Let's talk about how it opens. It opens you up in like kind of a tutorial level, right? You're in the prison or the undead asylum.
Yep.
And this is where like game design starts really coming into play and showing its strengths, right? Is that it's pretty linear. There's not a lot of space for you to run around and do different things. So it forces you to be introduced to like concepts very early. The boulder, right? The first boulder you come across on those stairs, and it smokes you.
Yep.
Everyone gets wrecked by that boulder, right?
Yeah.
Unless you've watched someone else play that boulder will always get you.
Yeah, you're like, that's, it's the first lesson of being like, oh, okay, shit's not fair. Check that one off the list. Okay, so we got that started. It also shows the wall breaking, right?
Yes.
That boulder is what causes the wall to break. That lets you talk to Oscar and get your Estus flask and all that. That's another element of like, cool. It forced you into the situation to introduce the concept. So now later on in the game, if it happens again, it's less of a surprise and more of like I knew to look out for that. And it may reveal a secret to you later.
Yeah, it gives you that first choice, which is the interesting thing of like choosing NPCs and whether or not you're going to kill them or not is also an interesting thing in this game. And it's a whole thing, but like it just introduces you to that first choice of like, oh, like this character is like anyway and give me some stuff. Like, do I just leave him here, or like if I kill him, what different thing is gonna happen?
Oh, yeah, and I mean,
Like,
so
That's a big part of the
You
game
know,
as well.
Mhm.
another aspect of the replayability of like you want to go back and you want to start finding this story, right? But as you do that, you're like, oh, all right, here comes the Tauros demon, right? At this point, like the Tauros demon is more like just a mechanical check for people that play the game. But by constantly having to redo this to get the story, it's developed all these strategies, which leads to speed running the game too.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are really blown away. They're like, how do people even get into speed running? But this is it, is you have
It's
something
fun
that
to
compels
speedrun
you to want
Dark
to play it a
Souls.
bunch of times again.
Mhm.
And then you're just like, there's parts that suck, and you're like, how can I go faster? How can I skip it? How can
Yeah.
I open up a shortcut to get around it and just never fight this boss ever?
Mhm.
And all of that comes from this like well written and kind of hidden story that makes people want to replay it again. That and a million weapons to pick from. But that's just
The
something that
combat
is
is
just
so
like,
deep. I was going to touch on that because, like, depending what weapon you choose, it's like a completely different game that you're playing.
yeah, it's almost like you make your character around
Try
the
playing with a
weapons, right?
mace, and it's like you've got that bleed sort of effect on it as well.
Oh,
which,
yeah.
which
Only
is
if you use the
really cool to play
balding
with.
star.
Want to play with
Oh,
magic? You can use the sort of staff to play with. It's really cool. I like the fact that the game can change a lot for you depending on what build you're going to go with.
So, I mean, we're touching on weapons. Georgie, yours is going to be one and the same, but for Kage, what was your first weapon and what's been your favorite weapon, if you remember?
So my first weapon was I'm probably going to butcher the naming of this, but the Zweihander.
Oh, yeah, the Zweihander, the two-hander.
Yeah, obviously I was reading Berserk at the time as well, so I was just like, I want a big beefy sword, and that's the longest sort of sword you can get in that Dark Souls for the first one. So I pretty much ran with that until I found that wasn't my sort of playstyle afterwards.
I just realized there's like random background videos playing. I'll keep it on this for
It's
now.
fine, it's fine.
Nice little loop.
So I swapped out for the Black Knight Halberd afterwards because I really liked the sort of long range of like spears and stuff because it gave me the advantage of reach. Enemies couldn't get that close to me. I had like better attacks as well.
Right,
So
you didn't have to.
when you get stuck in corridors in Dark Souls, your sword will ricochet off the walls, and sometimes that can be a life and death situation if an enemy bops you. So I was like, right, if I use a spear or a halberd, and you can just attack straight, you're not going to hit a wall.
Yeah, and that like we'll talk about that more when we get to Dark Souls 2.
Yeah,
it wasn't it was frustrating in Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 2, that became a problem.
Yeah, it
But
did.
we'll get to that when we get to that. Georgie, your weapon of choice.
Well, so I mean, I mean, first like proper one was Zweihander because when I was going into Sen's Fortress, I was really struggling with the lizards, and I don't know if I was using Claymore at that point, but basically people were like, "Oh yeah, like you've got like if you've got Zweihander, like that is really good for like hitting an enemy two-handed and like crushing them, and you're doing a strength build, so like here's what you should use." The problem with me for that though was that like I used that up to Sif. So I did the entire of Sans with it. And then I came back from an Orlando and then went the other way to do like the Sif route essentially. And that weapon is super slow, in my opinion.
Yeah,
When
it
it comes
is.
to hitting
It
stuff,
is.
which is when then I changed to my beloved Claymore, aka Baymore baby. Because it's Bay all day, every day. It's
Hashtag
Bay.
Baymore.
Hashtag Baymore, love it. And like, honestly, like using Baymore, such an improvement. When I found out that was in DS3, oh my god, it changed the game. It changed the
changed your life.
game. It changed. Like I have not used another weapon since, pretty much. And even in Dark Souls 3, I started with a different weapon. And the minute I found out Claymore was available, we went and got it. Because I was like, this weapon is like because like with a strength build, it just works so well.
Yeah.
If you're doing a strength build, it's like the best weapon for a strength build. Plus, I never got the Black Knight sword, which is the one I've heard is like really hard to get and very OP.
The Black Knight weapons are hard.
Yeah.
It's
so
a end game.
Let's touch on a few things that you guys just brought up. One, let's talk about the Baymore Zweihander. Because you both played with Zweihander. When I first played, I also started with the Claymore. I did the Claymore first.
Okay.
because you can get both very early in the game.
Yeah, you
right?
can.
They're
Yeah.
both strength weapons, but they both have kind of different move sets. One's more like wide slashes, where the other one's are more overheads.
Yeah.
So it like in those early areas, I think it's the Claymore is the one that has the wide slashes. It's a little bit faster, it has a lower strength requirement. And just man, does that carry you?
Yeah.
It is so good.
Yeah.
The Spyhander has a ridiculous strength requirement.
Mhm.
And it's
Yeah.
also mega slow. So with that comes the caveat of like probably wanting to build for like poise or something like that. So that is the way you just like tank hits and you can just hit them harder.
Mhm.
But that's I feel like not as fun, right? It feels like it's just kind of like bulldozing the game where like the Claymore you still had to like dodge and
Yeah.
it was
You
good
can totally
for like
tank the game if you want
quality, right?
to, but I
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
prefer-
can tank the game
I
a
prefer
million
having
with
to
a
be able
million
to
different
move.
weapons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
having like essentially doing the run I ended up doing, which I really enjoyed, which essentially no armor with Claymore. I mean, even just if you're running through an area, that like slash move that you do, because like the move if you're running and you do like it's like R2 or something, and like you do like a spinning slash move, that move saves your ass so much because it's just it just kills. Like that move just kills, and it's so useful. It's like with Spy, you'd be looking at like fair enough, you can get an enemy to the floor. But that's like all your stamina gone.
Yeah.
And then you're having to do it again if you want to kill them because you've got to do a downward slash. And your other slashes can sometimes miss. So it's a real like conundrum of a situation with it. But like it's interesting because like through all these games, I've like speaking of weapons, like I've only done strength. So something that I want to go back and do is do a completely different mix and use a completely different set of weapons when I do NG Plus run. Because I want to see what else I can do and probably try and do a combo mix of strength and dex and use a different weapon.
So
let's try.
That's what I like about Dark Souls though. Like all the weapons, you get completely different movesets from all of the weapons. It's insane.
Yeah, I like it
though. So the strength dex thing, that's called quality, right? And that kind of I feel like that was probably my first build when I went through because that kind of let me just any weapon I came across, I could pick up and wield, and it was sick. But I've noticed I feel like everyone's done a strength build, right? I mean, that's I feels like that's the standard one. You get in there, you see big sword, and you're like, I'm ready. Give it to me.
Yeah.
So you've only played once. Kage, what builds have you like gone through and which one's been your favorite?
So I like sorcery and being able to use melee as well because I can buff my damage with magic and you can get people from a stupid distance with magic.
So now I haven't tried it in Dark Souls 1.
Every enemy.
I know a lot of people say that arcanes like it might as well be cheating in Dark Souls 1.
It is cheesing.
So I have not used magic in Dark Souls 1. I've only used magic in Dark Souls 3.
Yeah.
And that was I haven't finished the run. I still haven't saved.
You could break the game.
Back, but you could, but you can also get your back blown out by a bunch of bosses.
Yeah.
Specifically, like I don't want to get too even, but the dancer as a caster was a nightmare.
Yeah.
So I ended up switching. I bailed. Like someone convinced me to go full caster because I was doing like a great sword that I was buffing with magic.
Yeah,
and that was cool.
That's cool.
But someone convinced me to go full caster, being like, "Oh yeah, it's mad easy," and it was no good. It was no good.
They sort of balanced it out a little bit for like Dark Souls 3.
So we'll save. We got some. So there might be some lore reasons behind it too.
Oh,
there is mechanically stuff in the game, and we'll talk about this one in the beginning. But
okay,
especially during this cutscene, since we're playing it right now. There's a scene where they talk about Lord Gwyn and his spears of lightning, right?
Yeah.
And can I just say
in this game?
Oh, I was just gonna say, so glad that wasn't in his final boss, by the way.
It wasn't?
No?
He can throw lightning at you.
Can he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he can. Pretty sure he can throw lightning at you.
Yeah, he throws lightning. You were just very lucky that he didn't throw lightning at you.
I was gonna say, I was like, oh, never mind. I never got that then.
So
he just kept yeeting his jump attack at you.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Sorry.
But they talk about they differentiate in this game hard and fast between miracles and magic, right? And arcane.
Oh, yeah.
So this is going to kind of span 3 games, but this is such a cool thing. I want to talk about the storytelling in this game. Miracles in Dark Souls 1 are so crazy powerful. A faith build, like doing strength faith, is probably my favorite build I've ever done in Dark Souls 1. Like Holy
Okay.
Paladin, big sword, lightning spear, let's go. And it does so much damage.
I've
Yeah.
never done
It is
faith
so
builds
powerful.
in I've done it in Dark Souls 2. I've done it because in the first patch, lightning was just stupid OP, and
Oh yeah, lightning is crazy overpowered.
you get it really
Uh,
early. You can get it like straight away almost.
I should have pulled this up before. Now that I'm thinking about it. But so when you get Georgie, when you play through, how many of the item descriptions were you looking at? Were you like reading a bunch of them, or did you kind of just like pick up an item and be like, oh yeah, I have this thing?
Oh, so many. I was reading everything, 100%.
Okay, so a lot of the story in this game comes from the item descriptions.
Makes sense.
there is-
Why I know fuck all story. Yeah, makes a
Yeah,
lot of
same.
sense.
Literally a case of I've picked up a sword. Yay! Oh, I picked
Yeah.
up some sort of tome. Great.
Yeah.
Does this
yeah.
open any doors?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Just
Oh
like,
yeah,
can I use this?
especially like some of the weapons in the Dark Souls games, the boss weapons, they'll tell you background on like Nito's, like the Gravelord Greatsword will give you background on Nito, which
Oh.
is
Except the first playthrough
Crazy.
is like, I think I need to consume these for like more souls.
yeah, I need levels, and you just start chomping on
Yeah,
them.
it's just
Pretty
like
much.
whop.
I didn't get a single boss weapon in the first game. Like, not a single
You're
one.
doing I think you mentioned you're doing like another playthrough, aren't you?
Yeah.
So you could
Yeah,
probably
you're
like
gonna do a new game plus.
yeah, you can get
right?
a load of boss weapons on the new game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably
Okay.
the plan.
So
I
I
just
pulled
needed
these up
souls.
now. Let me.
Nom.
So lightning spear is gonna be our like my analog, my example of this storytelling across the games and
Okay.
how they tied mechanics into the storytelling.
Okay.
So in Dark Souls 1, miracles were super overpowered. Everyone complained about them.
Yeah.
And the lightning spear was probably one of the worst, right? It was one of the biggest offenders. It was so buff. You could hit enemies from downtown and just do chunks of damage. They were boss deleters. And over the next game, right? Dark Souls 2 comes out. Lightning spears and miracles exist. And everyone's like, they kind of nerfed them a bit. They're a little weak.
Mhm.
Okay. Fine, whatever. That makes sense, right? Because we all complained in Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
And Dark Souls 3 came out. And miracles seemed even weaker still, right? You found them earlier, you could do them more frequently, but overall the damage was once again brought down. They just weren't as powerful. And then you start to think, all right, so are the Dark Souls games hard and fast like ever declared as connected? No. There's like links, but they seem like these links may be tens of thousands of years old, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I want you to think about what happens to a story over tens of thousands of years. It fades, right? It's not,
Mhm.
it's like
it
telephone. It's not the
appreciates.
same story told over time.
Yeah.
And you can find this in like some of the items that you find repeatedly across the games. You'll notice they take wear. They like you get a certain boss item in one game, and then you might come across in the second game and be like, oh, the face is worn off. It's ancient and old. So for miracles, the idea is that, the story's not remembered. This is the first cutscene of Dark Souls, right? And you see Lord Gwyn, the guy who invented the lightning spear,
Mhm.
chucking them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the description in the game is a miracle passed down to those bound by the warrior of Sunlight Covenant. Hurl lightning spear. Lightning spears inflict rare lightning damage and are very effective against magic, most of all dragons, right? We have the story of what the lightning spear is, where it came from, and what it does. And then you get the Dark Souls 2 description. A miracle that launches a spear of lightning. Said to be the legacy of an ancient clan whose leader was revered as the god of sun. Name of the clan has been lost to time, but the gross incandescence of our magnificent father shall never wane. So there's hints of the story,
Mhm.
but you're missing parts.
Yeah.
And the miracle itself is weaker. People's faith, their ability to believe in this thing. And so they do that repeatedly across all the games with a bunch of items where you'll get something from a previous game, but it'll be weaker and usually broken down and worn.
Mhm.
And that's just another element of the storytelling in this series that just is like, who's gonna compete with this? Who's gonna go through this much effort to create thousands of item descriptions
Yeah.
to tell people like, oh yeah, by the way, like miracles fade over time. That's really the point of all of that.
Mhm.
But
clever.
they thought to put that in the game, and it's just like that's a
clever.
masterclass of design. That is amazing to me.
Yeah, that's really clever.
But another like really popular element and like another strong design point is Firelink, right? Everyone knows Firelink, everyone loves Firelink.
Mhm.
But that first time you hit Firelink and you have all the options of where to go, Georgie, you had complained about it earlier. You're like, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was one of the biggest. It was probably the biggest negative about the game was that if I hadn't been streaming it, and because in these games it's like running around not knowing what you're doing is such a weakness. Like it really disadvantages you not knowing where you're going. It's yeah, like it's bad. Like it's bad if you don't know where you're going because the thing is like so for example, if I went from that first filing area and I went down all the way down into the catacombs,
Oh
I
dear.
had a certain amount of souls, I lost them in the catacombs. If you're a brand new player dealing with those bloody skeletons coming back to life repeatedly, you don't even need to be there. But it's an area that's available to you from the beginning of the game. But you don't need to be.
I like that it does that though. I like that it does that.
Yeah, but it's like you can go into that entire area.
There's a reason for that.
Oh man, Georgie's about to be like, you son of a bitch. So there's kind of a thing I like about that. Now, since you don't like that, hopefully you can like provide a counterpoint here.
Okay.
But so this was the intent behind the design, right? This is this is one of the many points I was getting to. Is that they love this thing of like subtlety in telling the player what to do, but still giving you the freedom of choice, right? So if you look at those 3 routes you can go, right? You can run backwards into the cemetery and hit the skeletons, but they keep getting back up. So you're like, fuck, I'm not supposed. This is fucked up. I gotta get out of here.
This is not the way to go. The game is literally saying, do not go this way. You can go
downstairs, right?
New Londo?
To the Drowned City, New Londor, and it's ghosts, right?
Yeah.
And you can't hurt ghosts without doing anything. They're and if you do kill them, you don't get souls from them.
Yeah.
Which is another like, so that's supposed to be your hint, like, nope, not this way either. Which leaves you with only the 3rd route. And they kind of did that on purpose, just to like kind of like warn the players, right? And it was almost intentional. They wanted players to like throw themselves at this and then get their back blown out and be like, why am I not supposed to be here?
Yeah.
And so maybe this is bad because I've had it explained to me. Oh god, videos are just playing again. I gotta remember to stay on top of this. Galahad, whatever it is.
Turn off your autoplay.
How do I do that? What is that a thing?
Yeah,
that is a thing.
What?
Where is? Oh yeah, up there. I think.
This thing?
Is it that one?
You know what? It's fine.
It's at the bottom next to the CC thing.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Heroes and icons.
Yeah. We know.
But so that was like Miyazaki has bragged about how proud he is of that Firelink design because of that. And that's like a huge point of pride. And it's just I see that's
what I was saying. I like the fact that that's in the game. Because that is also one of the first places I went to was the Skellies. And I was just like, oh shit, I don't think I'm meant to be by here.
Yeah.
I'm getting bopped.
Yeah.
So it was a case of running back and find out where to actually go. But I played the game with no sense of sort of direction until I was like, right, I need to Google where I'm going. Because this was when the game first came out.
Oh yeah. Playing the game without someone to like kind of help guide you, I feel like is a total nightmare.
Hard, yeah.
Because I definitely had to drop the game like 2 or 3 times before I was eventually like, oh yeah, you know what? I got this. I understand now.
But that's why I like the community, because like if you're streaming it or whether you're playing it, like there's a huge community like sort of surrounded to helping players find their way.
Right. And now I'm aware of that. But when I first got Dark Souls,
same.
I wasn't
when I first had
thinking,
it.
oh yeah, let me go online and hit up the message boards. And like I was like, if I go online for a game, I'm probably either looking up cheat codes or trying to find like a secret achievement, right?
Yeah.
Not thinking all of Dark Souls is like one giant secret. The whole game itself is like
literally and
obscurity.
Like not just mention that, but like the way other players control you like control you in game as well with the messages, like jump here.
Oh yeah, that whole dynamic of people sending like trick
Yeah,
messages.
yeah, and you're like, okay, I guess
you
there's a
know,
secret off this
have
cliff. Oh
faith,
no, I just
jump.
died. And then you don't trust
so what's
another
even-
message again.
Yeah.
What's even worse is like you think the first time you see those messages, you're like, nah, there's no way in fuck. There's no way. I have died so many times. I have 1,000 souls. You're not getting me to jump off this cliff. This is
Yeah.
a troll. Right? But then once you play through the game once and you start to find those like, oh, there was a hidden spot here.
Yeah.
You go through the second time, that's when those messages are gonna fuck you up because you're like, oh, is there really a secret down here? Now you're expecting it and like,
Exactly.
oh, you get so blasted.
The mind games, man. The mind games.
Yeah, it's so funny. And it's funny that now also another thing is now that I've played through the game and you've played through the game, I'm kind of curious. There is like ways that you can go through those areas first still. It is
Yes, you can.
100% doable.
Yeah, no, you can
It's
go through.
just
Just
a
run past
nightmare.
enemies.
One of my favorite things to do when I start a run is I run down intentionally into like the catacombs, like
Yeah,
not
same.
just through the graveyard, all the way down, and I go get Nito's gravesword, or I'll go get the great sight.
Yeah, you grave. Yeah, so that's one of the ways because you get like a completely broken weapon from the start of the game. Then
yeah, you just start with something good. You know, like if you know you want to build towards a weapon,
Yeah.
right? Did you ever? So I know you came across it in Dark Souls 3. Did you ever find it in Dark Souls 1, the Uchigatana?
yes,
No, I didn't.
All right. Do you want me to tell you where it is? It's kind of a spoiler,
No.
but you've already played through the game. No?
No, because I want to see
You're
if I
gonna
can
play through
find it. Because I'm going to play NG Plus. So no, don't spoil it for me.
it's
Because
hard.
apparently
It's
that's
hard
a
to get
really-
without a guide.
That's
That's all I'll
apparently
say.
a
Yeah, it is.
broken
That's
weapon.
Without a
one of those-
guide,
it is
you
quite a
won't get
broken
it.
weapon.
So this is my almost my gripe.
Well, she might if she
With Dark
decides
Souls.
to repeat her plan with Solaire. She might find it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
want to do like the
You're
proper
just gonna
Solera.
have to, you might just have to think about how you did Solaire dirty the first time.
Oh,
Maybe just think about that, and that might give you a hint to how you get the sword. You know?
I already hate that you call me out. Look, I'm gonna try and save Solaire. All right, let me save him. I think I know how to do it. Let me do it. I know
that's
how
the
to
thing
do
with
it.
I'm
new
just,
game. You get
you
another
know.
chance.
Yeah, he's alive. It's fine. Oh, for God's sake.
Oh,
But
so
well, this is
sorry, go ahead.
this is my gripe with Dark Souls because you two are there tooting all the praises for this game. So let me come and
we need
slap-
someone to
Let me
bring.
let me come and as a
Bring the
really
thunder,
new
Georgie.
player,
Bring the thunder.
Yeah, let me come and slap the other side of it because don't get me wrong, I love this game. This is my favorite Dark Souls game. I absolutely enjoy it.
Yeah,
I'm
I think it
excited
might
to
be my
play-
favorite too.
Yeah.
I'm excited to play a second run. I literally keep watching people play this game, and I'm like, God, I just want to play it. Like, let me start my run.
Oh yeah, now that you've played it,
God, it was so many
you're
people
like
played
watching
it.
people
It's
play, and
awesome.
you're like, oh man, let me
man.
tell you, like it's so
Yeah.
hard not to gush and like
Yeah.
spoil things.
I
It's so hard.
genuinely became senpai for a few people for this game. Because
Senpai Georgie.
like I've guided a few people through this game now because I played it and
Now-
I was
now
like,
you know
I'm gonna
how I
guide
feel.
them. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard guiding
I
people in
know.
this game, but it's
I
fun.
know.
But no,
Oh yeah,
my
and so,
yeah.
Twitch lag trying to guide someone, be like, all right, you're gonna make a left now, and then like
Don't even. So
And then they've not only
Oh my
knows,
God.
everyone knows right away. We don't need to even elaborate on that story. Everyone just knows, like, oh god damn it, fuck,
Yeah.
I ran. Yeah, so I went through the door, and then the thing
Oh.
killed me, and I.
Oh,
it's like we didn't
so
even mean that
bad.
way.
Yeah,
bad.
it's so funny. No, the wrong door. No, the other right.
Yeah, literally every time.
What do you
love
mean?
it.
It's not even Dark Souls. That's every game, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
playing
yeah.
Resident Evil. Oh, you want to pick up the thing on the floor, but that was like 5 rooms ago.
Yeah, yeah. But
What are
no,
you doing
so
to me, Smalls?
anyways, my gripe with this game is the lack of almost like not I don't want to say hand holding because I don't like to be handheld in games, but the lack of like guide of direction. Like it will go, for example, when you first start this game, you get to the first filing shrine, right?
Yeah.
And then it goes, right, you got to go and find 2 bells.
That is it.
Good luck. That's it. Doesn't tell you where anything is. You don't have a map. You don't have any form of guidance. If you are a new player in these games, it is hard to, for example, if you, like, because I mean, I went into these not really playing Dark Souls games before, so the whole fighting system is new to me. If you run into that flipping graveyard, not really knowing how to fight very much, you're gonna get your ass kicked. You may not have even spent your souls that you've gained up to that point because you have actually done a boss fight. So say like you didn't understand the leveling up system, you might just lose it all, and then you don't even know you need to go and get them back because there's not that much explained in regards to the mechanics of that anyway. So unless you've seen someone play it, you may not know very much. And then where the actual bells are, like one of them's easy to find, but the other one, you've got to go all the way down and then go like the way that we went was we went all the way down those stairs, went down that elevator, went to the area with the ghost, then you take that left, you go over that chasm, you go into that cave with the trolls, and then you go into the town with B.
I took you through the really nice way because everyone else wanted to take you through hell.
Yeah, the other.
Oh, it's not even one to take you through hell. Oh, that's right. I just remembered you master keyed.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I made a master key. I was like, let's avoid
Holy
hell.
Shit. No, like, look, you want in hand, like, by telling you to take the master key, next game, don't take the master key.
Yeah, I don't even know the other route because that's the only
you're
route
gonna
I
be
ever saw.
it's gonna be
Good luck.
Thanks.
God bless.
I don't even.
At least,
I don't
like,
even
look,
know the other route.
let's talk about fucking Blighttown, right?
No.
Look, so Cage's reaction, like, I want to point out the dichotomy of reactions here. I'm not in the middle, so I can't like do a point thing, right?
Yeah.
Just
on my screen, I'm in the middle, so I can go like this.
Yeah.
But like the two reactions are so different right now.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Because
oh god.
Cage, I can tell, and you've said you played launch, right?
I played launch, dude. So it was really
Do you
bad.
want to explain to Georgie how bad Blighttown was at launch?
Yes, I will, Georgie. It was like literally
Go ahead.
2 frames per fucking second playing Blighttown.
Oh,
Honest,
no.
Hardware couldn't handle it.
It couldn't handle the game. So like you get to Blighttown, you're like, this is a friendly place when I'm getting spat on a lot.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's a lot of spit in Blighttown. And yeah, frame rate, good luck trying to dodge or roll out the way of things. It was just, and the further down you go, until you get to like sort of like Quailag's area, like you have to like turn your camera angle to look at the floor, because if you look anywhere else, the game almost crashes. It was that bad.
Wow.
So Blighttown was hell for a lot of players. So the way I took you was the nicest way.
Yeah.
Well, so one, the frame rate issue's been fixed since then, right? So
yeah,
that's not
I
really
actually didn't realize that. So when I took Georgie through that way, I didn't realize, but it's still hell.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's still Blighttown's still bad, right? Poison, bad.
Very bad.
Poison just mega bad.
But I don't even think it's poison. I think it's toxic
like,
from the
is
guy.
It toxic?
Yeah, so the guy spitting at you is toxic, which is even worse than poison.
Oh yeah, but just walking through the swamp itself, right, is just poison.
Yes, that's a yeah.
Right? So when you're running at like 10 frames a second,
yeah,
your poison's basically going up at twice the rate it's supposed to. Because I think Dark Souls originally was locked at 20 frames. I think it was cinematic 20 is what they were aiming for.
Yeah.
So your poison rate was going up at twice the speed. You were getting owned in that area. That area was a nightmare.
Absolute hell.
It's funny, like the remaster fixed a lot of like the performance issues, not because they really had to change much, but just because the game just couldn't handle some of the textures they were already using.
I think it was like a fan
like some
patch
of the stuff that
well.
looks like a major. So there's been a fan patch every Dark Souls game, right?
Oh.
Dark Souls games never launch, especially on PC. They don't launch well. It's not good. Even Bloodborne launch, its load screens were like 4 or 5 minutes sometimes.
Jeez.
Which, like, you say that and you're like, that can't be that long. But if you think about it in context of like a load screen, you're like, holy shit, it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And I don't think they had item descriptions on the load screens either originally in Bloodborne.
Oh.
They were like, so it was just this blood. It was the old hunter's mark or whatever, and Bloodborne, and you would just sit there and you're like, oh man, this is killing the mood, especially when you're like, you're pissed and you're like, I need to just let me go back after whatever the werewolf or you're like, oh man. But damn, Dark Souls 1 suffered because of hardware at first.
Yeah, I actually have a question about something in Dark Souls 1 because I had something happen in my game in Blighttown that didn't happen in 2 other streamers' games that I watched. So there's an area where it's where the bonfire is put in that little like tunnel, and you run to the end of the tunnel and you climb down the thing, and there's a chest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and I opened that chest, and my
Okay.
game quit out.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
And it put me
crashed.
offline.
I remember that.
But that
It's a
didn't
feature.
happen to other people. So other people opened that and got a really nice item. and then
Oh,
just
did your
continued on
item
with the game.
disappear?
I don't think I got anything. I think my game just crashed out and then I was offline. And
No,
I
I
was
think
like,
you got it. It's the dragon scale.
oh, did I get the, I don't remember. I don't
Yeah, I
remember
think you got
getting
the
an
item.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's alright then. But still, like, my game fully crashed out.
Yeah,
then it
that's
put me
game's just
offline.
crashing. That's just
Yeah,
Dark Souls.
but apparently that's a feature with that specific chest. That's like a feature that they put in. So like 2 other streamers.
Wait, so it intentionally crashes or intentionally closes your
apparently
game?
that's an
Oh,
actual
really?
thing.
That doesn't.
That doesn't
That
sound
That's
right.
what I got
sounds
told,
suspect.
and it put me like offline. But like I got told that's like a thing.
Blighttown
That-
chest crash.
Like
That doesn't
like
sound
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
'cause,
I've
like,
never. Well,
yeah.
I played the game like before the sort of remaster anyway, so like
Mhm.
that's never happened to me.
Have you played the remaster?
No, I think I
You
should.
need to go. Yes, absolutely.
I think I should go
Oh
back.
man, so I played. I bounced off of Dark Souls 1 so many times that I hadn't beaten it by the time the remaster came out. Right.
Oh,
So then the remaster was coming out, and I was like, I'm gonna fucking finish it.
Did
and
you
me
finish
and Fat
it?
Shag grabbed. Yeah. So get this. This is what it took. It took me inviting Fat Shaggy over to my house. We set up 2 TVs, 2 Xboxes, and we were playing side by side,
okay, that's pretty
like
sick.
talking to each other through shit. We're like just like boss fights. I'd be like, oh yeah, no, you want to roll through this one? Go. Yeah, boom. Let's go. It was so sick.
Okay,
It was
that's pretty
so
cool.
much fun. But that got us through Dark Souls 1. Most of
Yeah.
it. I think the last chunks we had to do on our own, but it was fine.
No, that's pretty cool.
Man.
I like that.
Mhm.
That was the way to play it. The remaster though, like it just feels better. Like
Yeah.
I just think man, the remaster is so good. It's so worth revisiting.
I want to
So
do
what
it,
you
but I
said
want
you
to do it with a
haven't-
broken pyro build.
I mean, I feel like Pyro's pretty broken and
Yeah, you can one-shot bosses.
generally anyway. Yeah. I mean, you can do that with a lot of builds, which
Oh,
is
yeah, for
so
sure.
much fun. It's
mean,
so
I
cool.
I saw a pyro because something that I did when I first started playing the Dark Souls games, and I haven't done it yet actually in Dark Souls 3, is the summoning.
Oh,
So-
Yeah,
really?
you've
Like,
been soloing
yeah.
it.
So I've
I
been
mean,
soloing
to
Dark
be
Souls
fair,
3 because
I think I've
Dark-
soloed almost everything too.
yeah, because Dark Souls 1 I didn't initially because I really struggled with the bosses. I couldn't beat them, so I was really struggling. So I basically tried what I could do, but like most of so like Capra Demon I like soloed, and the Taurus Demon I soloed.
I think you
But,
soloed quite a
like,
few bosses.
But the Gargoyle, well, later on I did, yeah, because basically from like the Gargoyle up until Bernstein and Smaug, Smo.
Smo,
I-
Smo, Smog.
Whatever it is, I pretty much summoned. But the reason why I stopped was because I went in to that fight. I didn't even take 2 steps into the room, and someone I had 2 people with me because I'd summoned 2, and it literally killed them. The cutscene comes up for the second one, kill them. So I didn't even barely get to even see the bosses, and it's one of the hardest fights in the game. I didn't even get to touch them with my sword. So after that point, I like stopped summoning, and I did pretty much the rest of the game except one boss, I think, without summoning, because I was like, that just completely ruined the experience for me. Like, how do you 2 feel about that summoning feature of AIs and other
I like it if
players
you're
in the
struggling.
game?
I think it all depends. Like I don't know.
It's what
It's
the
a
game
crapshoot,
mechanic's built
right?
for. Like, people can invade your world and fuck you up, basically, or you can summon in help. I like that there's aspects for both of that.
Do you feel like
Yeah.
it's necessary
I'll
because
say-
this game is quite hard as it is?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I would say it's tied into a lot of the mechanics of the game in a bunch of ways. There are items you can only get through doing PvP, the different clans and stuff like that, the factions. I will say though that it is a crapshoot where sometimes you get like, especially with the summons, right?
Mhm.
I've never had it happen in Dark Souls, but there have been other games where it's been like, oh, I'm struggling with this, or I'm at this point in the game, and I'll invite a friend who's played further than me, and they'll come in and like just be like, here, I'll do it, and boom, and they take out the boss for me. I'm like, I wanted help, I didn't want to get carried,
Yeah.
and that is kind of a crapshoot with Dark Souls, right? Because you can't really control who you're summoning.
You don't know how powerful they are.
There's like, There's like gimmicks and stuff you can do to try to like force it, but excuse me.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's not perfect, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Like sense of achievement is like one of the best things about playing a Dark Souls game. It's
Oh,
like
yeah,
that
for
like
sure.
Yeah,
utter like wham of like adrenaline and like hype from just like defeating a boss is so insane, and like having someone help you in a way. I think fair enough. I think in a way it's good because I think it makes the game accessible for people that struggle with that fighting style. So it means that people that like aren't
Yeah.
quite as good that way, or like do have a build that isn't quite right for a boss, it means it doesn't completely like trap you at a point in the game where you can't proceed, because you can just like summon, and you still have like things. If you summon, obviously like someone can invade and it still puts you at a disadvantage for summoning to an extent,
Yeah.
but like it still gives you that feature, which is good.
Okay. I don't want to. No, go ahead. Finish your thought. Sorry.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, but I mean, you know, well, we can talk about this more when we get on the second one, but then I think that's a feature that in the second game is crap. And it's the actual invading mechanic in the second game. Oh, it's the worst thing about that game for me.
I'm not gonna expose myself on the second game yet. We'll wait on that one.
But yeah.
But
just
the summoning, right? So something I just thought about. When you fought the Iron Golem,
Yeah.
did you summon Tarkus?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's one of those ones that fight is like, that fight is fucking tough without Tarkus.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to say it's tougher than like Ornstein or Smoke, but there were certain bosses that were definitely designed to be like, oh yeah, no, we want you to summon for this one.
Yeah.
Because then you call the summon in and it's like, holy shit, Tarkus, and he's just kicking the giant off the edge of the cliff. You're like, Tarkus. It's so good. It's such a hype moment, right? And I think that by having that tied into like the PvP side of it is so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. Like there are definitely fights. We're not going to get into Dark Souls 3 yet, but there's definitely some fights in Dark Souls 3 where like you want that summon. And if you don't do the summon, you would have never known.
Yeah.
You would miss stuff, right?
Yeah.
Thankfully, like the biggest one they force on you, right? If you've done it right, it'll force the big one on you. But man, those summons, especially when they add to story and stuff, Solaire,
Big
so
part.
good. Oh, you know what? I guess, you know what? We won't talk about that. We'll leave Solaire alone, I guess, because even though he's the icon, right? He's the sun bro.
Yeah.
If Georgie's going to be doing New Game Plus and not kill Solaire this time,
we'll
should
leave
probably
that.
just leave that alone.
Well, I already know some of it because I got. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I'll give you a bit of backstory as to why there's a thing with me and Solaire, okay? First of all, for this speech, I'm going to put on my Solaire jacket because I do like Solaire, okay? I don't hate Solaire. Solaire's some bro. We dig
It's a
in.
front.
Oh my
alright?
god, I love this.
That's a front.
Like,
I love
like,
she's a Solaire hater.
Stop it. I can't even put the jacket on. It's fighting me. Okay, we're putting this jacket on. Okay. This is for you, Solaire, right? So what happened, right, was because I don't know how much you know about this patch, but basically, I was doing a Dark Souls 1 run, got to an Orlando, right? Had just been absolutely tortured, distraught, all this stuff.
Those
with that
arrows?
flipping poison arrows. God, that section in Orlando, one of the most ridiculous gaming sections I've ever played in a game in my entire life. Horrendous. Made it through, and the sense of achievement when that bitch fell off was fantastic. It felt so good when he tried to swing at me and fell off. I've never had so much happiness in my life. Got in there, absolutely fine, and he sat there at the little bonfire, and you're like, oh, look at him. Some people were like, right, you're severely underleveled for this area. You need to do a bit of grinding and level up, because at that point I'd done everything on stream. I'd not done any grinding off stream. Everything was on stream. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'll take the word for it. I'll do a little bit of grinding off stream. So I load into the game and watching my friends stream at the same time. Obviously, I'm on PC, but I'm on controller. Yeah. I basically tab. So obviously, you have to tab between the screens.
Wait. What kind of controller are you playing?
An Xbox One.
All right, never mind. I thought I was going to be able to guess what you did, but never mind.
No. So what happened was that I tabbed out. So I got into the game, was in my friend's chat at the same time, clicked into the game, right? Went up to Solaire and spoke to him, right? I don't know why. I saw him and I was like, oh, I just want to say hello. And he like essentially, it kind of sounded like he started hitting on my character. So me, I got super excited and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get to date Solaire. Holy shit, Dark Souls dating
Dark Souls
simulator
dating
who? Like, let's go, I'm in. We're gonna have an entire love story with my character and Solaire, let's have it. So I tabbed out, right? To be like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I've made a mistake. I should never have talked to Solaire because he's just like hit on my character and I'm so excited. Tabbed in, character instantly hits him. Because I think the tab button on keyboard must be somehow related to some kind of like movement or something in the game. Because I could still do stuff on my keyboard while I was playing the game, even though it was linked to the controller. It still would do it with my keyboard anyway. Accidentally hit him, and at that point he just goes full psycho, nutcase, absolutely can't stop him.
Wait. Where were you in the game when this happened? What fight was this?
On Alondo.
So I'm in an Orlando.
Oh,
I had basically gone through all the like the white dudes with like the arrows, like the ninja-y kind of dude. I can't remember who they are.
Okay.
And then I had gone through. It's like the entrance to the main cathedral. You have to go around the side, and then you go down to like past the big giant guards. You have to like go down some stairs where the electric like dragony type things are, and you have to go through those, and you run up, and then you've got the guys, and there's two of them on these ledges, and you have to get past the one on the right, but you can't run past him. So the archers, and you can't run past them, and I didn't have any arrows, so like I kind of like had to just keep going because there's a bonfire right inside that area where a load of like the silver knights are, like the big silver knights. So
right,
it
I'm
was.
Have to pull. Go ahead, keep going. I'm looking something up while I'm doing this.
So basically, I accidentally hit him. He kept hitting me. I kept trying to run around, run away, get somewhere else, but because I was playing offline, I didn't know where I was. I hadn't even looked around the area while I'd like started playing. It was a completely new area to me. I just didn't know what to do. And I just kept getting attacked. And I was like, I just don't know what to do. And like, I like popped into my friend's stream, but like none of them were familiar with Dark Souls. They had no idea. I was like, do I just close the game and then like start up my next game? And then like, we can go from there and someone can like guide me somewhere. Like but I couldn't even like sit at the fire because every single time I loaded back in, he would instantly attack me. So he just instantly would attack me. And I was just like, I just don't even know what to do. Like, I can't even load into the game because he's like just attacking me instantly. And I lost like 10k plus souls, and which was a lot at that point. And I was so I ended up just kind of like hitting him because I was like, maybe he'll like calm down. Like maybe like, I don't know. I'd never attacked an NPC. I was like, maybe he'll just be like, oh, I'm really sorry, babe. Like, let's not do that again. But no, he didn't. And then I kind of killed him.
I love how your love story there ended in tragedy.
It was awful.
Just ends in death.
It was horrendous. And
Holy
and then
shit.
so I went back into my friend's. I was really upset. I went to my friend's chat and I was just like, I've just killed Solaire. The amount of shit I've had killing that character fucking accidentally.
Oh
has
man,
been ridiculous.
Never bop the sun, bro.
Never.
Oh,
do
I
it.
can't. I
Not
can't wait.
worth
Look,
it.
when you eventually do your new game plus run, right? Say it's
I'm
like
keeping that bitch alive.
a year down the line or whatever, we're gonna have to talk about it because like Solaire's one of those characters that he's got a sick story. His story's so good.
Well, this is the thing.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, the really annoying thing is, so I know that a big part of his story is that you have to. So when you get to the area where the like the fiery asylum demon is, like when you get to that area, there's a second route you can go down. You have to have the 30 souls given to
open the doors to
like,
Los Isolith.
Yeah, so you have to have like the 30 souls. I ended up going that route because I couldn't do that boss. So I did all the requirements for the flipping Solaire area anyway, and I ended up having to grind out souls for no reason because I couldn't beat that bloody boss. Oh, it was an utter bloody nightmare. But knowing now that there is like an area, so I think like if you go to where the gargoyles is, there's like that weird giggling guy on the other side. I think if you pay him a certain amount, he can like stop that like aggro. And I think there's an area in an Orlando where you can maybe do the same. I know it now, but like at the time.
Oh yeah, it would have been a rough situation.
Yeah, it was a bad situation, but like I just got so much shit.
Man.
For that. It was unreal. Like people love Solaire. Like it It was dumb.
Oh, and you're not done
I've
Dark
never
Souls.
looked at
Oh, there's so much I want to talk about.
I
It's fine.
know.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Did you guys want to talk like favorite bosses and stuff?
Yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
best boss in Dark Souls 1. I feel like it's easy. I feel like it's Unseen Smoke for me.
Same.
You guys? I mean, same.
Yeah, literally same. It's,
Georgie, I know you didn't get the experience, so you don't.
Well, that's the thing. So I didn't get the experience of them. So I've kind of gone with Nito because I think that was the boss where we just had the funnest experience
That's fair.
with
All
it
right.
because it was the only boss I pretty much did first try, and it was under pretty difficult circumstances because I
I
was
fucked up.
wearing.
Oh
So
no.
basically, what
fucked up.
happened was You'll have to remind me of what the name of the arm was. So basically,
Stone armor.
right? So basically, Cage told me that there's an attack that Nito does, and if you wear the stone armor,
It doesn't hurt
essentially
you.
like it doesn't hurt you. We quickly found out that wasn't true.
Yeah, that
so I
that
dropped
didn't
into
work.
the Nito area in this stone
Remastered
armor.
game doesn't work.
Oh,
Yeah,
the mega
no.
slow. Oh.
Yeah, so it was the mega. So I was fully fat rolling, mega slow, getting absolutely and like hit all the time by these skeletons. It was so bad, and I was trying to dodge, and you couldn't even dodge. It was so bad, and literally Cage in my chat going, "I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm so
1,000
sorry."
apologies. I was like, what the fuck? Because
and
when I did it, when that attack hits you, it doesn't hurt you as
Yeah.
much, and you can just tank through the damage. But it literally bopped Georgie up in the air, and I was like, what?
Oh,
So
oh, no.
what we ended up doing was I basically just went fuck it and just tanked it, and I just ran up to
Literally
him and I just
beasted
kept
it.
hitting him.
Fucking beast.
Yeah,
And I
she
beat him first, and I beat
absolutely
him
Georgie
first
clocked him.
try.
guns.
I beat him first
Georgie
try.
tanks. That's
Yeah,
hype.
we-
That's hype as shit.
Yeah, it's my big claim was like I defeated Neo first try
Had my head
wearing
in
slow
shame.
ass armor. Like that's my like claim in that game was that like I still beat him even though I had like quite a big like thing that did. I think it may have taken a bit of the damage, but like I don't think it massively helped.
It did not. It hindered
No.
more than it helped.
So yeah,
I was like,
but yeah,
fuck.
so but just the feeling I got from doing that first try, oh, I was so smug.
I was like,
All
rest
right,
the
well-
bonfire, rest the bonfire.
Yeah, it's like run. Oh, it was great.
I have to change my answer. I peeked in
Okay.
the chat. I peeked, and Stu Sharp 93 dropping it with the Artorias.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
So I
Look.
would have gone with that, but I've not played the remasters.
Artorias is a what?
Yeah, I've not played any of the DLCs.
Oh my
Wait, you've not
god!
done DLC?
You need to holy
No.
shit!
I
So
know.
you don't know about like Calamite or Manus or
Nope.
oh
Nope.
my god!
Oh my god, I've done something
I
you
know how
haven't
to
done.
beat them
Both
all.
of you,
No,
both
I've
of you
done
need
DLC.
to. Oh.
No, I've done DLC.
Oh, Georgie's done DLC.
No, but you
I-
need to do New Game Plus and see Solaire. So both of you need to work.
Yeah, I know.
You know
at
what?
least
We're just
I've done
all
the
gonna we're all just
DLC,
gonna
I'll
run
just
Dark
say that.
Souls. We're
There
all
was
gonna
no
have to do a Dark
DLC
Souls
when I
run.
first played the game.
Chat Lord's
I
Dark
know.
Souls run.
It's no excuse.
Like, yeah,
Oh,
going
man.
back to bosses like Unseen Smoke, the reason I like them, like not
Mhm.
not just because of the design, because I think they both look sick, but it's
Mhm.
the fact that the sort of you go throughout the whole game just fighting one boss at a time sort of thing, and this game goes, no, fuck you, you're having two bosses.
Yeah.
And that's when
Yeah,
it's like,
I
oh
mean-
shit's about to get real. Oh, he absorbed him? Oh, he's getting harder? They've done fusion like Dragon Ball Z?
He got harder, all right. That's
Yeah.
an understatement.
But no, I
Um,
really enjoyed that. The Unseen Smo or Smog, however you say his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, very challenging.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that was like the first double boss fight that really like set that standard, right?
Yeah.
So I looked and I was trying to think of like other games I've played that have a double boss fight, and I can only think of one.
Okay.
That's Devil May Cry 3.
Ooh.
There's a fight in there where you fight like in that game all your weapons become swords, so you fight these two, like you fight a fire guy and a wind guy, and you fight them both simultaneously. Depending who you beat first, the other gets more powerful.
Oh,
very
shit,
soon-
Yeah.
Very similar. Yeah, Agni and Rudra. Yeah, thank you, Stu.
Don't you get them as weapons?
Yeah, and they are the only weapons you get in that game that talk back to you.
Yeah.
So like
yeah,
the whole game, he's like, "Shut up," and he like bangs their heads together. And stuff. Man, that
Oh
one of the
man.
greatest games of all time.
It's
But,
it's the swords,
that's-
isn't it?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
the two swords. Became like a giant part of his move list in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It just Man, Devil May Cry is a whole nother topic. Don't get
Yeah,
me
yeah.
started. But the Ornstein Smoke fight really like it set that standard of this is how it should be if you want to do a double boss, right? It's so good. Yeah, I see. I'll leave that. That one is sick, but now that like I'm thinking about it, the design and just the overall like experience of the Artorias fight is so good. And it just makes you
is it something I
appreciate-
need to visit? Is it something I need to
Yes.
visit?
Like,
Yes.
look, as someone who likes Berserk and anime, you need to go fucking do the Artorias fight.
I'm gonna have to buy it, aren't
You need to
I?
understand why Artorias is the hero he is, right? And not just Artorias, but best doggo Sif, right?
Oh yeah, best
Mhm.
The
pepper.
two of them, like, yeah. So you don't get to fight them simultaneously, like Ornstein and Smoke, but
Mhm.
the Artorias Sif story is just like, oh my god! And again,
Yeah.
it goes so design and storytelling. Think about the arena for the Sif fight, the wolf guarding the sword and the
Mhm.
tomb, just the whole. Oh my! It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I'll
The
revisit.
bosses in Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1's my favorite. I can't. Nope.
No, yeah,
that's
Dark
my
Souls
favorite
1 is my favorite.
Out of all the Dark Souls games, Dark Souls 1's the best, in my opinion, at least.
Mhm.
Like Dark Souls 2 bosses, I don't know, it felt like there was a
you
lot
know
of them,
what?
but not a lot of
I think
quality.
that's the segue. Let's
Well,
talk
this-
Dark Souls 2 now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
God,
this
here we
is
go.
the interesting thing about just touch one more comparison between
Yeah,
Dark
yeah,
Souls
yeah.
1 and Dark Souls 2.
Closing
That-
thoughts on Dark Souls 1, and then
Yeah. So that feeling of when you beat a boss is the thing that's kept me playing the Dark Souls games. That adrenaline rush and that like feeling that you get. I did not get that feeling once during Dark Souls 2. Not even close. Because the bosses were so subpar in design to me and just not they were just shit. Like they were
yeah,
just,
they were guys in armor. Most
Yeah,
of the
like,
bosses
they-
in Dark Souls
like-
2 is a dude in armor.
Yeah, like they would just crap like the actual design, like the first like they literally have Scorpion Lady, which is just a copy of the Spider Ladies from 1, but the Spider
Oh, yeah,
Ladies from the first game, fucking sick. Lady is not like it visually doesn't even look good. It just isn't a good fight, and also like you have to really like part of the story for that is having an NPC in that fight with you. Like you have to have an NPC in that fight, but the story isn't even interesting. He's just like, it's me ex. I want her dead. Do it. And then you're like, okay. Like that's like the story. There's
Yeah.
just like it's just not the same. Like Dark Souls 1 just sets such a high standard
Oh,
in
absolutely.
these games that like going from that point, Dark Souls 2 just completely rockets down.
There's a reason for it.
It's just so poor. And obviously there are reasons for it, but it's just so don't get me wrong, there are things I like about Dark Souls 2.
No, there's
But it's
things I
just
like.
so poor in comparison, and it's such a disappointment to go from a high to a low.
When you were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play 2 and 3 before Elden Ring, and I was just like, oh, you're gonna play 2? You're not gonna go straight to 3? And you're like, yeah, I'm gonna play 2. I was like, why are you playing Dark Souls 2? I was like,
Yeah,
Georgie, don't do it, don't play Dark Souls 2. You're like, no, I'm gonna do it. And you're like,
Yeah, go
Cage, you're right, fucking Dark Souls 2.
So it's time to expose myself. I have not finished Dark Souls 2. I hate it.
That's okay.
I can't stand it. It's trash. It's bad. Not even just like design standpoint, right? You can start there and you're just gonna start digging into mechanics.
I don't like the world at all. Like
Yeah.
you go from like a forest section
so
to immediately
bad.
sort of like a watery section to like immediately sort of to like a sunken pirate section to immediately to I was like, who
Yeah.
built this world? And then you go through
so
this like
random.
slime poison section straight to a castle that's like surrounded by lava. I'm like, who built this world? It's like little mini sections of little levels. It's not
Yeah.
proper world building.
Oh yeah, here we go. So Fat Shaggy just mentioned it in chat. I love how I was like, I'm gonna try to stay out of chat, and I'm the one referencing the most.
It's fine. It's
because
fine.
I talked to Fat Shaggy about this like just the other night, but he said DS2 is a great Souls-like.
Yeah.
And that's the best way to describe it, right?
Yeah.
Because like it's not a bad game. It's pretty sound. There's like, the mechanics work. In the end, it's still like pretty good compared to a lot of stuff that comes out.
Oh yeah.
But it's like so much of it is like it feels like it wanted to be Souls. It just didn't get baked
just
all the
wasn't
way,
quite
or something.
there.
It's just there was a
Yeah.
lot wrong, right? and I think at this point we can easily go and point to the reasons why. I mean, first of all, I think Miyazaki wasn't involved until Scholar of the First Sin. So
That's
the guy
right.
that designed Dark Souls 1 was busy working on his next game that he really wanted to do, which was Bloodborne.
Yeah.
He was working on Bloodborne during Dark Souls 2. So
Yeah.
that alone, I think, was a big cause for like so many just differences in design, right? Because not only was the world different, where Dark Souls 1 used real space, right? When you fight the gargoyles, and you can look off the side of the roof and go, there's Firelink,
Yeah.
there's Undeadburg, there's the cemetery. Like, it's all there where it should be in relative space. But in Dark Souls 2, you're in Majula, and you see Hade's Tower of Flame in the distance. Like, way over this way, it looks like it's thousands of miles away, and then 5-minute walk later, you're there. And you're like,
Yeah.
hey, let's wait, where did all that land go I was just looking at? And now I'm
That's
suddenly
it.
here.
It's all condensed
like-
into tiny little levels, and it's like
That alone was so like, ugh.
it's,
a
jar-
turn
it's,
off.
it's jarring.
Do you want to put on something for DS2?
Oh, should we do? Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do let's pull on. So I'll give Dark Souls 2 this. I skipped it entirely originally.
Yeah.
I only went back to it recently when everyone was like, "All right, let's start doing the running through the Dark Souls games. Get ready." This intro fucks. This intro is sick.
I will just say visually, for when it gets it right, it gets it right.
Yeah.
It does good. But when it's wrong, it's bad.
Yeah, there's so much mechanically wrong. Do we want to hang on before we do this? Do we want to play this with audio and actually watch this, or do we just kind of want
both want to? I mean, I've seen it. Has Georgie seen it? Have you seen it?
It is 8 minutes long.
Oh,
this one's a grip. This is not
I guess we can just leave it on the
8-minute
background sort of thing while we talk Dark Souls 2 because it's Dark Souls 2. Do we even want to play the audio?
No. Yeah. Well,
No.
I don't know how long we'll actually be talking about this one because I think we all pretty universally were like, this is pretty.
I couldn't even give you a
Pretty
favorite
bad.
boss on this one because they're all just sort of meh.
It just to me feels like lazy. Like even not even just the bosses, but even like the actual enemies as you're going through the game. The actual enemy design is just lazy, and it just like it doesn't have that same like for example, like one of the fights that you do regularly in the game are invisible enemies, and these are like the same like ghost-looking enemies that you see throughout the other games that are like echoes of other people playing and stuff, and it's like a cool mechanic, and they use that against you as an enemy in this game. And oh my god, I hated it. I thought it was so lazy. I thought it completely took away from that like echoing thing of like watching other people do things and making mistakes and like using that as like a learning point. It completely took that away and just basically made it so it's like, oh no, now we can't be asked to make an enemy for this area. So the enemies are invisible enemies and some pot. Oh, and then those things that curse you in a hole.
So
like it's just so lazy. Like I didn't like it. I didn't appreciate it.
So
at
it
all.
wasn't necessarily laziness as it was cut content. This game underwent a ton of revisions.
Oh, really?
A good example is the last giant fight in Dark Souls 2. It's like that. I don't know how tall. He's probably like 2 or 3 times your height. Has like the trees growing out of his back and stuff like that. Originally, that fight was supposed to be scaled up like 10 times. That guy was supposed to be way bigger.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be like a giant set piece fight, not a like little arena brawl. It was all throughout Dark Souls 2. You can see where things have been like, oh, this isn't going to work here. We're going to cut it, but we have all the assets, paste it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because they really had to like tear apart and rebuild the game a few times.
Yeah.
The other thing that really sucked about the enemies, though, that I didn't hear you mention this part, but not just was their design weaker, but like the placement of them and the general idea was they were like, oh, Dark Souls 1 was known for being hard. How do you make Dark Souls 2 hard? And instead of making it like designed and clever in how they place the enemies and making the fights intriguing, they were just like, boom, here's 5 enemies where there would normally be 2 or 3.
Gank edition.
Yeah, exactly. A ton of people are like, this is Gank Souls.
Yeah.
There's so many times where you're walking and then you turn around, there's like 7 dudes behind you, and you're like, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
well,
Literally,
that's
this
it.
is what they did for this
It's
game. They did
over.
it with bosses as well. Like, there'd
Yeah,
be
some of the
there'd be
bosses
some
just had some
enemies in
real
the boss
cheap
rooms with you
stuff.
until they patched the game and took them out. Because there's a boss, I can't remember the boss that Georgie fought, but there's like 3 bosses in the same room, and they sort of jump up on the ledges afterwards. Can't remember what they were called. But originally there was other enemies in that room with you until they took them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was just like it was just too difficult.
There's a few that still had that in that game.
Yeah.
But it's like
Ruined Sentinels.
yeah, 100%. Oh, yes, I remember. Yeah, the 3, yeah, they were still a pain in the arse. And having more enemies in that room when you already had 3 of them was a ball ache. But it's just like, so for me, like visuals and
It's
stuff.
a ball ache.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there was
bullet,
5
yeah.
enemies in
It was
that room,
absolute-
and then they patched it to be
I'm stealing
outside
that.
of the room afterwards. But I was just like,
Absolute pain in the backside. It was awful. But it's like I know that some people maybe didn't have an issue with the design and stuff, but going from like the way that the enemies looked in the first game to then this game, especially the even just the boss design, it was just so much poorer. And I'm
Yeah.
someone, I like monster design, I like the visuals, because they've got so much they can do with it and be so creative with it. And I mean, even just looking at this whole intro cutscene, whole thing has been beautiful and it's been very well done, and it
There's a lot
tells
of,
a
like,
story. And it even
I
includes
feel like there's so much
monsters.
missed potential because like
Yeah.
the forest and the swamp and like there's definitely more green and they want to do this whole thing with the moon. It's just there's so much they could do.
Yeah.
And it feels like it all fell so short. It all
It-
fell so short in so many ways.
Yeah, it's really funny actually, because that almost like that first area that you go into where you've got all the different caves that you can go into. Sounds kind of stupid, but it almost reminds me of like a Spyro level. Like you like go into like a portal or something and it takes you to like a completely
Oh,
different world.
like-
yeah,
Like,
that's
how
a
this
good
game-
analogy. Yeah.
rooms,
Yeah, like that's how this game
Yeah.
feels, where like you go into like a door and then you're just in a pirate zone.
Yes.
Or you're in like
This is my issue with the game.
zone or whatever, or you're in like the castle zone, and it's like it's just so random. But some of the areas themselves are actually beautiful, and all they needed to do was just pan those areas. They just didn't need to have so many of them.
It was
And
ridiculous.
if they just done that, like I saw so many areas just from playing like half the game. There was already too many areas. There was so like that whole pirate area was just, you get rid of all that shit.
Oh yeah.
Just
That-
so
the
unnecessary. Oh, that bloody pirate.
I feel like that
Like-
was supposed to lead to something else and they were just like, we don't have anywhere for it to go. Throw it in anyway.
But it also
Yeah.
just led to an area I'd already been to. So I was like, I've done this entire
Oh,
pirate
well,
area.
that-
I already have
man.
access to this area. Because I
So
just ran
You
around
two
the other
never
way.
completed it, right?
I never
No.
finished it.
So
I've
New Game
flushed that shit.
Plus on Dark Souls 2 is even more hell because they throw more enemies
Ooh.
at you.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I hear I hear Dark Souls 2 is the only one that's worth. I don't want to say only one worth, but it's the one most people prefer to do New Game Plus
Yeah.
because there's more items and the PvP is really good in Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, to be fair, the PvP was good in Dark Souls 2. But
I'm not much of a. I don't play a ton of PvP, so that one's not so much for me. But
I didn't mind the PvP. I prefer Dark Souls 1 in terms of sort of like the invasions and stuff. But the less people that played it, the less you get invaded, the less you could invade it. Well, to be fair, I never invaded
True.
anyone else's world. I just sort of defended my own.
have I
That
ever
is-
invaded?
invade mechanic. That, just while we're mentioning invading,
Yeah, for sure.
the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in a game. It like I got invaded by the same person 6 times in a row.
I've had
Yeah.
that in
6
Dark
times
Souls
in
2.
a row.
I've had that in Dark Souls 2.
And absolutely, luckily, what happened was that there's obviously a break between invading when they kill you. So what I did was I just summoned 2 summons, and then
What, did
waited
you
for them
sort of
to
wait
invade
for him,
me.
like,
Well,
haha?
basically,
yeah.
yeah. We
So, I
summoned
mean,
2 summoned, waited.
That's
for
kind of
them.
what people do to set up for PvP. It sucks
Yeah.
because like you're kind of late in the game cycle, right? So the people not being malicious turds in PvP is
Yeah.
way lower.
Yeah.
Oh,
So anymore when I play, honestly, I play offline because they have the NPC summons, right?
yeah.
Which kind of fill any requirement you need for that.
I think that's
Thankfully,
the problem with
Yeah.
Dark Souls 2,
I
though.
think
You
DS2
can't
is
play
the
offline.
only one. Oh, you can't?
You
can't.
can.
Oh, you
Oh,
can?
No. You can, but it's an absolute late to set up. So you can
Oh.
actually do it, but you have to do it through Steam and stuff, and you have to do it when like I don't think you can have the game loaded up. So basically, you'd have to like completely come off everything, do it, and then completely load everything back up. I think.
Oh,
But it's
jeez.
basically because it's such a pain to do.
No one does
People
it.
don't really do it because the
Oh,
PvP
man.
is a big part. I mean, to be honest though, I mean at the minute, because all the Dark Souls is offline. Like it's all offline at the minute. So now is probably actually the best time to play.
Oh,
And
that's
it's
true.
probably-
Yeah, maybe
yeah.
sh-
Good point.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all offline at the minute anyway. So like I'm really enjoying Dark Souls 3 because I don't have to worry about getting invaded every 2 bloody minutes. Because that mechanic in
Oh.
2 just ruined that actual thing of like that person just invading me so many times. But then on top of that, having that happen and then having the actual NPC summons in the game. I think I got invaded over 10 times in one stream. And I was only streaming for
Jeez.
3 to 4 hours. It was stupid.
That's
Like, it
extreme.
was
Yeah,
so
that would be
much.
that would be mega frustrating.
I think I just
it
had like
was-
one guy invade me like 4 times and complain that one, I chugged Sunny D like there was no tomorrow, and I was just like, "Yo, my boy's gotta have his Estus." He was like, "No, fight me again without using Estus. You're not playing Dark
yeah,
Souls
that's a
properly."
big-
And I was
yeah,
like,
like-
"Oh, okay." So I beat them again without using Estus, and they were like, "Oh no, you're not playing properly. You're rolling too much." I was like, I'm not supposed to roll and stuff now. After the 4th time, he was like,
yeah,
"Okay, I guess you're okay at the game." I was like, "You don't tell
So
other people." That's
the
like telling
Estus-
someone on a
the
fighting game
Estus
not to
thing
block.
I kind of get, right? Because that is kind of like if you play Dark Souls PvP, it is typical to be like, what people will do is they'll either load in and then they'll drink all their Estus flasks at once.
Yes.
Mhm.
Just so that there is no Estus to be used. And that's kind of like your sign, like, oh, this is gonna be like we're dueling. This is for honor
Yeah.
and shit. We're gonna kind of be respectful about it, right? I'm
Yeah.
not just here to be a menace.
That never happened to me.
Yeah.
Oh.
So now that I'm
It's
thinking
awful.
about it, I guess they didn't fix the online issue until the remaster.
Probably.
Because in DS1, that was the forest. Do you remember the forest in vanilla DS1?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that still happened to me. I still got invaded in that area.
No,
You
you
got
can
So
turn it
invaded
off.
in- So I don't.
Yeah,
I haven't
I
got
got invaded
invaded
in
in
that
there, but I've definitely had like all those NPC invaders. Those things have.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
there's
yanked
NPC
me
ones.
before.
I had someone invade me, and then I was like, oh, they look really tough. And so I was like backing away, and then I rolled off a cliff.
Oh no.
Yeah, that area used to be an absolute
Ah.
nightmare.
PvP
Yeah.
hell. I'll just go in there
Yeah.
hollow.
Oh, God.
Just go in there hollow.
Yeah, you get
Yeah,
you get
which
chased around.
man,
You don't
Yeah.
need a summon
Yeah.
for Sif.
because in
No,
remaster,
no.
it's literally just an option when you load the game up. It's like, oh, do you want to start in offline mode? And you're just like, fuck yeah, leave me alone, everyone. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to like
Just
look,
trying to play my
regular
game.
enemies are hard enough. Like,
Mhm.
I mean, some people
Unless-
like it. Some people think like that's part of Dark Souls, which is fair. To me, it was kind of a sense of, oh, I'm being invaded. Someone's shit. I got 30k souls on me. Damn, I need to kill this person.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
like,
and that
it's
was
horrifying.
that's I think what kept it so niche in the beginning. I think
Yeah.
a lot of people were very turned off by how difficult it was because Dark Souls I don't think got popular until God years after it came out.
Mm.
But man, yeah, I feel like I play most of these games also just offline or as a hollow, which
Mhm.
brings up the question: I don't know what I'm gonna do for Elden Ring. I don't know if I'm gonna play that offline or online when it starts.
Well, this is the thing
Oh.
about. I guess this leads into how much do you know about the online multiplayer for Elden Ring? Because is it going to be a case of like DS1, DS3, where like you have to be in a state to summon to get invaded, all this kind of stuff, or is it going to be like DS2, where it's all hands on deck, no matter where you are, you can get invaded? So it depends on
Might be
what
key
the mechanic
areas.
is going to be.
Yeah, so I'm
because
not really sure. So
depends.
I've been avoiding ads. I've been avoiding everything I can about Elden Ring,
Yeah.
right? I avoided the beta, which was incredibly difficult for me because FOMO kicks my ass.
Yeah.
I hate
Oh.
feeling like I'm missing out.
Yeah.
Bro, I hate it. So skipping all this has been an ordeal. But like having managed to avoid it all, I don't know. I think I heard at some point that there might be some co-op thing or something, or there are certain things that require you to be online.
I do like sort of the co-op in Dark Souls,
know.
like because playing with your friends on Dark Souls 2 and 3 was easier than playing with your friends on Dark Souls 1.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay,
Uh,
I know what it is now. I can tell you guys if you want to know about the multiplayer for Elden Ring.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Do you want to know?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, go for it.
So what it says is, the game will have an online co-op experience and online player versus player experience, but it will not feature any local or offline types of multiplayer gameplay. So like essentially kind of like the other ones.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
will
so
unlock
that's-
the Yeah, it's pretty consistent. You will unlock the ability to access Elden Ring's online multiplayer very early on in the game. Items in the game's multiplayer menu will also allow you to interact with other players in a number of ways. So it works where you're allowed to summon other players into your game using summoning signs similar to what you have experienced in Dark Souls. But in Elden Ring, you can assemble teams of up to 4 players.
Oh.
So they've already increased it from 3.
I did hear that. I feel like
Yeah.
that sounds familiar, so that's
Yeah.
cool. That's sick to hear.
You can do this using an item known as the Furl Calling Finger Remedy. And when you use this item, found in the multiplayer menu, you'll see summoning signs on the floor, which represent other players who are willing to connect with you online. But if you want to enter their world, you need a different item.
Got you.
And you
Yeah,
can
all pretty
also
standard so far.
you can password protect your game, which is good.
Oh,
you can only be
there we
summoned by your
go.
mates instead of random strangers.
Okay,
So
that I
it's
like.
protected.
That I like.
And yes, you can set a password, which is already fantastic. So I won't say any more because I don't want to spoil any more. But
Yeah,
just
more games need
that's
password systems.
Yeah, that having a password system is already a huge.
Well, yeah, if you just want to chill with your
improvement.
friends and like have like no
Yeah.
randoms in there, that's so much better already.
Yeah, I was
Well,
gonna say
that's-
that's,
I mean,
that's good.
So the only I don't know, like I play a bunch of fighting games, right? So this is gonna be my point of reference I return to. But there's like trying to run a lobby on a stream or any sort of like public thing where you're like, oh, I want to invite my friends to just have a room we're all gonna play,
Mhm.
becomes a nightmare, especially with randoms.
Yeah,
Like they get in there and you just get some people that are beasts at the game and will just ruin your experience. There's one that came out recent. I shouldn't say came out recently. They updated an old game recently and gave it like better online and lobbies. And they gave it this password system that goes, all right, I'm going to make a room. It's going to be private. I make the password and I'll set it to be like 121212 or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I can just send that to people and they can enter that password and it'll automatically bring them to my room.
yeah,
That is like without having to invite people, right? Because then you have to add them to your friend. You got to click to a different menu. It's like, let me
Mhm.
just make this password.
yeah,
This password system is so good.
Yeah.
More games need that. If this
More
is what
private
Elden Ring
lobbies.
ends up having, where it's like you go to the summon zone and then like a little magical numpad pops up and goes, hey, any of your friends, soul security number or whatever, and
Yeah.
you just dial a friend, that's gonna be
Yeah.
so good.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
That would
used to
be so
fighting randoms anyway because like I play a lot of fighting games myself, like Mortal Kombat and stuff, and I'm used to just going ranked
Yeah, you're a
or
beast
just
for
fighting
that.
PvP, and I'm just fine with that. So I
Yeah.
was okay with invasions with sort of Dark Souls because I would just be like, right, it's either me or them sort of thing. Like 9 times out of 10, I'd win, but then the other times when I'm not winning, I'm getting absolutely hammed on. I'm just like, no, but that's the experience.
yeah,
Just
I mean-
accepting
Well,
that defeat.
yeah.
Because you
Well,
can
I mean,
always
I think-
you can always collect your souls. It's not a bad
Yeah.
thing. I think that's
Yeah,
why I like
that's
Hunt Showdown so much as well, because it's a case of after you get downed a few times, you're dead. You can't help your teammates. You're dead. And I like
Yeah.
that
Man,
sort of
I do wanna
aspect
play
of
that
like
game.
hard games. I like punishingly hard games. I think Dark Souls has made me a masochist, and I don't know why. Damn you, Dark Souls!
I mean, I don't think Dark Souls has made people masochists. I mean, it probably has.
It
but
probably has.
There were definitely some earlier games that had that like difficulty curve, right? Even
Yeah.
older From Software games.
Oh, yeah.
Kingsfield. You want to play a fucked up game?
I've never
Kingsfield was
heard
like
of
the
that.
original. You've never heard of Kingsfield?
No, I've never heard
No,
of
I
that.
haven't either. No,
Should
not
I?
either.
I can go pull up a
Yeah.
little something.
Yeah,
Let me pull up a little
pull
something for
up
Kingsfield.
something.
So Kingsfield was the original. I think it was PS1.
Okay, wait. So this is
Uh,
pre Demon Souls. Is
This
it?
is old. Yeah,
Oh.
this is. Let me
Ooh.
see some. Oh
Oh
boy.
wow, yeah. That
Ooh.
is that the
Let's
bed
see
of
some
chaos?
gameplay. I mean,
Oh.
you can definitely see the similarities. Like
Yeah.
you'll definitely notice them.
Mhm.
I'm gonna make sure this is Mia just because I also. Yeah, this
Wow.
is. Yeah, we're talking old here.
Ooh, wow, yeah, this is proper.
So this was like the
PlayStation
original
1.
concept for Kingsfield or Dark Souls. I don't want to say the inspiration or anything, but like you can definitely see the parallels. And this is also made by Miyazaki.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah. So this is a doozy.
Kingsfield.
This played more like Doom, and that's like a first-person game.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it was. I don't want to say it was like a point and click, but it. Let me skip ahead of it. Let me get into some like juice here. Let's get to some like gameplay. It's
Okay, okay.
slow Doom. It's like this slow
I'm getting
crawl
like
through
sort of
dungeons and
not Elden
castles.
Ring. I'm sort of getting like Elder Scrolls sort of vibe, like
Oh
old
yeah,
school.
like the old like Morrowind.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
even older. Look at these, like, oh my god. Here,
Interesting though, because
obscure cup entered onto obscure shelf,
but you
and
can
now I'm in a
still
slow turn.
you can still see though where like the Dark Souls part is. You know,
Yeah.
you can still
Absolutely,
see it in
that's
some of the
the- yeah.
items, in some of this, just like the actual like settings. I'm just waiting for the poison bit to start occurring because,
Okay.
like, if I see look,
Oh look, there
like,
you go.
yeah,
Scorpions.
scorpion
You know,
with
one
like
of
a
these
sort
and
of
a
tail.
the sword.
It's just
Holy I forgot.
Minecraft style.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow, but look at it, like
Oh
giving me
my
2
God.
enemies. Like, this is amazing.
I love it.
This is
Just as
amazing.
slow. This is how I swing
Well,
my sword.
Even look at the stamina. So, like with the power bar, that's just your stamina bar.
Oh
You can
yeah,
see
yeah.
you can see where it is. You can see where they've gotten where Dark Souls has developed from this point.
He just
That's-
spit at the
that's
scorpion. He's spitting.
That's super interesting. Not everything is spit.
Oh god damn! I didn't even think about it. I was just
Ew.
making a joke. Oh,
Of course.
damn it! Yeah, like, random, just like obscure little note,
like
on the
little
wall.
notes,
Who knows
yeah.
what
Well,
that
like
means?
like in Dark Souls, yeah, like you can see where like they've
this is
developed from.
mad.
It's cool though. It's cool
Um,
seeing it.
What
But
the? It's the bed of chaos, but it's like
oh
child form.
my god.
But yeah, I mean, so there are a bunch of games that have taken inspiration from this, and there's like a modern version of this that's out right now called Demon Spire. I think there's a demo for
Oh.
it,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's on Steam. It's like an indie game, but it
What
plays
is
a lot
that?
like this. It's really interesting. What is what? Tell me
What
more.
that I was just wondering what that thing was. Was that a spider?
That was a spider.
Oh, probably. Yeah,
Oh.
that was probably
Oh,
creepy
interesting.
crawly.
Although thing I will say that I do like in this game that I kind of wish they had in the other game was it's got a compass.
Oh,
Yeah, you know,
yeah.
I could see.
fair.
Wait, can't you get
Like-
a compass in? Am I crazy?
Get
I
it.
can't remember.
I know you can get binoculars. Probably not. No, because that would involve there being like more on the HUD. So no, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But
It's literally just a case of an NPC saying, "Gotta ring 2 bells," and that is all the direction you'll ever receive in the
Yeah.
entire game, almost.
Mm-hmm.
Until you
I
get to
was
the
gonna
that's
say,
sort
true.
of
They
full
really
Lord
don't give you
Souls.
much outside of ring
No,
two
it's
bells.
ring 2
No.
bells, and then when you see, is it Frampt or the other Kinseeker
Oh,
thing?
God.
It's like basically now you got to get 4 Lord Souls, and that's it again.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean,
just-
like
So, go ahead.
if you
Mine's
think about
way off topic.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I mean, if you think about Dark Souls in regards to what you actually have to do in the first Dark Souls game, there's actually not that much. Like in regards to like the bosses you have to fight, like there is quite a few bosses, but like if you think about it, like cut it down to basics, take out all the DLC, take out all the side bosses, you essentially have your 2 bells, and then you've got your 4 lords, and then you've got the main boss. You could do that and finish the game pretty much. Like everything else is very extra content. You know, or like if you need an item, you might occasionally go off and do a side one, but like there's a lot of them like you don't need to do. Whereas like the difference with Dark Souls 2 is it instantly like doubled the amount of content in that game.
Yeah.
And almost to its own detriment, because what it did was
It
it
was overkill.
gave you loads of tiny areas with not very good bosses at the end of them, but then there was just shitloads of them. And it's like if they had just spent cut half that content but spend time expanding some of those areas out, it probably would have made for a pretty decent game. But like they didn't.
Man.
They just like had all this. It's like they had almost too many ideas, and they just decided to shove it all into the same game.
Yeah.
And it
It
was
was
just
like, oh, do you know
I
what?
don't
It was like
understand
it was a
Dark
case
Souls
of like I think with Dark Souls 2 it was
I
a
don't
case
get it.
of oh, Dark Souls 1 had bosses. That's what it must be about. Let's have loads of bosses in Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
That's the sort of gist I got from it. And then
Yeah.
it just literally became overkill. And they were like more enemies, more bosses. And like you said, the sort of like level design with the tinier sort of like levels. I wasn't feeling it. I mean, there
Yeah.
are people who will defend Dark Souls 2 who are absolutely entitled to their opinion, but I did not enjoy the game.
So in the first Dark Souls game, there was 19 bosses. In the second
Yeah.
game, including DLC, in the second game there was 32.
Jesus.
Yeah. So that's
Oh,
a
man.
lot of bosses. That's a lot of bosses. And then
Yeah.
That is a lot.
I mean, at the third
Is that also
game,
including DLC for Dark Souls 2?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the third game had 19 as well. So the third game went back to 19.
Wait,
Third
should
game's
So-
be.
very good too. The third
Which-
game's so good.
It is
yeah,
good.
which
It's not. I don't. Thinking back, like now having spent this good chunk of time like chewing on it and thinking about Dark Souls, it's not better than Dark Souls 1.
Dark Souls
But-
2.
No, Dark Souls 3
Dark
is not
Souls
better
3.
than Dark Souls 1.
Oh, okay.
But man, it is still a good game.
So I was gonna
And,
say I was gonna ask you favorite boss for like Dark Souls 3, but Georgie's not finished it yet.
Yeah,
well,
we're
I
gonna
can
have
give
to
you
wait
what
on
I've
that
done
one.
so far.
Yeah,
We
please.
can. And
Because-
I do kind of want to talk about what you've done so far because again, there's elements of that storytelling I talked about before
Mhm.
that I can explain to you and be like, hey, so
Mhm.
you've seen this so far, you've seen this, and you've seen this, and they're
Mhm.
all kissing.
Yeah.
know? So
Well, because Dark Souls 3 as an experience. So for me, I'll just say just to finish it with Dark Souls 2. So I've not finished Dark Souls 2.
Yeah,
I've still
neither
got to
have I.
finish it. I'm gonna go back and finish it. I am gonna finish it.
I was gonna ask, were you going to finish it?
Yes, I do
Okay.
want to finish it. However, I think I've screwed my build, so I'm gonna have to restart my build. But just for me, it's really easy in that game to get. I want to say misled because I don't think anyone misled me, but like if you have like two different people going for two different builds and you're being guided into two different types of build over multiple streams, it's really easy to basically
F up
screw
your
your build.
builds. Yeah.
spread yourself too far out.
Absolutely,
And,
and,
then it's
also
just the amount of grinding you would have to take, especially with
yeah.
That's what
holy
annoyed me
shit.
with Dark
You know what
Souls
we didn't
1.
talk about at all?
Because people jumping in going, oh, you should put like points into resilience. And then we were all going, no, don't do that. And I
Yeah.
was like, why are people
Yeah.
jumping into the stream saying, put all your points into resilience and
Yeah.
stuff? And we were like, absolutely do not do that.
Yeah, because for like a
that was
certain build
annoying.
that would work.
For
But no,
certain
Patch,
build, that
you-
would.
I know. Are you about to say, Patch, the environments, the swamps and stuff?
No.
Oh,
I'm about to talk about the shitty ass health thing in fucking Dark Souls 2.
oh,
where you just
I
keep
hate
dying
that
and it's like-
mechanic.
It's like curse built into hollowing.
Yeah.
It was so what were they oh god, that
yeah,
and the weapon durability mechanic, right? I said we were talking about this later and we almost skipped right over it.
yeah.
Swinging
Kill
your
buttons,
weapon in Dark Souls, like you're gonna hit the ground, you're gonna hit the walls, you're gonna hit shit.
yeah.
And having your durability drop is an utter nightmare. It was the worst. It was so bad. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
The
I
first
totally
time I
agree.
died, like I started dying in Dark Souls 2, and I'm like, yeah, okay, this is a Dark Souls game. And then I looked at my health, I'm like, wait a minute.
Why is it so low?
Wait a minute. Why do I have like half the health?
Yeah.
What is oh no.
Yeah, I didn't
Oh,
like that
no,
mechanic.
what have
it
they
it
done?
forced you to
Well-
try and not go hollow, basically.
Well, that's what screwed me.
Because
in my
people would then
run is-
invade you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can get invaded whenever in Dark Souls. It doesn't
Wait,
matter if you're
what?
hollowed or not. You just get invaded whenever in Dark Souls 2.
In Dark
It doesn't
Souls,
matter.
oh yeah, in Dark Souls 2,
No,
yeah.
Dark 2. Yeah, you just get invaded
In Dark
whenever.
Souls
Wait, did
one,
they
it's-
change that?
yeah.
Because I when I was hollow, I never got invaded.
No, you just get invaded whenever in Dark Souls 2.
I think
Doesn't
I'm
matter what
set
state
to-
you're in.
Did
I
they
think I'm
It
playing
has
change
a-
offline.
that?
I think I'm on
it has-
console, so I just turned my console off.
It has a timer on it, so basically, like after you've been invaded, you'll have a certain amount of time
Yeah.
where they can't invade you again. But like that was what happened to me on my stream, was that I got invaded 6 times in a row because they just kept invading me, and it didn't matter whether or not I was hollowed, not hollowed, whatever. You can use the item so you don't get invaded, but I didn't know about that item at the time, so I
Yeah.
just kept getting invaded. So it
I
was
don't remember ever
absolute
being
nightmare.
invaded while hollowed.
Yeah, no, it happened. It happened a lot in
That just
game.
makes the
But,
game
like,
worse.
I
yeah,
just
it was-
realized that I've been playing Dark Souls 2 offline.
Yeah, it's Dark Souls 2 is best played offline. Like if you,
I
like,
still
it's
hate it. I still
infuriating.
it's
not a fun
still
game.
so bad.
But
I don't the
yes,
intro, like DS1 and DS3 have such clear intros. DS2, I've now done the intro part. I don't know how many times. I've killed like 3 bosses and I'm like, am I in the right area? I don't
Yeah.
even know what I'm doing.
no, same again. It's not clear where you go. Like the actual story of that game, it's so confusing, and like it doesn't really seem to like. It's like the woman basically goes like, "Oh, you need to get more powerful and see a king or something." That's it.
Yeah.
That's like all she tells you, and she just basically tells you to go and get more powerful, and so you just have to run around trying to get more powerful. And it's like that mechanic of like when you die, your health bar goes down, and then you have like the human effigy you have to use, but you get such a limited number of human effigies.
So
That to
frustrating.
Yeah.
farm
Oh man.
them is so hard. So the part where I got to is I'm on half health because I'm in a poison area that I went through one of the hardest areas in the game to get to, and I can't even get through the area because my health's so low, I die in one hit.
Yeah, I
And there's,
definitely.
like,
I think
It's just horrendous.
I
Like,
think I know where you are.
yeah, so I'd have to
I
farm
think, were you
human
by the
effigies.
windmill thing that you burnt? Was it that
Yeah,
section?
after that, I
Yeah.
got past that area.
And you're
yeah,
in the
so
lava
it's-
section of the castle.
No, before that area. So basically,
Before
the bit
that?
I'm in, the bit I'm in is in this like, it was like that area where it's like all wooden and it's all really dark and you have the torches and you have
Oh,
to like go
God.
through that. The
Yeah.
area after that's a poison area, and that area is already bad enough as it is. It has like those things that spit poison at you.
Yeah.
Then you go into an actual poison area where basically you run through. You have these puddles where these like giant hands come and like attack you.
Yeah.
And like they're really hard to kill, but if they grab you, that's one hit death if you're half health. And then there are these giant things that come out the ground, and then there's also an invasion from an NPC that happens in that area as well.
The
Man.
game is just hell for like no
So-
Dark Souls
reason.
2 sucks.
It's
It-
so
it does.
hard.
I'll
like,
let people can enjoy it
Yeah.
for why they want to enjoy it, but man, that
Yeah.
sounds
yeah,
like a
it's-
miserable experience.
So
That
I'm
sounds-
gonna
I'd be
read.
so grumpy.
I'm gonna redo my run again. I think. Well, this thing I was streaming it, and when you're streaming that, and you're just dying and dying and dying, and you haven't got any human effigies, and you can't go farm human effigies, you just give up. Like it's just.
That's why I
just-
said when I
think
tried,
results are
like,
free.
what I decided to try it. What, a couple, like probably when you started your run. Actually, I think is when I was like, all right, you know what, I'll give it a shot. And I was like, I'm doing this offline. If I try to stream this, it's not going to stand a chance.
Yeah.
There is no way I'm going to give this a fair shot. If I try to stream this,
I just
no
don't like
shot.
some of those mechanics in Dark Souls 2. They just don't work for me as a Dark Souls
No.
game.
No.
And
I
like,
think
like you
I-
said, like the no direction as well. Dark
Yeah.
Souls 2 literally gives you nothing. You
Yeah.
have to
Yeah,
Google
I
the
think
YouTube where you're
I've
going.
fought Pursuer once in the 3 times I've started that game.
Oh, Pursuer
Jeez,
is
man.
just a
Because but I, like I said, I've
Oh.
like gone and taken on a bunch of other bosses, and because of like prior Dark Souls knowledge, I'm like, oh well, I'll just build right and yeah, take him out, no problem, boom,
yeah.
move on. But then I'm like, I just don't care anymore. I'm just not like, I took out 3 bosses, and I'm like, this game's not fun. Let me go finish my DS3 run. Let me go finish. Let me go restart Dark Souls 1.
I've
I
done
learned
so
to
many
glitch
new
how to
game builds.
Clone souls. Like let
on
me
the 1
let me
and
go
3.
fuck around in that.
2? I got a new game plus on 2, and I was like, I don't want to play this game anymore. That's where it got to. I just felt defeated. You complete the game and you feel defeated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not fun.
No,
I've been-
it's not.
Like even like I said, even doing like I like to do glitches and stuff. I like to like explore with that stuff after I've beaten the game. So
Mhm.
Dark Souls, I've just recently started doing stuff where I'm like duping souls,
Yeah.
which is
Oh,
crazy,
yeah.
especially when you're like Undeadburg and then you're like, I'm level 70. Let's go. Let's go. No one stands a chance. Taurus Demon one shot. And you're like, this is like, it's still fun. But,
Yeah.
like, Dark Souls 2, I don't think I would have that fun because I'd be like, oh, where the fuck am I supposed to go next? I don't remember this. Like,
Yeah.
it would infuriate me, man, to no end. On like Dark Souls 1 is like I said, even the challenges, they're still fun. They're still like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I remember this fight. Oh, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Let's get in there. Where like Dark Souls 2, I'm like, oh, the stupid, what is it, Dragon Rider Knight? The
Oh
one with
god.
the, like,
the Ornstein sort of skin.
yeah, he's, oh well, no, that's the Dragon Slayer Knight, right?
Oh,
This is
is
the
it?
other stupid thing. There's a Dragon Rider Knight and then a Dragon Slayer Knight, I think.
Oh my
Because
God.
Ornstein's up in the castle, but there's the one with the
Yes.
halberd and like the platforms that you have to raise.
Mhm.
And I guess you're not
I
supposed to
think
fight him right away. And I took him out mega early. Like the first time in that room, and I was like, oh. So I just kept going down that path and ended up in like, it was so bad. I was not having fun with that game.
No, not a fun game.
Unlike this wonderful sequel we have queued up here, this beauty
Oh,
that our
yes,
dear friend
please.
Georgie is playing through.
Yes, this is
Look,
the one I'm
back to 3 minutes.
Yes.
They know not to
indeed.
overstay their welcome,
Hmm.
right? Hey, I got places to be, giant demigods to kill.
Where the transitory lands.
These games are so good.
See, the trailer for this game, I was so hyped. I was just like, yes!
Yeah, this game looks stunning.
Trailer wise, this one didn't get me.
Did it
Demon
not?
Souls trailer got me.
Oh,
It
okay.
looks beautiful though.
Oh yeah, this still visually A plus.
No, I like this one.
This is a direct, like you can see Miyazaki's back in the reins. He's like
Yeah.
in control. He's like, all right, watch how you do these cutscenes. It can look good and still tell the story. Which I don't know. There's no spoilers in this, but because like it plays in the beginning, but Georgie, you'll probably appreciate some of this differently now. Like these guys, the travelers. Oh man.
Yeah. I'm still confused what they are. Like, are they just like a race?
No,
Travelers?
they're just followers. I think they're just human followers of, or Dark Souls version of humans, right? This is loud. Is this loud for you guys? Should I turn this down?
A little bit.
Yeah, I turn it down a touch more.
Okay. Oh boy.
That's good.
Hey, look who it is, Georgie. Aldrich of the Deep.
Oh my fucking Aldridge.
Which there's like
smoked
crazy
him.
there's about Aldrich, right? There's
That's
a
what
lot of.
so many tries for Aldridge. It was ridiculous.
Oh man, these lads.
That's a fun fight.
Yeah.
What,
Where
this is
the
a
Knights
fight?
of Farron.
Yeah, the
You
Farron,
fought
like,
these
yeah.
guys.
Did I? Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, you fought
Screw
them.
them then. I thought you meant this was like a boss with all of them in. I was like, oh, screw that. Oh,
Nope.
oh, big
Oh,
boy.
no.
Ooh,
There he is.
This was cool. Oh, the music slaps for these games, honestly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What an absolute unit.
Honestly.
The Abyss Watchers, that's what those guys are.
See, when he lights up like that, I was just like, oh, hyped. I was like, give me Dark Souls 3 now.
Yeah, this looks so dope.
Only in truth, the lords will abandon their thrones.
Oh man. This game's so good. Oh my god.
Waifu!
And the unkindled will rise.
Oh, the Firekeeper. I love her.
Yeah, she's my wife. She's my wife.
Nameless, accursed undead, unfit even to be cinder. And so it is that ash seeketh embers.
Oh, this armor's so cool.
Yeah, that armor's dope. I like that armor as well.
Oh man.
Then
Yeah.
I bought it on PS4 and was happy ever since.
2016, is that when it came out?
Yeah, this is
Interesting.
it's an
Wow,
old one.
okay. It still holds.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
It still holds.
Still a banger.
Super
Still
well. It's
great.
great. Yeah, it's a great game.
We don't want to click on that one. You haven't seen all the bosses yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
so we gotta. This is gonna be the fun part of the show. This is where it becomes kind of a game for me and Cage, where we're gonna dance around,
Yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
excited for it because it kind of like.
So I know
that's
where
weird.
Georgie's at, so I know where to avoid certain
Yeah.
bosses.
So
Yeah.
she's up to all. She finished Aldrich, right? That was the last thing she
Yeah.
did. Correct.
that was the last boss I saw Georgie fight.
Okay.
So I'm there lurking from the shadows, like trying not to like guide on Dark Souls 3 or 2, because like I did too much of that on 1. So I'm just like, Georgie's got 2 and 3, she's got this. Plus,
So,
2 I
Georgie-
hated, so
let's focus on you since you're currently playing so far. What is your favorite boss?
So far in this game has been the dancer one. I oh my god, that fight just visually. First of all, I'm a very visual person, and I'm a big like design fan, and I'm sure you've got
Yeah,
this by this
you
point.
appreciate
Oh, yeah,
good
yeah, yeah.
aesthetic and
I
color. Yeah.
appreciate aesthetic and the way that like the characters design and stuff, and I loved the fact that like this like dancer fight was so just like visually, even just the way that like the like boss is introduced. Oh, like it just
Yeah.
looks so dope, and just like, and then like just even like the attacks and like the way they attack and how smooth it all is. It's just like if you can play it, that'd be dope. Like
That's
it's
exactly
just,
what I'm noting.
and like the music for that
Excuse
fight
me.
and the way that like the actual like movements of the character, it's so good. It's so good. I think it's like one of the best fights, I would say, for me in the whole series that I've had personally.
Okay.
I think the way that they've designed it, the way that it's done, the way that like even just the way you find it is like a bit secretive. It's such oh no, we don't want to see
No.
this. No.
Oh god! Oh god!
Oh,
Why would
God,
you do that to
no.
us?
Look.
Why? What the? What?
Oh my god! Well, because we're watching
My-
something Dark Souls related.
I guess.
Wow. Well, that was a teaser. That was a teaser for
I
us.
mean, that looked good
Ooh,
though.
but
That
I'm
looked
like-
good. From what
It
I
did look
saw, I was
good.
just like, now I want
my
more.
mouth just
Damn
got
it!
very wet. Whoa.
Wow.
Anyone
it did
suddenly
look cool.
drooling a lot? What the hell was that?
Oh
Okay.
my God.
All right. let's back to this fight.
Yes.
Okay,
Let's
so
go
like
back to this.
the dancer. So I've been told. I'm not sure if this is true. So I'm not sure if anyone wants to research this. But apparently, most of the bosses in this game fight to the sort of theme of the music that you're battling them in. But the dancer does not. She fights
Yes.
completely out of sync of the music.
Yes.
So
Which
it sort
I
of
like.
throws off your cadence.
Which I like because also the fact that it's like a dancer and dancers usually fight to the beat of the music. It's a very
Yes.
clever twist on the character. But just
Yes.
look at this. Like, look at that. Oh my god. That actual just the movement of the character itself. If you guys are Final Fantasy, like I'm a big Final Fantasy X fan. That reminds me of Anima so much.
Oh,
Oh,
I
yeah.
never thought of that.
I loved it. And I was
Oh,
like,
that's
Anima.
good. Oh,
The
Because
ultimate?
Anima's my girl. Oh god,
that's
I love it.
good. Oh man.
The actual like just look at the movement of this character.
Yeah,
It's so
spooky.
intriguing.
Is this an
and
RP
creepy.
fight?
What do
I
you
think
mean?
This is an RP fight.
What do you
What's
mean?
an RP fight?
So sometimes people like to there's canon fights, basically, right? You know how you
Oh,
can
so
like
you
get
roleplay
NPC
the
summons
fights?
sometimes.
Oh.
So you can get the summons armor basically, and then pretend you're that character. And like some people are just very into the lore, right? So
Mhm.
like, I'm trying to think of a fight without spoiling something. Like Tarkus, right? Instead
Yeah.
of summoning Tarkus, what if you just got Tarkus's armor and then went and did the fight as Tarkus?
Oh, I got you. I got you. I got you.
Oh, I
Um,
got you.
Now this is where I'm going to explain why that's kind of way cooler in a little bit more in depth because I haven't really been able to touch on this until we got to this fight actually.
Yeah.
I know you've been telling us that this is your favorite boss. So
Yes, so far,
there's
yeah.
there's lore behind this boss I want to get into.
Mhm.
Real quick, I think I know the answer to this one too, but who's your least favorite boss so far in DS3? Who's the one that's like, I fucking hate this boss?
Okay.
Do you have one? I think I know,
yes. Yes. But not because it's a bad fight.
but okay.
Pontiff, if I'm being perfectly frank, can go fuck himself. Twat.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily a bad fight, and it's not necessarily the mechanics or anything about it. It was just for my character build, I was at a disadvantage very quickly because I'm a two-handed strength and I needed to be a parry. And I can't parry. So for me, it was like I was disadvantaged very quickly, and it made the don't get me wrong, it's one of those things where like definitely in this game more than any of the other games, having to do the fights again and again and again, I'm experiencing that a lot more in DS3. I didn't really experience it as much with DS1. Like I had some where I had to do them repeatedly, but like not that many. Whereas like I've had it definitely with Dancer and Pontiff have been the first two where I've had to, and like that Aldridge where I've just had to sit and just keep churning them out and just keep doing them and keep going because a lot of the other ones like you can go and do something else. Whereas, like, I didn't have that as much with, like, I didn't want to do that as much. I wanted to master these fights and get them down.
Yeah.
But,
Oh.
so yeah, Pontiff, I wouldn't say Pontiff is a bad fight. It's just, for me, it was a hard fight, and that's what made it so dislikable, because I was like, fuck this fight.
So-
like, it's awful.
Let's talk about Pontiff and the Dancer and how those two bosses are actually like directly connected.
Oh, really?
So like one, just watching this fight, you can kind of see she's got a fire sword in one hand,
Yes.
and then
Which,
sometimes she has the dark sword in the other,
yeah.
which is a mirror of Pontiff almost.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You've seen this character before you've seen this character too.
Really?
So when you enter Irithyll, right?
Mhm.
And you're walking through that like really pretty city, do you know the ghosts that you see sometimes?
Yes.
And it's two knights walking side by side.
Yep.
So those are the Pontiff's outrider knights
Right.
going out. He sends them out to do stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of them is the Dancer.
Oh.
The other one is Vort of the Boreal Valley.
Ah.
They're homies.
Oh.
They both were like knights for the Pontiff, who he has like his own whole backstory about how he basically usurped his role as pontiff and all this, and how he corrupts these people. But I wanted to kind of show a video. We're not going to play this whole thing, obviously, because one, it's someone else's work. Two, why is this like freezing? Oh no! All right, here we go. Two, I really just want to touch on where is it? Where's the link? I want to really. All right, we'll just have to do it this way. The lore of the main bosses in Dark Souls 3, right? Without spoiling anything. God, these ads.
What the
man, they're always
hell is
first.
that at?
Look, it's fine. Nope. So the Pontiff Knight said he kind of goes into it. I'm just gonna play this for like a minute or two just to give you guys like a taste of what this is about and how deep this lore gets. Right? Because this is probably some of the crazy stuff. This is a guy called Vati Vidya who is he basically makes
Sullivan's
video
Knights are also
essays.
described
Oh god, that's a little loud. Let me make sure this is a good volume for you guys.
as his watchful eyes and
Yeah, it's good on the levels.
Mhm.
So what he does is in this video he breaks down all the main bosses.
Mhm.
Damn,
And he kind of like goes by groups.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a 34-minute video
Sullivan's
going over
Knights are
bosses.
also described as his watchful.
We gotta go back a little
It's got
bit.
such a good voice as well.
Yeah, it's got very.
Oh yeah,
it's got
his
very
voice is
soothing
very
voice.
like. All right, is this? I want to make sure I
sent his
get.
Outrider Knights to serve
Oh man, because I don't want to show like the connections between all the
on in
bosses.
Dark Souls 3. And
Yeah.
Oh,
their
these guys are
resurrection.
such another
For
good
example,
boss too.
Aldrich is linked to these bosses and joined
Okay.
here. Aldrich
Okay.
Pontiff
Okay.
Outrider Knights to
Fuck it.
serve
Here.
as his watchful eyes and
Good
his
enough.
guides.
Mhm.
And the first knight of Pontiff Sullivan we meet is Vort, an Outrider Knight who ambushes us as we attempt to leave Lothric. So the Outrider Knight's job is to keep an eye on things. Sullivan's Knights are also described
And
as
you know
his
he's
watchful
listing down here on the
eyes and
bottom
his
where he gets
punitive
these item
blades.
descriptions from.
Each Outrider Knight
To explain,
is
like,
provided with a
where
ring
he's
by the
piecing
Pontiff,
this story
which
from.
transforms them into
Oh, that's
frenzied beasts
interesting.
and lures them into battles of death. Specifically, the two main Outrider Knights we see upon the high wall of Lothric appear at both points of progression in the area, so
Yeah.
perhaps they serve as strategically placed guards in order to hinder our progression.
Like I said, there's
and
so
for
much just,
Sullivan
like,
to keep an eye on the world.
Crazy theory
When he
crafting
went
of
through
why
Yeah.
these people
Galadriel,
are
I'm sure
doing
you
what they
noticed
do.
those ghosts that seem to be walking the streets. Well, they likely represent the Outrider Knights before their departure and descent into madness, because two in particular are very interesting. They walk together, one man, one female, and the woman wears the mask of the dancer. Vort was never far from the fleeting dancer, who watches over Emma in Lothric's Grand Cathedral. The dancer is far more intriguing than Vort is. The Pontiff ordered her to serve as a dancer, and then he ordered her to serve as his Outrider Knight. He bestowed enchanted swords upon her, one dark and one light, mirroring his own. Eventually, the black eyes of the Pontiff transformed her into a beastly creature, her gauntlets fusing with her own hide. The fascinating thing about the dancer, though, is who she was before she became.
So I'm gonna stop at that there because he starts going into who the dancer may have been, and there's some theories that involve later stuff that you haven't seen yet. This is where
Okay.
it's like kind of a dance right now.
Yeah.
But like, so
Yeah.
I didn't mean to
See what
use
you did
dance,
there.
but
No,
See what you did there.
Hey.
No, that was
totally on
good.
purpose.
Yeah.
I
That was
just
I like
good.
it.
being smooth. But
No,
it kind of
yeah.
I think this little segment kind of gets the point across of like every item description,
Mhm.
every room you enter, everything is done with a purpose to
Yeah.
a like disgusting level.
Yeah.
Even like the Yorm boss fight, right? You've done Yorm.
Mhm. Yeah.
The room, right? There's like piles of what looks like burned bodies and lots of
Mhm.
gold and silver and stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
All of that tells a story. If
Yeah.
you read items, all of that gets explained of being like, what happened in this room? Why is this a mess like this?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not even something you think about when you're playing, right? You're just like, I'm just doing the boss fight.
Yeah.
Big Giant's gonna get owned up.
Mhm.
But like going back and looking at these videos, and he does these for every Souls game.
Mhm.
Dark Souls 1 through 3, Demon Souls, Bloodborne. He's like, yeah, let me just break down. And he's done this so well that he has basically already played all of Elden Ring. he has all these videos up right now where he's like, I refuse to spoil anything, but I'll tell you what I can without spoil. Like, he's been doing a great job. He's basically like their biggest PR guy at this point for the Souls games. I would not be surprised to find out this dude is probably like gone to the studio or met Miyazaki at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Just because of how much he's done for it. It's incredible.
Because
Yeah, it's great.
I know when Dark Souls... Sorry, Georgie. I know when Dark Souls 3 came out, basically, before it even came out, he had access to the game before most people did.
Yeah, I think Miyazaki really wants him to make these videos because he knows, like, not everyone's going to pick up the story, right?
That's
not everyone's
it.
going to be able to do it.
And he deep dives
But-
so much.
He has someone that now, like, he knows will appreciate the story for what it is, and probably... I'm going to assume based on the fact that he gets these games early so that he can start working on these videos.
That's it. So
Mhm.
They're probably
he's planned
like-
ahead sort of thing.
Yeah, he's probably pretty close in a lot of his theories. So I would say it's probably reliable in that
Yeah.
case.
So,
And
yeah, God.
I like if there are things you don't want to be spoiled about, don't watch these videos. But like if you're done with a game or you're like, you know what, I've beaten Dark Souls 1, he has videos that dance around a lot of the topics. Like obviously you can skip his like 25-minute Solaire video because you don't know about that yet. But you know, it's fine.
Yeah.
But you can dig
It's-
into the stuff about like Gwyn and Guinevere and what's the other kids' names? I don't
Gwendolyn?
remember all the children. Gwendolyn?
Is that
No,
it?
it is. It's
Gwendolyn?
Guinevere, Gwendolyn.
Yeah, no, that's
It
good.
was Lord Gwyn, and then it's Gwendolyn and Guinevere,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the third one, right? They talk about his
Yeah.
third kid who got striked from history.
Yeah. No, it's like that. I think if just straying a little bit into when you talk about like all the watching these videos, all the story and stuff, for me, I really like the story of this game, what I've seen so far. Like I love the fact that there's like these like characters that have this backstory and all the bosses are like these like giant, like transformed like beings. So for example, like this person was like a previous dancer and then like a knight for Pontiff and she got transformed into this monstrous form.
Yeah,
And in a
every
weird way,
character has that.
everything
all of them.
kind of
crazy.
has that, and I think it's amazing. I love that. But I also think that like this boss in particular, one thing I really like about it is, and I don't know if you guys have played this game, reminds me a little bit of Little Nightmares. You know, with that really creepy, like long misshapen form and that kind of like fairy tale-esque like monster kind of thing. It really reminds me of that, and I'm someone that's like a huge like dark fairy tales. Fascinating, so interesting, and historically so
This
fascinating.
I could see this like lining up with a lot of that.
Yeah,
Because he definitely pulls a lot of I don't want to say references, right? Like definitely some of the imagery he's pulled from fairy tales
yeah,
for sure.
yeah,
He's also pulled a lot from Berserk, which
Yeah,
like
hell
I
of a
feel like
lot.
that's
Hell of a lot.
and that's not even like a secret. That's not even like, oh, he likes
No, he
Berserk.
admits
It's like,
that.
no, he has come out and been like, yeah, this is I would not like look, I don't know anything about like we have now all seen the most we've seen about Elden Ring together, right?
mhm.
Yeah.
That being said, I would not be surprised to find a shrine or something to Mura, the author of Berserk, who passed away recently. I would bet money right now that
Yeah.
we're gonna find something in there because through and through, like just the designs all there.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if we didn't.
But like what really man, just finding out that every character has these involved stories like this, right? It's not just the dancer, it's not just the bosses, it's
Yeah,
everyone, every NPC you come across, even the NPC invaders, like you're be walking, there's some random like the butcher or whatever her name is.
Do you feel like this is
like-
missing from Dark Souls 2?
I can't put together Dark Souls 2 enough to figure that out on my
Yeah, because I can't think of
Uh,
any storyline from Dark Souls 2 from playing it that I could pull up and be like, oh, well, actually, this is sort of all linked in. With Dark Souls 1, they had like LinkedIn stories, and Dark Souls 3, they have the same here, but 2, maybe there is, but I just wasn't that invested in the game to sort of find out.
Yeah. So I see what's going on in chat, so I just like that's worth talking about. Viking asked, "Wait, Elden Ring is the next Dark Souls?" Not exactly.
Mhm.
So Dark Souls games are all like thousands and thousands and thousands of years separating them lore wise, right? And it's never like directly officially stated they're sequels. But Elden Ring, it being not named, not having souls in the name, kind of tells us it's probably going to be its own standalone thing.
Mhm.
But what we can expect is mechanically a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah.
It looks like, from what people are describing, Breath of the Wild meets Dark Souls.
Mhm.
Here's your Dark Souls of the Wild, you know?
Yeah.
So we'll see. It's the same designer, like the game lead Miyazaki, who's the one who I would basically just said he's the brains behind these games. It is being written, or at least the lore has consultation by George R.R. Martin,
Yeah.
which I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I have any strong feelings towards his writing. So and it's not like he was the sole person writing the lore. They had him, come and fill things in for them, basically.
I think it'll be interesting to see then if, because obviously his characters and his like TV shows and things, they're very fleshed out characters. They tend to have a lot of like interactions. There's obviously, for example, for Game of Thrones, there's all these big families with all these delicate links
Which
between them.
is very similar to Dark Souls. So
Yeah.
that would add
But
up.
obviously, with his, it's a lot more like obvious, and you have a lot more characters that you have a lot more interaction with and stuff. Whereas, like in this, it's like a lot of it's there, but it's all very hidden, and you almost have to like look.
I
for
wonder.
it. I'm wondering how much more to the front it will get brought, and if you'll have more
I wonder
obvious
if
storytelling.
he just
instead of
wrote
having to
item
look for it.
descriptions.
Yeah,
You're gonna find like a full like George R.R. Martin book in item descriptions.
yeah.
You know what?
I mean,
I wouldn't-
maybe.
Now that I've said that out loud, that's
The end of
not the
Game of
most
Thrones.
ridiculous
It's
thing.
not though. It's not like. It might be the last Game of Thrones book just written into Elden Ring.
Yeah, Elden Ring is the
Oh
my
last Game of
God.
Thrones series. It's literally
be-
how it should have ended.
That'd be an improvement. Oh my god. I swear to God, if we have Daenerys flying in on a dragon, we're all just gonna be there like
Killer.
oh my god. Throwing lightning bolts, just like
Oh my God.
man.
but yeah,
Oh.
like, it's just
God.
it'll be
I don't know what I'm
it'll
gonna do.
be interesting to see whether or not they're gonna tell more story. Like how they do
Yeah.
in other games and how George R.R. Martin would, or is it all just going to be lore that he's written that's hidden, like in the Dark Souls games? Because, like you've said yourself, this is from the same studio, but it's not a Dark Souls game. It is a different game, and it's like so. This is an opportunity for them to do something a bit new and to do something that's a bit more like, okay, well, people have struggled to find the lore for these games and struggled to find their way and where to go. Are they going to improve those mechanics? Are they going to give you a bit of a map? Are they gonna?
I did
Are they
some
gonna do
digging.
these things?
So to basically answer that question, they have made it so it's a bit more storytelling for this one.
Right.
Like the bosses have got a lot more dialogue than other bosses and stuff like that. So yeah, I think there's a lot more scripture with this one,
Yeah. Which doesn't surprise me.
but not too much.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't avoid everything, right?
No.
I have avoided watching anything, but I've heard like some theories, and I've heard some people reference the stuff that from the demo that they've played and stuff, and be like, okay, so this is what I think is going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
and piecing those all together, and like some of the more reliable ones that have been right in the past. The way they describe is that they're kind of thinking this game is going to be probably your Dark Souls length game, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know how long to beat, probably like 30 hours, 40 hours altogether. Just for like a casual person's run.
Oh, casual
right?
person? Yeah, I'd say about 30, 40
Yeah,
hours.
30, 40 hours, right?
Yeah.
That's not scraping for content. That's not doing everything. That's like just getting through the game.
Yeah, getting used to the mechanics and what you got to do. Yeah, I would say that is accurate.
The size of the world. People are thinking there might be another easy 100 hours of side content.
Oh.
So all these side stories
Yeah.
and stuff we've talked about before, there might be plenty of hidden bosses. There might be plenty of, other areas to explore, and even maybe entirely, totally hidden areas. We
think that'd be
do
quite
know
cool,
one thing
though.
for sure.
Mhm.
We do know one thing for sure about Elden Ring. We're getting a swamp. I think it's unavoidable, right? I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
We'll get-
It doesn't help that director Hideaki Miyazaki has come out and said, Hideaki Miyazaki, Jesus Christ, I just butchered, whatever, Miyazaki.
Yeah.
He's already come out and said he can't help but build swamps. He loves it.
Oh,
Swamp
sick,
boy.
man.
He'll just be
Sick,
going.
man.
He'll just be going through, and he'll be like, "Oops, I've made a swamp."
Guaranteed. We're guaranteed a swamp,
Poison.
a poison
Well, I
swamp,
mean,
and a
I-
catacomb.
Yeah.
I
All
have the quote
games.
right here. Direct quote.
Yeah.
When making the game, I rediscovered my love for making poison swamps. I know how people feel about them, but suddenly I realize I'm in the middle of making one and I just can't help myself. It just happens.
Oh my god.
This isn't like parody. This isn't a joke. This is an actual quote from the man himself. He's like, yeah, I sit there and I think to myself, man, people really hate poison swamps. The next thing you
Yeah.
know, we got a poison swamp on our hands. Sorry.
Oh,
It's like
fucking-
this man is definitely a masochist, right? This dude
Yeah.
definitely likes
I
like
think
other
so.
people's. He's just like,
Speaking of areas that we don't want, is there any other kind of area that you guys do not want? And is there any area that you guys do want?
there's a bunch of areas I want.
I want a beach.
There's two.
Give me a
You want a
beach.
So,
beach?
Give me a beach. There's a
I
beach in Dark
don't
Souls
want
1.
a beach, unfortunately. So I'm gonna counteract you right off the bat. I don't want a beach. I
Oh.
want a full nautical area and a full desert area. I want the two extremes.
Oh, okay.
You want the one in the middle? No. I want. Let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go. Normally, I hate desert levels, right? But
The only
Dark
desert
Souls
level I
being-
like is a Near Automata.
Oh no, I hate that one too.
Oh, see, I
I
like
only-
that.
I hate desert levels. I can't
See,
stand them.
I didn't mind that.
The only desert area I like is in Final Fantasy X. Like the
Oh,
Shade,
yeah.
and then
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
Like-
though.
yeah, like
Either
I like
a proper ship or a underwater like type region, or like
interesting.
a harbor, rocky cliffs with lots of water, like something like that. I
Yeah,
want a water feature, not a water temple, right?
yeah.
Don't make me don't take away my walk speed.
Mm-hmm.
God help me, you're already making a swamp.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my,
Poison water temple.
what kind of swamp is it going to be? Because we had a poison swamp,
Yeah,
we've had a blood swamp,
yeah.
we've had a toxic swamp, and we've had a fire swamp, basically.
Yeah. Maybe it'll be, I don't know.
Just
We've
a
had, like,
plain
we've
old
also had-
water swamp.
We have had like a water. No, we've already had a watery swamp.
Have we?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, shit.
It's the area with the big crabs in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a big watery swamp.
That is a big watery swamp, yes.
Yeah.
Fuck. See, I
Yeah,
need to
so we've
replay
got-
and revisit.
That sucks too.
I don't know. I kind of want a giant battlefield,
A battlefield.
like a huge like
Like
battlefield,
a proper
where there's-
battlefield.
Yeah, like a proper
Yeah.
like Lord of the Rings fucking ginormous battlefield. Got all these fucking
I mean,
things fighting
look,
on it.
we
and
all
I get
we
to
all
go to
got
war.
teased. We all got that little
Yeah,
sampler. We know
which made me just go, I really want it though. So like, don't just
So-
give me it in the
oh.
trailer. I want that to
I'm gonna-
play in.
I'm gonna assume you don't, but you don't. Do you have a PS5?
No.
No.
No, I don't. Thanks
Oh,
for
all
reminding
right.
me.
So neither do I. It's okay. Man, Demon Souls has some levels for you.
Oh,
Demon Souls has got some cool shit in it.
yeah. What
I
the
like
fuck
give-
the-
I like the way Demon Souls is like the map and level design itself. It's really clever.
Mhm.
Yeah, I do like Demon Souls design as well.
I've never played
uh,
anything to do with Demon Souls.
Oh, if you get a PS5, totally play Demon Souls.
Yeah, I'll have to, I think.
That's got to be number one. Because
Mhm.
in that one, so the way Demon Souls worked, right, was that there was like a hub world, and then
Mhm.
I don't remember how many other worlds, but those worlds had world states. So there could be a dark or a light version of the world. And depending
Oh.
on what you did side quest wise, what bosses you killed, what bosses you didn't kill, if you assist people, you could be in a dark or light state, and it would change the zone slightly and let you get extra shit. It was it's
Interesting.
so good.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
I played I've never gotten to finish the game, but I played a chunk of it on a friend's PS3 way back in the day.
Yeah.
That
That's
game,
cool.
man, that game's sick.
Yeah. I've heard it's quite infuriating.
Yeah,
That's what I've
for
heard.
sure.
I've heard it's
yeah,
quite
there's definitely more just hard and fast shutdowns. Like
Mhm.
you're talking about in Dark Souls, how you're not a total fan of like, or you kind of like it, but you kind of don't, about how sometimes you can miss things and just never know.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
way more of that in Demon Souls.
Oh no, really? Okay.
And there's way more of like, oh, did I kill this enemy?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't even have to be a boss. It can be like there's a certain enemy, and it'll just, oh, well, guess what? Now I'm not going to be able to get through this area, or so. Like,
Oh no.
there's all sorts of fucked up, crazy stuff. Yeah,
Oh shit.
but so good.
Doesn't the
It's,
game
I
change
say, like,
depending on
oh,
how
yeah,
many
this
times you
game is
die as
crazy, but
well?
Yeah.
yeah, the more times you die, the world state could change too.
Jeez.
Oh, that's cool.
That was it.
So
Yeah, that
it
was it.
was
Mhm.
especially, and then like it would. I think it changes the ending, and I want to say it changes like different loot you can get to
That's
a
quite a
degree.
lot, actually.
Yeah,
That's
there's
cool.
like, and so I'm wondering if they're gonna bring any of that forward, right?
Mm.
Because I hear that there's gonna be a couple different like we know there's gonna be some like there's gonna be lords, right? A
Yeah.
representative of lords,
Mm-hmm.
but I hear that they're gonna like control their own region more defined, kind of like how Pontiff had his region,
Oh,
and
okay.
then so I think they're gonna like flesh that out a bit more. So I'm curious to see if they're going to do kind of a system where it'd be like, depending what sub bosses you take out, it might make the bigger boss fight easier or harder or something like
Mhm.
that. I'm kind of curious if they might do something like that because they haven't
Mm-hmm.
done the world state thing in a while, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to be pulling from all of their games so far. I think this is going to be like the Smash Ultimate of Dark Souls games.
Yeah, like the love child of like all the Dark Souls and
Yeah, I think we're going to
Bloodborne,
see
I
a
think.
break from Soulsborne games for a while. Maybe we'll see a Bloodborne remake or a Bloodborne 2, but I don't think we're going to see another Souls game or Elden Ring sequel or anything for a while.
Well, what I'm
Yeah.
hoping is that this game does super well, because if this game does super well, they might actually consider Bloodborne PC port. Is what I'm hoping. If like
I feel like
this-
the hang up with that is Sony. I feel like that's not even on From Software anymore because that game still moves PlayStations.
yeah,
So that one's I feel like that's kind of a Sony issue.
well, Sony, if you're listening, please let it go.
Fucking
Please
Sony
let me
sorting
have
the
it
shit
on
out.
PC.
yeah.
Please
Ugh,
give me.
I
Please give
mean,
me it on PC. Please.
Yeah, don't worry. Over the course of this podcast, we are going to have plenty of talks about companies that are sitting on IPs and just
Yeah.
Let me have
not
it.
not doing the thing. Marvel, Disney, Sony, Konami, just all of them, you know,
Cheeky little buggers.
casually. Oh, we tangented pretty hard off of Desert Level. So, Dark Souls, right? Big fan base, lots of really talented artists, love making cool fan art.
Yeah.
Vati Videos held art competitions.
I
Where he
did
goes,
not know
"Hey,
this.
design a level in Dark Souls. Design your like, send us some fan art. What's your like Bloodborne weapon? Show us how it switches and stuff."
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so over the course of these, there have been lots of crazy designs coming in. Someone did a Bloodborne desert like area,
Oh.
and they themed the weapons around like ancient Egypt and like
Okay, that's pretty
scarabs and
cool.
stuff, and how scarabs like would like eat flesh and stuff like that. So they just started going with like, what if it was the opposite of Bloodborne, where there's blood everywhere, where this is like a, you know, whatever the blood fiend is taking the blood from the land, and everyone was just like, oh man, and it was so sick looking. Like, God, give us that in Elden Ring.
Mm.
Let's see a desert level. Let's see what happens when everything's dried out and miserable. Where did all that fluid go? Is there going to be an under area is that going to be the poison swamp? Everything's just rotted and created a poison swamp under the desert. Like, dude, there's
All the
so
poison
much. There's so
swamps.
much you could do. It would be so neat.
Is
I think that
there
would be sick.
speaking of like things from like the other games, is there anything mechanic wise or like even just like, for example, like the first thing pops into my head, the mimics in the chest? Is there anything like that you guys are hoping that they're gonna like bring into Elden Ring, and anything that you're hoping like they won't?
I
do
feel
like
like
mimicky
mimics are.
chests.
Yeah, I think mimics are going to be a non-question. I'm sure we'll see a mimic.
Mhm. But like, is there
Uh,
like anything else that you guys are like, oh, I really hope they like keep that and bring that
It'd
in?
be kind of
or,
cool
like-
to see the switch weapons. I know that's a very Bloodborne thing, but like this is a whole new
Oh.
world, right? So
That's a good point.
having like the ability of maybe letting like all right, so the Dark Souls modding community is really big. There's all sorts of mods for Dark Souls 3, and one of the big ones I think is called the Lords of Cinder mod,
Hmm.
or just Cinder mod, and they've basically ported everything from all the Dark Souls games all the Bloodborne games, all the Demon Souls games. They've just put it all into Dark Souls 3.
Oh, wow.
So you can run
Damn.
around Dark Souls 3 with the Kirk hammer, right? Like a sword that you put in the sheath,
Oh.
and then it's a giant hammer. Like,
Mhm.
and I think just having that ability of build variety would
Yeah.
be so cool. Like,
Yeah.
my understanding is they're already bringing a lot in. Have you guys seen the reveal trailer? Do you guys remember that at all?
Didn't watch it.
Or Elden
Oh,
Ring.
you haven't seen the
No, I
the
haven't even
Elden
seen
Ring
that, my bro.
reveal?
Yeah, I was literally like not watching
Wow.
anything.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm not-
I'm obsessed with watching those gaming events, right? Like
Okay.
E3, all those big conventions and stuff. So I've like reveal trailers I've typically seen. And I've seen the
Yeah.
Elden Ring reveal trailer.
Right.
So wow. So I'm glad I asked that because there's some things in that trailer that are like, whoa. Mechanically,
should we
it's
watch that?
do you guys want to watch that? I
Yeah,
think
yeah. You can put
maybe
it on.
let's
Yeah,
all right,
okay.
let's so the reveal trailer, right? The original one
Mhm.
doesn't give a lot of information. But there's definitely some strong visuals in here that are just like, okay, all right, what is this 2 years ago?
Oh, look, it's that
Ooh.
Nope film.
Oh yeah, the Jordan Peele, right?
Yeah.
That dude's a legend.
You wanna
He's
put the
excellent
sound on?
filmmaker. Oh yeah, no. I thought we would watch this in black and white and just dub over it ourselves.
Thanks.
Do you have your scripts so we can dub it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
I
ready, I'm
got
ready.
this. I
Okay.
got this.
Okay. In a world. No,
Yeah.
not the wrong script.
In the world.
Wrong script.
Ew, will Elden Ring, San.
Bonfire Chan, what are you doing? I'm stuck, Bonfire Chan, help me.
Oh no!
Ew, will God damn it.
Oh, the visuals.
Oof! Look at that! Just straight in.
Oh, that's. Oh, and the and.
Taka Miyazaki.
Oh, that's a nice hand.
George
I like
R.R.
that hand.
Martin. Oh, the fudge!
Wait, what? What?
Is that arm inside of another arm?
Yeah, this one's hand in an arm, right?
Imagine it.
Yep.
That is sick. Oh my god.
What?
Whoa.
That which commanded the stars, giving life its fullest brilliance.
See, that looks sick.
Elden Ring.
Oh, it looks amazing.
Oh, Elden Ring. Shattered by someone or something. Don't tell me you don't see it.
Wow.
Look up at the sky.
I'm just watching your guys' reactions.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm feeling
I'm just
it.
like, oh.
Oh, the skin's cracking? Okay,
Yeah. That's incredible. Oh, look at that animation. Oh my god. Stunning.
It's like it hurts me to make this.
Oh,
That's fucking buff.
that.
That is
Holy fuck.
so sick.
That was
So,
amazing.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute it. I'm gonna run it back.
Yeah.
Go ahead, let's hear it. What do you guys
Wow.
think?
I want
First-
more. Now I want more.
First of all, just visually, like the step up is just like it's like boom, you know. It's like it's they've done a huge step up graphically. It's like a whole different playing field, which is just gorgeous. And like, I mean, music spot on as always. I don't think I could ever really fault the music in these games. It's always pretty spot on.
Top tier.
Yeah, I mean it's incredible. I mean this first scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what is that
Oh.
about?
My god, what is that? It's so
Who fucking dreamt
freaky.
that?
It's so freaky and just like creepy, and like the way that the arms twisted and stuff. You know that's gonna be a boss that's gonna be a fucking pain in the ass. You
Yeah.
know that is gonna be a bloody nightmare flipping boss right there. But like just breaking down that image alone of what the fuck is going on is already so incredibly fascinating. It's unreal. Like, that's so interesting. And just visually is stunning. And the way it's just like in the center of the screen and the hand moving at the top. Oh my god.
I think the
nuts.
lighting does a lot in this scene.
It does.
The god rays?
It's nuts. Oh,
Yeah.
See,
God.
here, I'm not sure if like they're destroying or like creating the ring.
So
So
I
it
think
does sort of break off
it
later on.
It looks like a forging right there, right?
Yeah.
It almost feels like you see
Because like you see the hammer crack down, right?
he hits and he cracks too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you get like the smash of
he's
the ring there.
he's a representation of something else, or like a what's the word I'm looking for? The like an avatar,
Mm-hmm.
Like a conduit.
not like blue avatar, but like like a conduit, or like he's like tied to an object or something.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe like he's tied to the world, and as the world breaks,
Well, I mean,
he's
all of
breaking?
these.
Yeah,
I mean, most of these characters have had this kind of gold glow. So
Yeah.
yeah,
to a
like
degree.
I mean, like most of them have had some kind of relation to it or some kind of look of it. I mean, maybe it's a similar thing of where like in
This
the
is
other
our
games,
firekeeper.
maybe.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
like in the other games, like where you've got like there's obviously like is it like the ember and stuff, and obviously you have like your whole holodeck and stuff. Maybe this is related to like the ring specifically.
What if we're
Maybe-
like the shattered one now? Because every Dark Souls game, you have like you're what, like the chosen undead, the Ashen one. Everyone has a name. The old like every character, even though you're an unnamed person,
Mhm.
it's like you have a title almost, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, this prepare to cry video,
Hmm.
man. There's
Yeah.
some good Vati videos, but yeah,
Yeah.
this trailer just this was the initial teaser, right? This was the
Yeah.
like, what the fuck is this, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people were speculating, guessing, and then this is what started the buzz, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it gives me slight Lord of the Ring vibes.
Yeah.
So I was gonna bring that up right after
Okay.
watching the Lord of the Rings trailer earlier.
Yeah.
Like everyone immediately was like, they saw this guy anviling, and then the title Elden Ring, the high fantasy
Yeah.
aspect. People are just like, "There's no way! Like you can't shake the Lord of the Rings thing." Except for this.
Yeah.
This alone is like enough to be like, "Oh, this is definitely not Lord of the Rings. This is not.
No.
There is no Bilbo walking into this scene."
No.
Yeah. Bill
Also,
was like,
whoa, the hand twitch. Oh
Yeah.
man, the hand
Yeah.
moving. It's so strong.
Swear to
It's
God,
so
that thing
sick.
turns into a friggin' spider. I swear to God.
probably
I hope not.
will.
So, do you guys want to watch the next trailer? There's like
I like how
there's a
it's
series of
attaching the
trailers.
arm
Now, I don't
there.
want to get into anything until
Yeah.
I don't want to like do any like big gameplay, 20 minutes of like none of that.
No.
No.
But
I think yeah.
I think there's
the next
I think there's
trailer.
one more I think there's one more like teaser trailer, I
Yeah.
believe.
Okay.
We're going to be
Yeah, I think we should. And try
because
and
this
piece
is
together.
this is a lot, right? There's a lot to look at here.
Yeah.
Is this the next one?
So I'm wondering
No,
I
if
think
like
that's the same one.
I'm wondering if the people with like flowy red hair are bosses or like NPCs, because like you got the big guy with like red flowy hair and the big sword, and you had the lady who sort of like attached her arm who also had like red flowy hair.
Well, I mean, it could be that they belong to like a certain like
Regime.
like a
Oh, no.
clan or whatever. Like
Story trailer? Official gameplay reveal.
Ooh. What are we
Pre-order
after?
trailer. I think we want the story one to piece together. It's not going to show us any gameplay, right? So we're not going to know anything.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I
mechanically.
think story.
Or do we want to see? So I guess this is the question, right? I guess we can like pick our poison
mhm.
because gameplay we can speculate on mechanics and what we're going to see in terms of what the world's going to look like and stuff.
Mhm.
Story is going to be probably more of like another long cutscene, like a one long cutscene type deal.
Yeah.
Like probably the intro video. That might even be the intro to Elden Ring.
I'm gonna go gameplay. To actually see what it
Gameplay?
looks like. Yeah, to actually see what the game looks like.
They're both so. Oh man, what's this? Elden Ring cinematic trailer? Whoa!
Ooh.
Wow!
That
Wow!
looks
Wee
dope
woo.
as well.
Yeah, that looks cool. Maybe the cinematic trailer then.
Cinematic trailer.
Yeah, and then we
Okay.
can watch a bit of gameplay afterwards because like we technically only got a teaser, but it'd be good to see like their actual like trailer, and then we can watch like a little bit of the gameplay and kind of talk about like what we think's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I just don't want sportsman here. Skip ad.
Yeah.
Full screen.
Yeah.
No pauses. No pauses. Let's go. I'm so excited. My hands
They're
are
really
playing.
pushing this collaboration with him, aren't they?
Yeah, well, so
But when I recall, I see it true.
What's with all the hands?
I was gonna say there's a lot of hand gestures in this, and
Is this to
On a
you?
night of wintry fog,
I'm,
it's come back full circle.
Like the Elden Ring.
Oh my god.
all right, I've heard rumors. I'm not gonna say. All right. Well, this looks sick. The fuck?
Huh.
Oof.
Ooh.
and the demigods began to fall.
Demigods,
Started
eh?
with Godwyn the Golden.
Yeah, I'd heard that too.
Oh. Ew.
Oh. Oh, they're like things through the eyes.
Oh, that's grim.
Queen Marika was driven to the brink.
Oh.
This looks so cool.
Yeah,
my
I don't
gosh.
like eye things.
No, I don't either. That is grim.
Oh, that's a big hand.
Yep.
The shattering ensued, a war that wrought only
It's
darkness.
a big crown.
It's a
The
fucking
Elden
huge
Ring
crowd.
was broken. But by whom?
Oh, was the Elden Ring a council?
Oh.
Oh. Oh, like the Fellowship of the Ring.
This
Yeah.
is Lord of the Rings.
Oh my god, it literally is Lord of the Rings.
What?
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Wait for the Balrog to like turn up.
I mean, look, they've got the big cave trolls. Oh my god.
This is the Battle of Helm's Deep.
Yeah.
Oh, if they have an elephant, I'm.
What could the demigods ever hope to win by warring?
Yeah, so see, I thought they were kind of linked.
Yeah, I think they are.
Okay, that guy's a beast.
What the
The conqueror
Oh, yes.
General Dar.
bro? The purple sparks?
Oh, yes.
Sign me
I'm getting some
up.
Zod vibes there.
Whoa, is that a dick?
And the blade of Mikkel and Melania
Wait.
the Seventh.
Oh, so they're
Oh.
on the
Is
same
his
side.
junk just hanging out?
Duties to remain.
I'm not sure. Might have to go back onto that.
I hope that's all what that is.
Oof.
Oh, the arm. Bro, she seems so badass.
Yeah.
But there would be no victor.
Okay, that's cool.
Whoa.
Tokyo Ghoul? What the fuck?
Oh
Fucking
my god.
Nine-Tailed Fox.
Oh man,
Naruto
this is
shit going
so
on here?
sick. This is beautiful.
And so
That was
we
amazing.
inhabit a fractured world,
I'm moist.
awaiting the arrival of the
Oh.
Elden Ring.
Please.
Who is this?
I want that hat or hood.
Oh,
Looks like a hat.
Is it the doll? She
Thou
kind of looks
shouldst
like the
take
doll.
crown.
Oh,
Firekeeper?
that's-
Why
she could
the-
be like the Firekeeper equivalent. Yeah. Like the doll from like Bloodborne and stuff.
Why is it
I
all
have
so good?
So many questions. This is so
Oh.
sick.
Oh, that
Oh
looks
my God.
amazing.
Yeah, so let's just up front, they are heavily pushing the George R. R. Martin thing, right? Because 2 years ago, I think it was still before the end of. I think this was announced before the end of Game of Thrones, so he was still hot at the time. People
Yeah.
didn't hate him yet. This
This scene
looks
reminds
so
me of Lord of
sick.
the Rings. Straight
Yeah.
up.
Yeah,
Like,
Wraith.
is it the Nazgul? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of this is very reminiscent of Lord of the Rings. I think we've established this at this point. Is that like this game is like
Yeah, there's a lot of definite there's a lot to look at. You're just like, oh yeah, okay.
this
This is messed up.
interesting. This is creepy shit, but
Oh.
interestingly intriguing instantly. Like that thing of like all the thing. Is there like some kind of flipping virus or something? Like, is he gonna get up and be like all evil and shit?
So in the Dark Souls games, right? It's all about basically like the abyss and the dark and how it warps
Yeah.
people and stuff. And you don't get to see a lot of those transformations, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of just like Aldrich of the Deep, you hear his story, and then like his story's fucking. If there's a boss video that's worth checking out that shouldn't spoil you on anything, the Aldrich one. It talks about how he was a man at one time, and then he would eat other men to get more power. Like, it was crazy.
Oh
But they don't show these transformations happening.
no.
I wonder if we're going to get to see that in this. Like, are we going to experience the world as it's falling apart instead of after it's already fallen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, can you imagine
And that would
multiplayer
be-
on the scale of that? Because that would be impressive.
Yeah, that would
No.
be phenomenal.
I mean, at that point, you just go play like Chivalry, right? Isn't that kind of what that game is?
Yeah,
but like this, like
Wait, I don't think
like
his junk is
watching the
handed
world
out.
fall apart, though. I think this is so. This guy.
Oh, he's on a horse.
No, I think it's just. Oh, by the way, I just think
He's on
it's
a very
is he on-
small horse.
Wait, what?
What?
He's on a
Oh,
horse.
No.
he is!
Holy
He's literally
shit.
on a fucking horse.
He's just has a horse for a cod piece. What? What?
What
What am I looking at?
What is that design?
That brings
Why
all
would
new
you
meaning to
have
horsecock.
that?
Oh my God.
Why would
The
you
horse is
have-
hanging like from his undercarriage. It's the horse's feet aren't touching the ground. It's just like dog paddling. He's like, I guess I'm here. I'm doing a horse thing.
That was the
This is how
world's
it's supposed to
strongest
work.
horse.
Poor
That horse is not doing anything. That dude is totally just walking.
I don't think the horse is alive.
Okay, that just makes it
you
horrible.
might be right.
Yeah, like that.
That
horse
could
does
just be a
not look
dead horse
alive.
hanging from his undercarriage. That's
Jeez, what a
pretty Dark
monster.
Souls.
Yeah, but the thing is, so when you're saying of like us like seeing the world fall apart, and that's part of the game that we're experiencing, then to me that would suggest that this whole storytelling thing of having like way more like interaction with NPCs and them telling more of a story. Well, like for example, if the world's falling apart, you're gonna have, so for example, like that looked like an invasion of a castle, for example, like a big war and there's a
Right,
castle behind it.
Yeah.
So like would you actually have like the king of that area there and guards there, and you'd have like, you'd be walking around, you'd actually see like more NPC characters than we've ever seen in the previous
That's a
games, because
thought.
usually it's just like
That's a thought.
survivors in certain areas that are very spread out and you find them, whereas like is this game actually going to have more?
I don't think it's gonna have more.
Characters.
I think it's gonna be on the back end of the world falling apart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like basically like the final hours type deal.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're gonna be seeing things from like just the end on, right? Like
Right.
the king. It might be the king, but it might be the broken king, right? And he's sitting on
Yeah.
the stairs in front of his throne, and he's the only person left in his throne room. Like the battle has already passed and everything's broken and shattered, but it's like only passed by maybe hours, days, maybe.
Yeah.
Whereas like a lot of the Dark Souls games, it's like, well, this has been a slow burn over hundreds of years.
Yeah.
So this might be this precipice moment that we get to see, right? Which would be sick. I think that would be really neat to experience.
There is
Even if it's not related to
also-
Dark Souls at all. Yeah, I mean, poor horse.
Yeah, there is this part of me though that kind of is thinking like, how cool would it actually be to have this whole like you are literally almost like the game starts and you're in a war. Like you are literally fighting on a giant fucking battlefield.
Like it picks up on this battlefield.
Yeah,
Like,
That'd be
you're,
pretty
on the
cool.
battlefield, you've got to like fight enemies. This is like how you essentially learn the game mechanics. You have like a big boss in the middle of it that you then have to like fight, surrounded by like this cinematic view of all these people fighting in the background and stuff. And
that'd be
like
cool.
that would just
That would
be like
be
an insane start to a game.
that's very Sekiro, right?
That
They
would
they
be
did kind of
sick.
something similar to that in Sekiro at one point.
Yeah.
With a horse boss, but his horse fit him at least. So there's that.
Oh,
Look, you don't even see the horse here.
I forgot his name. The one that shouts his name though.
Yeah, he's like pretty early on, so I don't feel
Yeah,
bad about
yeah,
being like, yeah, there's a boss on a horse.
No, I've seen it. Yeah. I've seen it. I can't remember what his name is, but he always yells his name.
That kind of takes place like in a battlefield, like, but the battlefield's been kind of recently cleared, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're talking about like having like Ring of Fire as the battle rages on.
Yeah, like I'm talking about like you start the game and you are like either in the fight or you enter the fight and you are like fighting like enemies left to right and all this kind of stuff. And the like ending of like the beginning bit is like the end of that fight almost. And then you like go and see the king and like you've like either like you lose and you have to escape and then there's a skip, or like just something like that where it's like, I don't know, you just see more of this whole aspect of like it falling apart, instead of like the aftermath of it and then like having to like deal with what's going to happen afterwards. Like, I don't know, I just think if they're going to do an open world game, let's have a bit more of something like that. Let's have a bit more of the NPCs. Let's have a bit more of the story kind of actually told instead of having to find it. Because this isn't a Dark Souls game. This is Elden Ring, which is an entirely
True.
new game by, you know,
So
like
I think
including
there
George R. R.
is.
Martin.
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, it could go that way, right?
I hope so.
Because absolutely right. It's it's not Dark Souls. I think a lot of people have the expectation it's going to be very similar though to
Yeah.
Dark
Yes.
Souls, or just because they have done spin-off games, right? Like Bloodborne
Yeah.
is not a Dark Souls game, but
Mhm.
if you play that, you're gonna be like, "This is Dark Souls." Like
Yeah.
everyone knows what you mean.
Yeah.
Sekiro is probably the furthest departure from these games, right?
Mhm.
At least recently, but that's because that wasn't even meant to be anything close to like Souls. It was supposed to be Tenchu, which is like an old
Oh.
PlayStation series.
Yeah.
That's what it was like originally meant to be. So
Oh.
I think they kind of made the like swerve last minute to
Mhm.
adjust some of it to be more like, all right, well, it's not gonna be Tenchu, so let's add Souls.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Splash a little Souls on your face, and hey, it's still a good game. Doesn't have the
Yeah.
build variety or anything, but it
Mhm.
has all the items and stuff that Tenchu was known
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
I am kind
Um,
of curious though as to whether or not people's expectation of this being like Dark Souls is gonna affect. Like, I think this game is gonna sell
affect
well,
reception.
but I think the actual reception of the game, it makes me curious as to whether or not it's actually gonna like be received well as a game.
Well,
Mm,
we could answer that question right now by just going and looking at gameplay.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be
But
interesting to see a bit of gameplay.
before we move on, I want to talk about this girl. This
Yeah.
design is so sick
Oh yeah.
because, like,
Amazing.
one, I'm gonna skip back to the front. I made sure 311. Okay. Not because it's hands, but let's point out that all right, so there's two sets of hands here, right?
Yep.
We saw that guy in the first story teaser that had the shit ton of hands, like all
Well,
around him.
He was very handsy. Very hands
Okay,
on.
well, first of all, can we just mention, if we're going to go into the whole ring thing, she's wearing a ring.
Is she?
Yeah,
Ish.
one of those
Wait,
hands is wearing a ring.
Well
actually,
spotted.
right.
Holy fuck.
Okay.
You know, is she a member of this council? Do they all have rings? Is
Do
there
they all
something to
have
do-
rings of power like in Lord of?
Do
I'll
they all
circle
have
again.
rings of power?
We're
Like,
never
she's
gonna be
the one
able to escape it.
storytelling this story. Like, are there any other rings in this trailer? Like, let's have a quick look and see if any of the other characters that we see.
So she's Gadriel or Gladriel.
Is this Lord of the
Have a
Rings?
Well, this is one. There
So
you go.
then
There's the ring. Yeah, because it's panning
we
up to
pan
her.
up right more, but
Yeah.
did you notice this over here? The
Yeah, the
person,
sort of
the
astral
second
projection.
spirit.
Well, yeah.
I wish I could get rid of these annotations.
I know.
Where are
I
they?
know.
So
You can't.
You used to be able to. This
Yeah,
is
you can't now.
trash. I want to like. So she's got the broken porcelain thing or like pottery thing, like the
Yeah, I'm
the
wondering if
guy
it's like a
the smith had.
ghost sort of like inhabiting the sort of doll.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Is that like there is directly something you can compare this, and that's the doll from Bloodborne.
Yes. can.
Which makes you wonder, like, do you think they might try to tie Bloodborne into this in some real stupid, obscure way?
Maybe.
Okay.
Like that would, I mean, that'd be cool.
But also, a comparison we can already
'Cause-
make
Go ahead.
is in the teaser, that guy that was making the ring, he was all cracked and breaking.
Oh, yeah, good point.
So is this something to do with the actual ring and its power itself and the effect on the body? You know, is there multiple of these rings and these like council wear these rings and like
And each
is
of
there
them has been
some-
like affected differently, but in
Yeah.
a similar cracking way, maybe. But like, I mean, you see it in Dark Souls all the time where people reflect where like what their corruption was in a way. So
Yeah.
maybe this is, as if these are the demigods or the council or whatever they are,
Mhm.
maybe there's something to that. Maybe she was like the arcane one or the spiritual one or whatever,
Yeah.
and this is just her affliction.
Maybe.
Um,
Maybe. But yeah. It'll definitely be interesting to see where like they go with this character. It also makes me wonder, in that teaser trailer, was any of those hands where like at the beginning of that trailer, there was a lot of hands. And there was the
this
Oh,
hands
you're
first
in the
thinking
hand.
if any of them had rings?
I'm just wondering if any of them have rings. Like, are like rings, because like, these hands seem to be a bit of a theme, and obviously on a hand is a ring. So are any of them wearing
I'll just look at the Japanese version.
a ring? I'm just curious.
No, that's fine. We can go look at that scene again real quick.
Yeah, because it's right at the beginning, isn't it? So
Whoa, why do these Japanese trailers look cooler? Hang on.
Zero.
All right, here we go.
There we go.
Can we enlarge it?
So.
Oh yeah, give me a
it-
second. There we go. Boop.
Cheers, brother.
So here's my question though: is that I don't see any rings on any of these hands, right? We can keep
No.
watching, but he does have his own hand stuffed inside someone else's arm.
Yeah.
So who's to say there's not a ring on that hand, right?
Yeah, that's true. I don't.
I don't see one on the
see-
other hand either, the twitchy hand.
No, I
Yeah.
don't see one.
Okay, a ring on this hand? Can't see.
Oh,
It's kind
on
of hard to see.
That's
yeah,
true,
on the
yeah.
forger.
hang on.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see.
So something that we mentioned though was the switch weapons,
Yeah, there's
this
no
girl's
ring there
arm.
either.
and then this I noticed it the last time we watched the trailer, but the sword comes from inside her arm,
Yeah, it's like
Yes.
attached to the side of the forearm, isn't
Oh.
it?
which is like,
It's giving me some
I-
Guyver feels, man.
give me some switch weapons, yo. Give me
Yeah.
like maybe instead of like, especially for a Dex build, just to
Mhm.
give Dex build something a little more interesting,
Yeah.
letting them have like swap weapon states. That would be cool.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So
So none of these characters look like they're wearing a ring.
yeah,
Like none of them in particular.
with the
which,
exception of the doll lady.
Yeah.
which to me then says that that doll lady is definitely a character of significance.
Whoa, wait a minute. I just
I
noticed
think.
something. I thought I just noticed something. I thought the guy at the forge had a beard.
Yeah, that's two different characters.
Are you because Flash?
Because there's
This looks
the,
like a much softer frame.
yeah, because that's a plait on the back of him, and then that's not a plait on that character. So that's two different characters.
okay.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm not crazy. Maybe the ring's in the braid. Because I know that's a thing that like
Could
they
be.
used to do back then. They used to put big iron rings or gold rings into their
Could be.
braids.
Mm-hmm.
So that's man, so many questions.
Yeah.
We only have to
There's-
wait a few more days to get answers.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
I mean, granted,
Thankfully.
if I was to like, I'll be patient and wait. But Vati Vidya does have quite a few out already. Where he's like, all right, so this trailer, let's talk about this for 45 minutes in the smoothest tones ever, and
Mhm.
it's pretty good. So, do we want to look at the gameplay,
I think I do.
Georgie?
Yeah. Let's put some on.
Okay, okay. Oh god, we need audio. We need audio.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Fix yourself.
Oh, we have a ring already.
That's true. We do have a ring.
So, the rumor I heard.
Oh, he's taking off the ring. Ah,
Oh,
The Tarnished.
tarnished.
Oh, we got a name.
because the ring's tar.
That's Berserk. That's just Berserk.
I was literally about to say.
That's straight up a panel from Berserk.
The Golden Order is broken.
Okay.
I'm about to pull up that panel. The Golden Order is broken, so maybe that's
What
the
the-
council we were talking about. You get a horse. That's the rumor I heard. Look,
Hell yes.
what, they're giving us a horse? That guy, it's a horse with a bell for a dick. Whoa.
Ooh.
Wait, can you
So
do
that guy-
horse combat?
Oh.
Horse combat. Foul
Foul
tarnished.
Oh, look at the little pot people.
Elden Ring.
Ooh.
Emboldened by the
Is this trailer running bad? This seems laggy, right?
Yes, it is
It's a
running
little
laggy.
laggy.
Okay. I think it's actually the trailer and not me.
Yeah, I think it is the trailer.
Ooh.
They will fall.
Yes.
I love glowing blue shit. Oh my god, do I love glowing blue shit. Jump pads?
What? What?
Horse jump pads?
Oh.
That's just Berserk. That's
Okay,
just
that
the
is
Berserk
fucking
armor.
1000% berserk.
Oh, co-op?
Dragon. Always gonna be a dragon.
Oh.
Gotta be dragon. He can fucking throw lightning?
He caught the lightning.
Is that what happened?
That's a werewolf. That looks like a werewolf.
Oh.
You've played Demon Souls, right, Cage?
Yes. Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
playing as a lord.
Hands.
I command
Oh.
Lots of hands.
So wait,
That's that dude.
was he a boss?
That's that guy 100%.
Yeah.
Was that Spau's older brother?
Smelt? Smog and smelt?
Oh,
shit.
Oh, that was so pretty.
God.
Big hands.
Oh.
Lots of big hand wings.
There's a lot of hands in this.
The Elden Ring.
I want wings.
God.
Oh my god, I need to play a paladin. I need wings and I need a blue sword. Oh my
What
god.
the
Did he have a-
fuck?
Wait,
Did he
did he have a dragon for an
arm?
arm? Hold on.
16.
Well, we need to. Okay, so horse. First of all.
God. My fucking Dark Souls boner is just boof. Like, holy
Desks
fuck. That
are
looks
rising.
Incredible. Incredible. Holy.
Let me tell you, good thing Solaire wasn't standing in front of me. Would have been impaled on my Dark Souls boner.
Yeah. Holy.
God. So yeah, this is straight up a panel from Berserk, though.
Yeah.
This is. They have a scene with like this world tree segment. That's straight up what that is. It's a
Yeah.
2-page panel. It's so famous. These look at these settings.
That looks cool.
It's like kind of abstract in the broken world aspect.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love it.
See,
It's
calling a horse
it's
like that.
the
So you
world-
can just
it's
call
like
the horse
world
at any
itself is
time.
shattered. Yeah, probably to traverse. Probably get across some of these big zones.
So the game is
That's
a lot bigger
so
than I've
cool.
been thinking.
Oh, no, it's open world. It's pretty much
Damn.
open world. Like, it's huge from what I've heard. Like,
Look at
The horse
combat?
combat. Yeah, I got so excited.
that would be interesting to see how well that works. I'm
I
gonna
like
be
that little pot
intrigued.
guy. I'm a big fan
Yeah,
of that
he's
little
just
pot
like
guy.
mind his
Can
own
we just-
business, walking about.
Can we go back to him for a
Yes,
second?
please.
Just
Oh, whoa, that was a
grooving.
face.
There he is.
Oh, there's the bloody dungeon.
Oh, there's a big one in the background.
Yeah.
See the
Damn.
big guy?
Yeah, flipping
He's
heck.
like, "What up, homies? I want a plushie. Can I get a plushie thing?"
oh,
Plushie
that,
of the.
oh,
That thing looks horrid.
Amazing.
Oh, he just stabbed it right in the face. Oh, this is the guy again. Hang on, let's turn the audio back on because we were gonna talk, but we're just watching it again.
They will fight.
That's a boss fight for sure.
and they
Oh, yeah.
will die.
I think that's the girl then.
What, the doll?
The doll.
Yeah, the doll. Yeah,
Okay,
Oh.
that
the
sort of
backflip. So
jump
that's
back.
that has to be a weapon art. Yeah.
And that, if you go back to that,
Wait, did
that
they just
sort of
summon
wolf?
multiple people in like
I think so.
I'm guessing so, yeah.
this?
Oh, it does
the
catch it.
and then he
Oh.
just spikes it into the ground.
Champion.
That's a werewolf.
Oh.
That's a werewolf in armor if I've ever seen one.
So that redhead one is back.
Maybe.
So that is a fight.
Maybe it's an Artorias situation.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Playing as a
As
lord.
okay.
God, you know, you can already see this boss is going to be an absolute nightmare.
Smell.
Smelt.
Oh, smelt.
Forever
Oh,
dub smelt.
that was
Oh.
sneaking mechanics.
Oh, are they actually gonna apply sneaking? Like,
That was sneaking.
better?
You were sneaking.
oh, whoa, how did we miss that scene?
Ooh.
Did you see the guy hiding in the shadows? That
No.
angel thing looks so cool. I want to go back to that too. All right.
I
Wait,
totally
dragon
want to go
arm?
back to the wolf thing. So that guy must be able to like put his arm in other things and just like utilize its power.
Oh, he just like takes it over.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing.
Was
that's
that
a
the
concept.
dude that had his hand in the hand?
Yeah.
Or
It's
did
gotta
he
be.
say-
Yeah,
So that's his power, is that he can put his hand into other things and then control them.
I think so.
that sounds gross, but yeah, I think that might be.
I
where
mean, it's
that's
a really
going.
horrible way of saying it, but yeah, I think that's his thing.
Wow. So this is very much Dark Souls.
Yeah.
This is all right. So we can. This is just more Dark Souls, which I'm not
Yeah.
mad about, right?
Mhm.
I don't think that's her.
Really?
I don't think that's her.
You don't?
Looking at it
Wait,
now,
which hand does she?
she
No,
only
she
has-
takes it off the same hand though, because she was doing this.
Or do you
and
think
she
that's
takes
not
the
her
ring off the
yet?
same-
Maybe something
maybe it's not
happens to her.
yet.
Yeah, maybe
True.
something happens to her.
Oh,
Yeah.
this thing looks so sick. I
That
can't
is
like
cool.
visually.
Yeah.
Ooh. So
Oh,
I'm kind of like, yeah, like the way the just whole castle's like shattered.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe that's a world state. Maybe the world's more together, and like as you do things, it breaks apart more.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty nutty.
Oof.
So how open world is it in the case of, I'm wondering,
Hang
if you
on.
get buddies to play with you, how far can they venture with you?
How far
Well,
away can they get from you?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
okay,
a good
go ahead.
question. Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, it depends whether or not it's the thing of like with most games, you summon in your person, you have them until you defeat a boss. Is it
Mhm.
going to be the same thing?
Yeah.
Like you just have them in your world until you defeat a boss. It could be
Maybe.
a very
And
similar
then,
mechanic.
oh
game.
yeah,
And then you have to resummon afterwards.
Yeah.
Depends. Depends on how co-op this game is.
so just first
Yeah.
little thing I noticed here, since we're like kind of tearing apart this trailer and like theory
Mhm.
crafting. Obviously, there's a bell, but there's definitely a building on top of this thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
1,000%. There's like, what if these guys are just roaming the land and you have to like figure out how to either A, ring the bell, or get them to like crouch down or get into a certain area so that you can get on top of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
Good point.
like Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh, what a
Yes.
game.
Kind of
What
the
a
vibe it's
game.
giving
Yes.
me.
That's a good shout, actually. That's a very good shout.
These
It's a great
things,
point.
these guys are just dead. Oh, how did I accidentally hit the wrong button and turn on the volume? The face in the back, just like visually.
See, that face in the
Even-
background there gives me sort of massive alien vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, and
Ugh.
Like Prometheus
yeah,
sort of
the
thing?
H.R. Geiger type stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's got to... Is that the guy?
I think this is the same guy.
Interesting.
What if he's like a pursuer type boss?
Oh, okay. What? So like the more times you fight him, the more arms
He's
he gets,
gonna
sort of thing?
change. Yeah, because I mean, look. So the tatters, the giant stick,
Oh.
the throw. Oh, he's got like a tail thing going on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think that's a different
It
boss.
gives me a lot of the
I
same
think that's
vibes,
a different
right?
boss.
What if it? I mean, it could be, right? I don't know.
Oh, no,
But
for
I want to,
sure.
when we get to him later, this
See,
too.
that 1
This is
million
straight up
percent
berserk.
berserk. I can grab
Amazing.
that panel right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, send me the link and I'll pull it up over here, just on the display screen. But
Will
yeah,
do.
that is totally berserk. Oh, so here's the thing: are these friendly summons or is this a spell? Because watch what happens here, right? Wolf Owl. All right,
Mhm.
you see him burning the item, and then
Yes.
this looks like 3 unique players.
So is this PvP?
No, I don't think it's PvP. I think that's how you summon your allies. The glowing blue phantoms.
Yeah, but I mean, it kind of looked like PvP.
You could be right. You
Like,
might be right. Well, see, because they're walking up on enemies already, right?
yeah. But it's just because if you look at the enemy, I mean, it could just be an enemy you're attacking. It just looked a bit PvP-esque, but
Yeah.
I might be completely wrong.
I
there.
want to. So sick. Whoa, cool freeze frame. I want to get to this big werewolf. This thing, whatever this is here. I don't know what's going on here, and I'm really. That's a werewolf.
Yeah. That's a sick-ass werewolf. That's so cool.
Whoa, whoa! I want to play this game. Oh boy, the Valkyrie. So this
Oh.
is totally something. Another. The dancer does this to you, doesn't she?
Something
Or
similar.
is it Pontiff? Is Pontiff the one that does it? There's a boss in Dark Souls that does this to you.
Yeah.
Dark Souls 3. There's also a boss in Demon Souls that does this to you. They love to impale the player. I don't know what it is. I think it's even called like the Crimson Piercer or something like that in Demon
Yeah.
Souls. Like
Mhm.
just a big knight with a spear who loves to impale you.
Send
I will
the
just-
link.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
first of all, here's Handman, right? This is the scene. And
Mhm.
look,
okay.
that's a dragon snout, right? That he's like petting.
Oh, so this is
So
where he
maybe
gets
we're
his
right about
puppet.
him. Oh God, each hand grabbing a different thing.
Oh,
Yes, that's
Nah,
definitely a
you're
different
probably right.
boss.
That's a different. Yeah, that's definitely a different boss. Look, I'm just excitable. Okay.
Oh, no, it's
No,
all good,
no,
bro.
it's good.
The scenes are so quick, it's easy to be like, oh, that's the
Yeah.
same sort of book. Because, like, obviously he was in Rags as well.
Yeah, it looks like Harry Potter.
So they look very similar, but
It
like
reminds me of
going by
Spirit,
frame, it's
though.
like you
Yeah.
can sort of see more detail.
Mm-hmm.
This is, oh man.
Your wizard has it, Harry.
Yeah, look, there's sneaky mechanics.
Oh hell yeah!
You're right. He's crouch walking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
down.
okay,
So you're
that's
actually gonna
sick.
like, instead of just slow walking to sneak, you're actually gonna be able to crouch. This thing, give me spectral deer. This picture too.
That scene.
This,
Oh,
I didn't notice this guy at first, and I was like, whoa,
Yeah. Like this
that's
scene.
big. This is, oh man,
is
I'm so
incredible.
disgustingly excited for everything we're gonna come across in this game.
Oh,
There's a
the
lot of
hand thing
hands.
is horrible. The
Fingers?
hand
Oh,
thing is
The
my-
horrible.
spider hand. Oh, that's the thing I wanted to come back to. I want
What,
to
the
see
spider
this
hand?
is. No, not spider hand.
Oh,
The
I know you
naked
don't
guy?
like spider hand. No,
thanks,
the,
bro.
the
Oh.
angel.
Oh, the angel. Oh,
This.
Wow.
This is big. Like, this is an aesthetic I like. Okay, I like
Oh.
orange and like blue.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
this
that
is
going
cool.
on here.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this. This is cool. Oh god,
Whoa.
just look at it. Ah.
I need to play Elden Ring now.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
9
can't
days.
wait.
No, not even 9 days.
It's not even 9 days, it's 5 days.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You know what I'm gonna regret? Taking time off. Why did I take off time? Why did I take time off before this game? You know what I'm gonna be doing all day Thursday? I'm gonna be like, maybe it's released. Maybe they released it early. Maybe it's out. Maybe it's
Maybe
out. Let me
maybe it's
refresh
right
the
now.
page.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
I can.
maybe I can just
Can
play.
I pre-download
right
it now?
That's gonna be me sat at my
I think
friend's house
pre-download is
going,
available.
I just wanna play. I just wanna go home and play.
This looks fucking crazy.
It looks awesome.
I am so excited for this.
Yeah,
I want to.
Really good.
Cage, you happen to find that panel? I can also. Just look
I
it
sent
up.
it in the
I'm afraid
Discord.
I don't want to raw look up Berserk panels
Oh,
because
yeah.
there's some spice in there that I just feel is not like we don't.
If you type in
that.
Berserk
Yeah.
armor, you should be fine.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, his full Berserk armor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me do this one.
Yeah, full Berserk armor should be fine. I did link it in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
Just
I
in
see. I
case.
see what you did. All right. We're gonna keep that one open.
Mm-hmm.
Berserk armor.
Yes, my boy.
Oh,
It's where. Hang on.
Yeah.
oh,
I can't remember where it was.
I think it's before this. Lightning. Here we go. Because here's the PvP section.
Oh, yeah. Literally.
that's
Because
so
it even
cool.
turns into a wolf-like sort of image.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
just
see?
sick.
It's like, it's complete Berserk, man.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? It really
If-
does look like it. Holy shit.
Oh my god. And so here's the thing, right? I almost want to say remember what I was saying about the lords running their zones?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So we've got Wolfman here, right? But then way later over here, we have that giant werewolf that could be like the lord of the zone, right?
Oh.
Yeah, it could
In
be.
theory. We've got the dragon one, but then
That
we see
dragon
like
is
the
sick.
smelter guy later. We see like I think you can tell like what's a boss too, right?
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like that's pretty apparent.
Well, I
So
think
you've
the-
got this lady,
yeah.
but then oh man, there's just so much. There's so much to look at.
Well, I'll just say first of all, I mean, if you're saying there's different zones, I mean, I think a big theory is, to be honest, and I think it's my kind of running theory at the minute, are these all members of this council, this Elden Ring council?
Oh.
Are these all the members of it that rule each of the different zones? And has something happened to them that has essentially warped them into what we're seeing? Kind of like all their zones have kind of become like, you know, the way that they are because something has happened. But it's
Yeah.
like each of these bosses that we've seen, each of these big character fights are in a different area. Because like it gave us the hint of each area that you're going to get to go into, and all of them have been in a different area.
Yeah, you're right.
That looks like either like a big forest area or like a big like there was like the broken down like castle area. One of them was in that, and then one of them has been like in front of this big cathedral thing. It's like, are we already seeing the thing? Oh god.
It is just a berserk panel. It is straight up
Is this just a Berserk game at this point?
Maybe.
Berserk,
Maybe she
Lord of the
can-
Rings,
Fighting
Lord of the
apostles.
Berserk.
My god.
Just
Fellowship
fight out
of
there.
the Fellowship of
Berserk
the
ring.
Baelit.
Yeah. So literally, this is a mixture between Dark Souls, Lord of the Rings, and Berserk.
Yeah,
I
That's
mean,
what
I
this
guess
game is.
I
at this
think
I
point.
guess
they- I
Dark
don't
Souls was
think
kind of already a mix of Lord of the
Berserk.
Rings, well, Berserk.
Yeah.
But man,
Yeah.
it's like mega. Like it was like Bloodborne. I feel like was the first like big like oh yeah, we knew, like we were like, oh, this is kind of like Berserk.
Yes.
But then Bloodborne came out, and you saw the old Hunter's Mark, which
Yeah.
is just the brand of sacrifice minus like one line, and you're
Yeah.
like, man, do we could this be any more obvious, right? I
Yeah.
mean, let's look up brand of sacrifice. Right, pretty
Mhm.
like simple, standard, and then old Hunter.
I love that people have tattooed that on them. That's so
Yeah,
good.
it's
I want to
cool.
get them both. I want to get them both tattooed on me.
And then
I wanna get
literally you
one
have
behind each
that.
ear.
Well, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Hasn't Jacksepticeye got that tattoo?
Yes, he does. This
Yeah.
is what he has a tattoo, because Dark Souls or Bloodborne was like one of his favorite games.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Well,
is
he's
his
just
favorite
started.
game.
He's just started a new play of it.
That's I should
Nice.
watch that, because
I love
man,
that one.
that's
That's
a
cool.
throwback.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good
But no,
stuff.
it's cool.
Good stuff. This is so exciting. Oh man.
But yeah, like look at all these different areas, and then when you see like the bosses, each of them kind of correlate to. So like each of them are kind of correlating to these different areas.
Yeah.
So we've probably seen all of the main areas. For
I mean,
this
you can
game
even
in the
like,
trailer.
so look, wait, hang on, right here. Look at this castle, right? You see it there,
Yeah.
and then now you're looking at over here from this angle. Like
Yeah.
it tells you you're getting all the way around this place.
Yeah.
Also, this just I like, is this just a roaming like world boss maybe, or like a
Yeah.
world event, since it's gonna be an open world game? Also, wait a minute, did that face in the ground have tentacles? Oh no, they're roots.
No, but
I was about to say, are we about to get
creepy is.
are we about to get a nautical level?
No, but I will just say those eyes do look a bit like vaginas.
Yeah, I was about to say
Oh.
these are, wait a minute. Same exact thing.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. That's, god damn it.
Every single time you go, wait a minute, in my head I just go, stop. Wait a minute. Dun, 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 dun.
That looks like tentacles.
Oh,
Tell-
what's with
are
you
we-
and tentacles?
I'm just saying.
Oh, you have
Tentacle
no
beard.
level.
I want a squid level. Like I
You're
want
not-
like, give
you're
me a
not.
kraken. Give me
That'd be kind of cool.
like, yeah, this isn't like because I'm patched the squid. No, I forget that that's part of my name constantly. No, this is just because I like nautical stuff. I would love to see
Yeah, it would be cool.
a kraken fight, like a Dark Souls twisted kraken. Okay,
Oh.
what kind of messed
Ooh.
up shit are you about to do?
Ooh.
His spirit weapon that he just did, that hammer.
No. So,
I'm listening.
in the teaser trailer, right? There was
Mm-hmm.
it was saying about there being the Elden Ring, and there was that guy, and he puts down his crown, and he has
Mhm.
that weird stick thing.
Oh yeah.
You're right. I already know
Like-
where you're going. You're right. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, like that.
Dead
like
on.
that's a boss. But is that guy looked? They were saying about the Elden Ring thing being all like broken. It's
So
a
maybe he was the
council.
last one to hold out.
Yeah, and then he's
Ooh.
like he's been like
Do you
taken
think you
over or
can-
whatever.
Do you think you could stand a chance at converting some back?
Well, that's
Like
the thing.
maybe
Can you
giving them a
save
good
them?
ending.
Can you save
Ooh.
them? Like, my theory of like this, whatever this Elden Ring thing is, it's definitely a council. I think this because they had all the chairs of multiple members. It wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me, like if there was enough that it was going to be all the bosses, main bosses of this game, not all the side bosses, and essentially the leaders of each of these territories. And that dude looks like he was the final one of that council that basically went out to go and try and save his friends and got taken in by whatever happened. And you're now trying to save them all and find this Elden Ring, which essentially I think is trying to find the council, but there's clearly some ring element to it.
Also
I mean,
hands. A lot of hands.
Even yeah, there's a lot of hands because you
Yeah.
need somewhere to put the ring. But I'm even looking at like, what does this symbol mean? Right? How many rings are there? So there's 3 outer rings and then 1 in the center, and
Well, I
they
mean-
all point up to like, right?
1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
Well, there's 3, and then there's
fourth
one in center 4, and then you can look at little rings.
up here.
Because the thing is,
Oh,
if you
what are
look
you
at the
talking
rings, they're on an angle. 5, 6.
Are they at an angle?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, so
Yeah,
there's
there's a
ones that
curve
like
in
at
each
an
one.
angle. Yeah, each one there's like in the two center ones. There's like they're at like an angle.
Oh, I see here.
Yeah. And then you could even say that middle one's there's another one, so that'd be
Yeah.
7. So say there's 6 territories, and then there's like the leader of them all. 7. Maybe that's the 7 members of the council. Maybe they all have
How
these
many chairs
rings.
were there?
Well, we'd
Can
need
we
to go back
find
and
out?
look.
Is that this one?
I think
No.
Oh wait, yeah, it's that one because he goes to pick up the crown.
Yeah, yeah,
so you
look
can see it
there.
there.
Oh my god, is there 7? Like, holy shit. If there are 7 chairs, I'm actually gonna lose my shit.
Math wizard.
Georgie's just like,
I'm just like, considering I didn't get the story of all the other Dark Souls games,
You get it in this one.
if I'm figuring Elden Ring out, I'm gonna actually cry.
But when I recall, I see it.
She has multi-hands now, and she doesn't when you're playing.
yeah.
Or like when you see her with the horse in the first time.
Or someone's just giving her a hug.
Wintry fog.
Yeah, I'm curious. We haven't seen this trailer, have we? Oh no, we have. Never mind.
Yeah.
It just,
Yeah,
I don't know.
we've seen this one.
Sorry, I got confused.
The rune of death was stolen.
Total Nazgul fields.
Mm-hmm.
The rune of death was stolen. Okay. I'm trying to like lock away all the lines because they're all gonna be important.
And the demigods began to fall.
Unless those characters are all demigods.
Oh, maybe they're the warped demigods. Like by falling, you mean they've turned?
Yeah.
Like, cause look,
Yeah.
look at him. He looks like he's
'Cause
like
he's turning.
transforming.
Yeah.
Good shout. Good shout.
Could be so. Yeah.
So do we have
could
to
be.
kill these demigods? Are they our lords?
I think
Maybe.
so.
Big air quotes.
Wait, do you reckon that's the wolf?
No.
I mean, no. If,
No, I
if
think
you,
it's
like,
the same. I think it's the same guy that I thought was the other hands guy. He kind of has like a tail and the big stick.
Hold on then. How many do you count?
The way his cloak
Wait,
is
wait,
tattered.
wait. Pause it. So there's 3 on that side. If there's 3 on that side echoing, then there's one in the
7.
center. There's 7.
There's 7.
There's 7.
Damn.
So they're each of the leader of the territory, and then he is probably the head of them,
Yeah.
or she. I can't really see.
So
But like that.
I stand by. What if he's a pursuer enemy?
Could be.
I think that might still be the case. I'm
Okay.
getting big because he's leaving, right? And you're gonna like. I'm sure you're probably gonna talk to him once or twice while he's still like this.
Mhm.
But then, like when you watch that fight scene with him, he's doing a bunch of other shit. He's using like moves that it seems like you could have also potentially gotten.
Yeah.
So
well,
maybe it's like a
he's
choice of like
warped.
if you take one thing, he takes the other and matches you as you go through the game.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
He
That'd be
definitely looks
mega
like
cool.
a warped character. Like I think like whatever happens, something clearly corrupts them or takes
Yeah.
them over.
Because like the form where you see him fighting, he has like a tail and stuff. He's
Yeah.
all over the place.
Well, here
I mean, he
it's
could have a
saying,
tail there.
what did the demigods ever hope to win by warring? So I reckon there must be a character that you're working for. I mean, there was one that looked like a queen that was sat in the throne room with the guard behind her with the big painting. That
Oh,
could
yeah.
be Queen
Right.
Marika that they've just mentioned, and you're on that side with her in that like big throne room. And then the demigods are these evil, like these
That poor horse.
corrupted characters
I know.
from the council, maybe.
Melania the Severed and the General. You know what? I think I was right about the it being just after everything's done.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because these were the last 2 to like battle, and now we know we're gonna fight her at some point,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which means we're probably gonna fight him.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
I'd
so
be
too.
disappointed if I didn't, because he looks like a cool character design.
Yeah. We inhabit a fractured world, yeah.
Awaiting the arrival of the Elden Lord.
So is the Tarnish gonna become the Elden Lord? Is that?
Unless, of course, thou shouldst take the crown.
Hmm.
Ooh. So is there
Hmm.
going to be a choice of like you can find this Elden Lord or you become the Elden Lord?
Yeah. There's
Like
usually a choice
maybe
in
like the
games.
ring. Maybe you get a choice whether or not you like put the ring on and you become just as corrupt as like everyone else, or
Hmm.
you don't.
Hmm.
Maybe it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. I have and like I mean, so
Oh.
the Dark Souls games all have alternate endings, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's not out of the realm of possibility, right?
No, it's not at all.
Pre-order
man,
trailer, God, there's so many trailers. There's
there
so
is
much.
so much to just like unbury. But
Unpack.
I think we've got some pretty solid theories there.
I think I'm
So-
content with what we've looked at, just because I don't want to like
No, don't look at any more.
spoil anything else. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to see anything else. I think I'm just gonna
Yeah.
keep looping this trailer while we
At Aspen
Yeah.
Dental, we're
mute
But
it.
but I think genuinely like theory wise,
I think I'm excited.
I think I mean super fucking excited, but I think we've got a pretty solid theorem.
I'm curious to hear what other people's theories are. Like,
Yeah.
I want to go deep diving and see what the internet's saying and stuff. Now that we've like picked at the edge of the we've picked at the scat. Now it's like I want to pull it off. I want to
Yeah,
go.
now I just
I want to go look at everything.
Yeah.
I need to
Play the
go
game.
know. I need to not even just play the game, but like, what does Vati Video think of these things? I know that's like such a
Yes.
a weird
Mhm.
almost borderline parasocial thing to want to know what other people think all the time, but like I don't know.
No, I
The
get
guy,
it.
all he does is theory craft. But my fear, I don't want to also because I'm gonna click on the wrong video and he's gonna be like, guys, so the ending is, and I'm
Yeah.
you're not gonna hear
Yeah.
from me. I will have ceased to existed.
I would not blame you, to be honest.
I would be.
I'm so hyped for this though. Like, especially after seeing these trailers. Ooh, God, my expectations are high.
Yeah, I've never been around for a launch for any of the From Software games.
Yeah,
So it's like,
same.
I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this one, like with spoilers and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm so confused on how I feel about it. Normally I'm big no spoilers, but this one,
Well, how do you feel? Because I'm going to be interested to hear your guys' opinions on this. How do you feel about streaming it and watching streams of it as well? Because there are two very different opinions on this.
The question
So I'm kind of
is,
curious.
can my PC stream it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah, that's question one. Can
Can we
it?
stream
I
it?
can play it.
Yeah,
Streaming it might be a different thing altogether, unfortunately.
that's fair.
Yeah,
That's
just
fair.
the workload.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be getting it on PS4. I've already made my decision on what I'm doing with this.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it on PS4 because one, I want to be able to play it stress free, right? I don't have to worry about my PC crashing or anything crazy. Like, just
Mhm.
let me turn on the game and it works.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not going to look as good as PC or PS5 or whatever. Yeah, that's not the biggest. We've seen gameplay. I wouldn't be upset with a PS4 downgrade of this,
No, I
right?
think-
Unless
I
it
don't
turns
think
out
it'll
to
be
be
like
like Cyberpunk downgrade. We're fine. We're
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I don't think. It will.
As far as streaming it goes, so I had not a bad experience, but I wasn't happy with streaming Resident Evil 8 when it came out new.
Yeah.
I didn't like having to wait,
Yeah.
right? That was kind of not fun for me. I didn't like not being able to go watch my friends' streams. That was not fun for me. I didn't like to not
Yeah.
watching the streams that I normally watch anyways.
Yeah.
Like there's just I felt like for those and it's not like when you're playing by yourself where you can just sit down and play for 12 hours, beat the game in one say. Like streaming definitely there's a stream tax, right? Your ability to play a game is way worse when you're on camera.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's so many other things you're focusing on and trying to knock out and organize
Yeah.
that it becomes a pain.
Yeah. I get it.
Which takes away, I think, from the enjoyment a little bit, right? You're too busy
Yeah.
trying to also entertain instead of just taking it all in.
Yeah.
Mhm.
This, I think I'm going to stream it very casually. Like day one, yeah, I'll turn it on. Hey guys, let's check it out. Let's see what's going on.
Mhm.
But when I'm off stream, I'm just going to keep playing it as normal, I think. I think I'm going to treat it as because I want to sit in your guys' streams. I want to sit in I don't want to name drop a bunch of other streamers, but other bigger streamers. I'm like, I want to see their experience.
Mhm.
There are streamers out there that this is going to sound real sad. I've been sub to for 5 years.
Mhm.
So when I see them playing something I'm interested in, I want to see what their reactions. I want to see.
Yeah. Invested. You're
Especially because we
invested.
have the same choice or the same taste a lot of the times,
Yeah.
but also there's something about watching someone enjoy something you also like. What
Yeah.
is this weight loss thing? Get this. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
But it's that enjoyment. It's the same thing with showing friends bands, right? I want to show them this band because then when they go, oh, this is so sick, it's
It's
like
a good feeling. No,
yeah.
I
It's
would
just
have showed you Black
dopamine.
Turn and you were like,
The
dude. I was
brain
like,
tingles.
yes.
Yeah.
Wait for the
Yeah.
breakdown.
It's
What?
so good.
Yeah.
So I feel like I miss that if I'm constantly waiting, like, oh, I can't look at anything for this because my stream
Yeah.
wants me to do it all for it. It's like, that's
Yeah.
not, admittedly, that's just not the type of content I want to make. And I feel like it'd be disingenuous to myself and overall just not be as enjoyable to myself or everyone else if I tried to do it that way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to kind of play it on my own pace. Like maybe once in a while, I'll be like, hey guys, I'm at this sweet boss. You guys want to see this shit?
Mhm.
The stream today is just me throwing myself against this boss because we know Dark Souls bosses can be like that. So
Yeah.
I feel
Well-
like I'll have time to entertain and be like, oh yeah, and check out my build.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
the other thing. I'm sure build variety.
Yeah, I wonder what the build's going to
Oh.
be.
What about?
There's
what about
obviously
you, Paige?
sorcery.
Oh, wait, so what are you gonna do about streaming it? Let's
Yeah.
Oh,
finish that
as
one
in
first.
me? Like,
Yeah.
good luck
If
if my
it
PC
works.
if it works. No, so more or less, I'll become a full-time Elden Ring streamer. No, I'm joking. It's just gonna be a case of kind of like, I don't know, once a week I'll have a set day where I'm like, I'm gonna play Elden Ring, and I'll stream it, and I'll probably just do that once a week. It's not gonna be every single stream because I like to spice things up and play different games. I don't want to be like, right guys, I'm streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday this week, and it's all Elden Ring. Because for me that doesn't work, especially sort of personality wise. I need to do different things. How about Georgie? Because I know Georgie will get
on
it.
trying to stream. Like, are you going to only play it on stream, or would you probably also play it off stream?
I'd probably play off stream as well, but I might do a second build if I can allow it. If there's an option to do different saves with different builds, I'm all for that.
But do you think you'll play it from like release? Like on the day release, you are playing like that Friday. You are playing Elden Ring. How do you think you're going to feel about going into other people's streams who are playing Elden Ring before you finished it?
I think I'd be okay with that. I think that's the danger you take going into other people's streams who are playing it.
Yeah, so
You've
you're not
got to
worried
sort of
about
take
like
it on board.
spoilers.
No, not all too much.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like the only things that could really get spoiled, right? Because it's not like they're gonna be spoiling story.
Exactly.
I'm gonna put a big doubt. I mean, I'm sure this is just like Dark Souls story where it's gonna be obtuse and obscure. So I'm not worried about like story spoilers. Maybe if I see something that looks like a boss room or something, because you can usually tell, right? Like as you're walking up the stairs, you're like, oh, it's how long has it been since a boss?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, fog wall.
Yeah. Or just a blatant fog wall. Like I'll probably be like, am I close to this? No.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Whatever. If I'm close to it, I might, back out.
Yeah.
But I think because of the way this game is, it's kind of hard to spoil. And I think it's equally hard to follow as like, oh god, I have the hiccups.
Yeah, like if they get to a
As like
certain
a
boss, I
canon
have no
storyline.
idea at what point of the game they would be at.
Yeah. It's
Also,
hard
the
to-
option of going out of order too, right?
Oh yeah, completely.
I mean,
Like, who's to say, like, you have to fight the bosses in order? They could be in completely different orders, depending on where in the world you're going.
Yeah, that's very true.
because I mean that's how Demon Souls was. You could pick what zone you went to and like
Which
went through first.
Yeah, but
To a
I'm also
degree.
thinking, if there's different zones, are there bosses that are going to be more difficult than others, where you're going to be like, shit, that boss is too difficult. I need to grind and get some levels and come back here later. Maybe I need to find some other
If
bosses.
they use that design theory that we were talking about earlier, where it's like they kind of force you. There's like here's a decided path, and then here's the try hard path if you want to.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
That could be cool.
Yeah, or
That
whether or
or-
not you're in an area.
I'm also wondering if there's more direction, as in, like, this is actually where you need to go. Not a case of, welcome to Elden Ring. There is one bell. Good luck. And then you're like, shit, where do I go?
Yeah.
Well, we know where the one bell is already.
Oh, yeah, we know where the one bell is.
Monster's
You just need to
Grundle,
find the
so
Roman
we're set
monster.
there.
Except it's not in one place, it moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely. I'm excited. This is.
I want to know how big it is. I want to know how big the world
I mean,
is.
it looked.
Is
yeah,
it Witcher
I'm
3
curious. Oof, I don't think. I don't know. I mean, it just looked pretty
So
extended.
I don't think it's going to be open world in the sense of like Breath of the Wild, right? I made that joke earlier, but looking at the gameplay stuff, right? You can kind of see like when you're riding the horse, like there's
Somewhat
length
linear.
ahead of you, but
Mhm.
it's not totally like I'm gonna go running across all these open fields.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somewhat linear.
And so what I think by open world, I think it's going to give you the freedom to go to the different bosses in the order you choose, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Kind of like what we talked about earlier is maybe that's what it means by open world. Maybe similar to like like the Mega Man games, or again the Saints Row thing of like weakening the underbosses to get other
Yeah.
ones. You know,
Yeah.
maybe some bosses would give you something like a weapon that may be better against another boss.
Oh,
or
yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. A spell, a potion, whatever.
Or team
So
up with
I think
four
there's-
buddies and tank the game completely. But what I
just
am
sprint
hoping.
through it.
Oh, dude, I'm getting buddies to play this. Like, I want to play it solo, but I want to play it with friends as well.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'm hoping
that's
the
gonna be
bosses get
seeing
more
everyone's
difficult.
builds. Ooh.
Yeah, see?
Oh, bosses scaling for
I
difficulty.
want them
with
to scale, so I
players?
want the difficulty to go up the more players you have with you. I don't want I don't want it to be like easy mode when you get a load of friends in. It's just like you clock a boss in like, I don't know, a couple of hits. I want the boss's difficulty to scale. That's just me personally, though.
Yeah, but I think they'll do that because I think they've done that with every game. Like they did it with all the Dark Souls games, and they did it with Bloodborne quite
Yes.
significantly. Just like upped the health and then upped up like their damage a bit, and so like you were like it was putting you back on that even playing field. So can you imagine if you've got 4 of you, and
I'm
then
hoping it's more
you've
difficult.
got a super hard boss? Like that would it'd be interesting for sure. Or like if they're like adding like not NPCs, they add in like other like things.
Oh,
in the-
ads.
Yeah, they add
That's-
in all of that stuff or something like
okay.
that.
I forget what ads stands for, but that's what it means when they add like when there's a boss and then they have minions, they call them ads. I don't remember what the acronym means. I didn't mean it as like, oh yeah, they're just adding, but it's like an actual like
Term.
phrase that I can't remember
Yeah.
what it stands for.
Just annoying
Additional damage suppliers,
annoying,
Yeah.
annoying
dicks.
dick suckers. Yeah,
Annoying dicks. Yeah, that's what it fucking is.
it checks out because that's what they are.
Yeah.
Accurate.
Same thing
Yeah.
with like Borderlands. Like the world gets more dangerous, the bosses get more dangerous when you have a full party with you.
Yeah, mhm.
Monster Hunter does the same thing. It scales up
Oh.
for
It does.
I think 2, 3, and 4 players.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It does.
Well, depending. Some of them it doesn't scale until 3. Some of them it only scales 2 and 4. It's so bizarre, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
it's another good one. Like I will like I know it's not Dark Souls, but I feel like fighting a monster in Monster Hunter is not that dissimilar from fighting a Dark Souls boss.
Okay.
Like
So,
it's a lot of
Sometimes, yeah.
like hit. My stamina's down. Roll. Do I have
Yeah.
enough stamina to roll again? No. Guess
Yeah.
what? I'm fucked. One hit.
Quick, eat the meat. Quick, eat the meat.
Yeah.
Wait.
Drink your
Drink your
Estus.
drink. Quick.
Sharpen your weapon.
Bloody
Now
hell.
roll before.
Or just
before-
run.
Yeah.
Run and
It's so
swing.
good. I mean, that's like you mentioned that you were like, oh man, 4-player Dark Souls, and like Monster Hunter's kind of that.
Yeah.
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 Uh,
it kind of is.
There's definitely a similarity there of like you and your 3 homies on your unique builds swinging
Mhm.
big ass weapons at a giant monster. It's like it does scratch that itch a little bit.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
probably why I've never done co-op Dark Souls. I've talked about it before, but I've never touched
Mhm.
it, and I've always just gone, all right, well, I'll play Monster Hunter.
So,
See, I did.
go on, Georgie.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say I did co-op Bloodborne, but only like
Was that
partway
fun?
through. It was mainly because we spent the majority of it absolutely hammered. So we did
Oh, was that when you
Drunkborn.
did like a Drunkborn?
Drunkborn, yeah. So we didn't get that far in, but like we did like was it Bloodstar? Is it Bloodstarved Beast?
Yeah.
We did Bloodstarved Beast first try.
Yeah.
Like it's like things like that were like, and there was like the nun, or not the nun. She's not a nun. I can't remember, but there was like the one in the church as well, and she's
Okay.
quite a difficult boss. I think she's like a poisony boss. There's something about her
Ooh,
that's
more
like really
poison.
hard.
I know who you're talking about. I can see her in my
Yeah.
head. She had
Yeah.
like a goat head, almost all the white.
Yeah,
like,
we
hang off.
did.
Yeah,
Yes, we did her first try as well. Like there was a few that we just absolutely nailed, and then we were just getting really drunk. Like we got to Witches of Hemwick. Oh,
that's a tough.
couldn't do it for love nor money. Absolutely pathetic. It was awful because the person I was playing with, so he's an experienced player, kept dying like instantly to the Witches of Hemwick. So it'd leave me by myself doing it, and I'd been carried quite a lot of the way because that was my first ever experience playing those games.
Okay.
And but like around, like so we ended this.
You said Witches of Hemwick. I thought you were talking about the Spirit of Yarnum
No,
or whatever it is.
no,
You're talking
it's
about the witch in the room.
Yes, the really easy witch that like
Yeah,
she summons like another one, but like she's not actually that hard. But he just kept dying like that, and then
So, oh man, there's a gimmick to that fight.
yeah. Well, no, the thing is, we
There's
ended
two
this.
witches.
Yeah, we like ended the stream. We like did the next stream, and we defeated her within like 15 minutes. Like I think it was first try. We defeated her.
So
it
I
was
think
just
I think like co-op for like Dark Souls and stuff is like so
fun.
Dark Souls 1 co-op, don't like it. I prefer to play the game completely solo. I just
Yeah.
feel
Yeah.
like that's what the game was designed for, solo play. Yeah, you can like
Yeah.
do some jolly cooperation if you're struggling on a boss or a section, that's fine.
Mhm.
But for me, it's very much a solo adventure. With Dark Souls 2, you need a co-op buddy to get through some of those obstacles sometimes. Because it's a complete gank fest. The bosses are ridiculous. It can be a struggle. Dark Souls 3 is really fun because it's a bit more open to play with the second person.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm hoping with this game is it's not sort of like too cluttered, having 4 players on your side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Having 4 people, like there are ways that you can get 2, right?
Yeah.
I think even if you join the blue, I don't know, they're always the blue covenant, but I think that lets you get 3, right? 2 normal ones and then a blue one in Dark
Mhm.
Souls 3.
Yes.
But it's always like some convoluted thing. Here they're just like, all right, 4, go.
Yeah.
So I'm
For sure.
hoping it's not going to be like something too stupid or like obscure or obtuse, and it's going to be very easy to get people in and out. That would
Yeah.
be the other concern is world states for your co-op companions.
Oh.
How's that going to work?
Oh.
If I kill a boss in Georgie's game, is it killed in my game?
So
I don't think it would be.
In Bloodborne, it didn't work like that.
Yeah, in
So
Bloodborne
if-
you have to do each
yeah,
one.
So you're doing you have to do it per world. I think it'll be the same thing again. I
Yeah.
think it'll be like if you do it in that world, you'll get rewards for it, but you won't necessarily get like what you get for doing it in your own game. Yeah.
Well,
And then
so
I
the
think
reason I
you have to
ask
do it
is
again.
because say they do follow the path of doing like one boss affects another and maybe drops an item specific to
Mhm.
that boss that wouldn't drop always. So like I get boss weapon from boss A,
Mhm.
and then I go play in your game so I can get the B weapon,
Yeah.
right? Like or like the flip or whatever it is. Because a lot of these
Yeah.
bosses do that where they have multiple things they can drop.
Like
so
maybe
it's-
gives
Yeah.
you something else rather than the thing the
Yeah.
main player would get, perhaps.
Yeah.
Which I
Oh,
think
even like a-
yeah,
like
so
a
like
tier
when you
2.
co-op on Dark Souls, because I have helped other people in other worlds, you just get souls and stuff. You don't really get
Yeah, I
anything else
reckon-
out of it.
It could be
Yeah.
the same thing. You just get like
Yeah.
souls.
I mean, that's probably what they would do, right? That's the easiest solution. Tried and
Yeah.
true, it works. It would be cool if I could, like, oh, yeah, I didn't get this weapon from this boss because I didn't cut its tail.
Mhm.
Let me go fight it with my
got you.
homie, go cut its tail, and, shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because it kind of works like that in Remnant, right? So,
It does, yeah.
if you got a boss I didn't get in Remnant, I could just
Mm-hmm.
jump in your game, kill the boss with you,
Yeah.
and then I would get the boss weapon.
Yes.
Or or if it's an alternate kill type situation, right? Like some of
Yeah.
those bosses, you have to do something special to get a different weapon.
Yeah, or like in different difficulty and stuff. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it could be something
But
similar,
that's
but
obviously there's no basis for any of that. It's just
No.
speculation and like
No.
my pipe dream.
but
Yeah.
I think going along with the Dark Soulsy theme and the Bloodborne theme, what I've done previously, the big thing about these games is the replayability, right? And the fact that like you can like they want you to play these games as look for different things and play them again and again and again. This game's not going to be any different. So I genuinely think that they won't do that because then it'll force you if you wanted certain things or you wanted to do certain bosses or there were certain different
Go
choices,
replay it.
Yeah.
you've got to
New ga-
replay it to do it. And
Go
it's
do
not
New
gonna-
Game Plus.
Yeah, and it's not going to
I
let
forgot
you.
about that.
Yeah,
forgot
I
New Game
think
Plus is the thing.
I think it will encourage that New Game Plus. So my answers, I don't think they will, because it'd
Oh
be
yeah,
weird. For
I
them to do
definitely
so.
I think for sure I'm gonna start playing on my own, right? I might even do a here's a stream character. I'll just start on stream and then I have my off stream character
Yeah,
That's
Just-
what I
just
wanted
for
to do
build
myself,
variety.
yeah.
because I've definitely done that where like I've done a strength build on stream and I've had a dex build or an int or faith or whatever. So
yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be curious to see.
yeah.
There is one more really interesting thing I could show, but it would take a lot of effort to get. And I don't think I have them saved.
Yeah.
But they have put out, and these came across Twitter, and I saw these because these are unavoidable.
Mhm.
The starting classes.
Oh.
They have
Oh.
shown the art for all the starting classes,
Mm,
and they look
Okay.
very different.
Oh.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
like like your deprived, your warrior, your
Mhm.
cleric, all that. So they've shown all the art. Elden Ring. Maybe I can just look up Elden Ring classes, and there'll just be a group picture already set
Yeah.
up. Oh, there are lots of pictures. Okay, we'll look these up just so you guys can see just visually the direction they're going. we got lads and lasses. Also, so this is Elden Ring's prisoner class.
Prisoner class. Why am I getting Griffith feels here?
Griffith. Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Literally.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I don't want to open articles. Go away. No. You've got a warrior, enchanted knight, prophet, who has like a wheel around their neck.
Yeah,
it
I
looks like
don't-
what's his name? Felipe.
Oh.
Trying to see.
Oh, I was thinking Lord Farquaad.
Lord Farquaad. No, who's the guy in
No.
Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1? The first person you like,
I can't remember his name.
the little weasel.
I know
nut.
who you're on about. The guy who tells you to
Oh.
like ring the 2 bells.
That looks so
Yeah.
cool.
Can't remember his name, but I know who you're on about.
Yeah.
Vagabond?
Like, the Vagabond?
Oh, hell
That
yes.
looks cool.
This one was calling to me.
Yeah.
We've got warrior and prisoner. Warrior's got a very
do you think
like,
prisoners like
Tales of Arise
deprived?
thing.
Mhm.
So that's what I was thinking, but I think there's one that's come out that's in a diaper. Like there is another one.
Yeah.
No, that's just deprived.
wait, yeah,
There's
that's
hero,
Hero.
which
I
also
know-
I want to point out they definitely used a female model for hero, which I was like, that's cool.
Yeah. I also just
They're
like
showing a
that
little more build variety. Yeah, deprived.
an unhinged lunatic mentally long gone knows nothing but the bonk.
I mean, so to be fair, I start every Dark Souls 3 playthrough as deprived.
Yeah,
Yeah.
always
It's my
deprived.
favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Here's like a group photo. Here we go.
Oh, so is that all classes?
So I think this is all our starting classes. I want to point out this definitely looks like a Ronin or like a
Yeah,
samurai.
it does, doesn't it?
Like you've definitely got different regions. This looks like again, this maybe a desert. Maybe I'm just saying. Then
Well,
you
they
got
have an
the
astrologer
eastern
in
thing.
there.
Yeah, there's. I wonder what that is.
Astrologer. It's astrologer.
Oh, it's astrologer. Oh,
Yeah.
all right, sick.
Yeah. Like I
it
don't know what that
says
means though.
right there, bandit and astrologer classes.
Yeah, I don't know what that means though.
So maybe that's their
Is that their
spellcaster in this
magic?
one.
Yeah, astrology
That's not
is
what
magic.
astrologer is.
Oh, I know
Space
that's not what
magic.
astrologer is. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
I mean, it might be, but yeah, I
Here
don't
we
know.
go. Bandit, astrologer, warrior, prisoner.
Yeah,
I'm thinking astrologer is the magic.
it does look magic-y, doesn't it, compared to everything else?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure there's tons of breakdowns that just tell us, but I don't want to like get into it because I don't want to get spoiled.
That end picture.
Don't
then.
ruin this for me. Champion, bloody
Champion?
wolf.
Ooh.
Wait, is champion just hero, just worded differently? Because that's the same costume as
Maybe.
hero.
It could be.
So probably just a name change.
Maybe that's just a different one. Yeah.
Well, they could also have potential like subclasses off the
Hero.
classes.
Oh, that's a shout.
Yeah.
Hero, vagabond, prisoner. Yeah. Maybe that's it because didn't that other one say it was so hero becomes champion? Maybe vagabond becomes whatever that other thing was that we were just looking at.
Yeah, it could be.
The bloody wolf.
Yeah, it could.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And
you might-
prophet, maybe prophet's an evolution of another class.
Yeah, you
don't
might
know.
be pre-spawn there. Not sure. Still,
Astrologer becomes
intriguing,
prisoner
though.
becomes prophet.
Yeah, yeah. They could swap between classes or like upgrade in them or something. Like yeah, like Johnny said. Yeah, Johnny said that.
Oh,
Yeah.
and I did see that white lion art. That's the other thing I saw, but that's
Mm-hmm.
that means pretty much nothing.
I'm intrigued. Right, what time?
All right.
Okay, well it's coming up to 5 hours.
Yeah, we have once again somehow ended up just rambling for 5 hours, and it's been an absolute blast. It's
Mhm.
been
Always.
Been a lot of
legendary.
fun. Yeah, it's been great.
We've done it once again.
We have.
Boom.
But yeah, so excitement on scale of 1 to 10 for Elden Ring. Well, how are you guys feeling? More hyped, or are you kind of same level of like, yeah, that's what I expected? And
No, I'm more
like,
hyped now.
Yeah.
after
definitely more
watching
hyped.
some of the
I'm
gameplay and the
definitely-
trailers,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, that's excellent. I'm so excited for that. What a What an absolute banger to end on too,
I know.
right? What a way to wrap the night up after watching those trailers and like we were like, yeah, let's take a peek at these trailers and we'll probably call it a night. And here we are, almost an hour later.
I know.
I'm gonna have to change my shorts after this one. I am
Wow.
very excited for this. Yeah,
Oh.
I wanted to be nice and descriptive for everyone.
Thank
You
you.
guys with a strong mental image, since you guys,
Thanks.
it's fine.
You know, with all the hands there was, I'm not surprised. You know, so much hand content.
All of
Well,
that
Yeah,
I
but
hand
you,
content.
you didn't actually do
That's
that
fair.
this time. You didn't do it.
Oh, he didn't do the
Oh,
hand
it's because my
thing.
camera didn't go out of focus. The colors
Oh.
all messed up, but yeah, the camera didn't go out of focus.
Yeah. I will just say, because I didn't get to say, so with Elden Ring, with me streaming it, my general plan is I'm going to wait until I've done the other Souls games.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Because I want to finish all the other Souls games first. However, after watching all those trailers, I've realised I'm actually probably
I
going
need
to
to
be
really finish-
torturing myself.
I really need to play those Souls games.
Yeah, I need to get them done because, oh my god, I want to play it so badly. I'm literally going to have to, like... Oh,
Oh,
it's
man.
it's gonna be bad. The thing is, like,
DLC.
yeah.
I mean, the DLC is a chunk. The DLC is a project.
Yeah, I've heard it's an interesting experience. But this thing, I want to experience it because it's such a good game. Like, I'm really
Yeah.
enjoying it as a game. So it's like I want to make sure I experience it all before I go into Elden Ring. And I think as well, though, like for me, the biggest part of playing Dark Souls and playing it on stream for the first time is that I've loved sharing that experience. Because so many people are like, oh, I wish I could have that first experience again. And it's like, well, I get to have that with
Yeah.
like you guys, and it's so much fun, and it's cool to be like, oh, like you should have a look at this, and you should see this, and I'm like, oh, that's dope, or like I get to like celebrate the victories, you know. So it's like I kind of want to have that with Elden Ring too. So there's part of me that's like, I want to sort of wait until people have like had the chance to play,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I can
mean,
like celebrate that with you.
Oh, that's true. That's a really good point. Oh God, Tom Brady. No, now is not the time.
Tom, no.
That's a really good point because seeing as I didn't have that experience, I don't have the draw to that. But
Mhm.
knowing that that's what you like, that's gonna be awesome. And it's gonna be you're gonna have a ton of people in your chat really excited, being like, "Oh man, I can't wait until she hits the thing."
Yeah,
And everyone's gonna be like, "No spoilers!" Everyone's gonna
Yeah.
start yelling. It's gonna be so
yeah.
good.
So I'm probably gonna give it like probably a month, and then sort of like, and then maybe do it. But I'm giving myself another month, so it's just kind of like,
Oh no.
it's all right. It's all right.
Go on.
But-
A month is a
Be
month is a
gripping the edge of my
stretch.
seat like must play
That's a
Elden
doozy.
Ring.
I know.
No,
It's gonna be
I will more than likely the day Elden Ring comes out. Like your time is probably gonna be like 10 a.m. Why is patch online? What is happening?
You're like,
For
"Oh."
me, that's gonna be 5 in the morning, and I'm gonna be like, well, I'm
Oh my
awake, so I
God.
thought I'd play some Elden Ring, and we're just
amazing.
going.
I love it.
So that's like I said, I'm not gonna wait at all. I was literally deciding like 2 days ago, do I just start playing at midnight, or am I going to play, or do I just go to bed like a normal person and then just jam all day the next
Yeah.
day?
Yeah.
Like
Great
so
question.
many options.
Mhm.
Did you two want to raid out? And if you do, what suggestions do you have?
I think we said that whoever was like soft hosting could choose. So I guess today's
See, I was hoping
Sure.
you weren't gonna say that because
Oh.
I was hoping you'd forgotten.
no.
Man, who do we want to go see? Yeah, see, so most of the people I believe are asleep that I would normally go raid.
Mm-hmm.
And the other people that are online, while I enjoy them, I know their content is not for everyone. So you know,
I have-
it
I
might
have
be
one
safer not to raid
suggestion,
them.
but,
yeah, you want
They're playing
mean-
Sekiro.
Oh, I know who you're on about. Yeah,
You
yeah.
probably do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm down.
I thought you might.
Yeah.
Oh, is that? Oh, wait a minute. Am I crazy? Are we talking about the same person?
I hope so. Starts with a B.
Ben. Yeah.
Yeah, Ben.
Ben.
So
Yeah.
Ben.
Would you? Do you want to
Why
get
is
our rates?
Ben-
Oh, I mean, to be fair, I always forget.
No, I thought you guys were talking about someone else. Okay, so no, that's fine. Yeah, let's go do it.
Oh
Cool.
god, his name's so long.
Let's go party.
Okay. Should we do an outro? Should we say
Absolutely.
goodbye?
No, we're just gonna kick everyone to the curb and party on out. No, of course. Hey guys, thank you, dudes and dudettes, so much for hanging out tonight, putting up with all our Dark Souls shenanigans. We're really starting to hit our stride with this thing. And maybe we'll start to try to cut it down, or we'll just keep rocking for 5 hours at a time and hope you guys keep enjoying it. So, we'll work it out. But thanks again so much for hanging out with us, the chat lords. I'm Patch the Squid. You can catch me over at Patch the Squid at twitch.tv/Patch the Squid. You guys want to introduce yourselves? Well, not introduce, but give your links.
Oh, yes, of course.
Drop your digits for the people so they can come find you.
Absolutely. You can catch your boy Soulstrike over at Soul_Strike on Twitch. And you can also catch our friend Georgie, who will also tell you her handle right damn now.
Your friend Georgie. Ooh.
Yeah.
You can catch her at Georgie Games.
I like the emphasis on Georgie.
Yeah, Georgie.
It's a
There's 2
play.
E's. Do not forget the
It's a
2
play.
E's.
Don't forget the 2 E's. Also, I will just say, for any of you that are Dark Souls fans, I'm currently playing through the 3rd game. We are going to continue that playthrough tomorrow. So just a heads up for you. That'll be occurring tomorrow.
Yeah, if you couldn't get enough
Because-
Dark Souls content tonight, go watch
Yeah.
Georgie stream tomorrow, because there's
Yeah.
more.
Oh yeah. 100%. Right,
We're
shall
gonna
I get
be
this
partying.
raid? Shall I get this raid started?
Oh, you guys, you've already... Oh,
All
Yeah.
these
by all
kids,
means.
get 'em on
By
the
all
bus.
means.
I'm mod
We're
warden.
out of here.
I'm mod
Don't
warden.
forget, we're out.
Bye everyone.
I need to get a cute kawaii like.
Oh wait, I
"Hey."
forgot. I need to send the raid.
Yeah, were you guys,
You have to hit
gonna
that
throw
button.
swords down or something?
Or potentially
Oh,
finish
do we
team-
want to give some swords out?
You could throw some
Oh.
swords
Do we
out.
wanna-
We've got some time to
At
throw
the
some
end of the
swords
day
out.
here?
Are we doing it now, or did we want to discuss it first? Because I think we should discuss it offline.
Yeah, no, it's
Just
fine.
in case.
Yeah.
Cool. Just
We'll,
I'll tell you what.
we'll check it out. We've got plans.
I'll tell you what. Yeah. Okay,
All
I'll send the
right,
raid.
friends.
Right. Everyone.
Take care, all.
Have a great night. Oh.